Queen 9, but like what's...
So you're more or less saying he should be calling this because there's no King X out there.
Well, there shouldn't be. Like from a theory perspective, Tower, there shouldn't be. Other than King 9 suited, which we got removal to, only 2 combos left with the 9 of spades. From a theory perspective, yes. But from a hand with Vinny in perspective,
yeah,
he can probably have more King X than anyone in this spot. That's the crazy thing about it. It might even float like it's King 7 suited, King 6 suited, King 8 suited with backdoor diamonds. But then the other thing we need to take into account is Vinny then going to shove these one pair holdings for value on the river? And
he's called. He's made the call.
Vinny's in front,
Vinny's in front. He's £600 up. He's laughing. He's doing cartwheels. He's £600 in the green. Vinny finds the donk value shove with the King 10. Wow, we said stay tuned, guys. I wasn't expecting that, but what?
Wow.
Another hand we've seen there. Over 1,000 big blinds in the middle.
Vinny is out of it.
He's out of the hole. He's found that ladder. He's climbed out of it. And fair play to the man. He's got max there because Jamie's going to snap check back that 9 on the river, and Vinny just not having it. Comes in for the lead jam. And it gets called by worse. What a hand again. What a stream this has been.
I'm quite locked off now. I'm tilting now, I'm going for 10.
So £40 straddle is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9. Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6-2 suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend on the straddle with the King 10. Four-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the King 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the King 10 not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The Queen of Hearts is the river.
Check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all. Changes nothing. So Bobby here, maybe thinking about playing for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack high. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag, 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow!
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving 1 pair for this amount. So we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus, but what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be a very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random like maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy erase pre with 7s?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop tower. Once we go 4-way, we're not checking 7s with our reputation on that flop ever once we go 4-way. So that's out of the question. 3s are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10... Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation when we go 4-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited, and the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price, as well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy, and I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I'd probably flick it in, and if you've got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a 1 pair holding. So it's 2 pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited, but we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there. But
will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the jack high. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the King 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door.
It's 10 for Ian. Raises to 1.3 under the gun +1. And Radu here with the ace jack in the hijack. Surprised if he went anywhere this deep with Ian. I'm probably more inclined to just flat this one versus the early position open. But obviously can mix in a 3-bet some of the time. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. 3 bets to 3.2. Julie, if you just give yourself a refresh, should be alright because picture's crystal clear here for us.
Yeah.
So it's probably just connection at home or wherever you may be. But if you give it a little refresh, hopefully it kicks back in.
Yeah, give yourself a refresh. Jules and let us know that it's all right. Because it's all right on both our laptops.
Oh,
so it's
my
Monday.
word.
What's happening here? 4-bet to 7.7.
Wow, Ian.
Oi, oi.
Someone over the age of 50, 4-bet bluffing tower.
Whoa, well, I'm start folding.
It's just
You
like,
would be.
Yeah, I would be.
You'd be start
I'd be folding ace queen here, suited as Radu. It would already have hit the muck. But this is, I guess Ian just thinks Radu's at it too much. And to be honest with you, the ace 10 off tower, it's a really beautiful 4-bet bluff hand. And maybe Ian's been amongst the solvers the last few months. You don't know. He might have been putting some work in off the tables. That could be the case. And he might have put in the low frequency 4-bet here with the ace 10 versus Radu, who's been fairly aggressive, and with the chips as well. But fair play to Ian, mixing it up, not just having the ace king plus in his 4-bet range, and now action back on Radu here. And oh wow,
No way.
Is he gonna 5-bet? Has he picked up on
That's
something
about
here?
20k.
Wow, Radu, what senses from him. He has to have picked up on something here, Tower. Read on the situation here from Radu is just so good. What a play. 5-bet bluff Tower, we just, no way. Do you know what, if Ian 6-bets here with ace 10 Tower, I'm done for, I'm having an early finish. He's not doing it. There's no way Ian 6-bets here. How often do we even say the word 6-bet on stream? Oh, wow. But Radu 5-bet bluffing the ace-jack. This is just a leveling war between the two players.
He's doing it again! He's doing it again! That's amazing!
Oh my God! Ian 6-bet roll that 10. How'd you like them apples?
Solve that!
Ace 10, 6-bet rips it in for 100 big blinds. Oh my word. Ian is my new hero, Tower. I want this man to win the comp. Oh my word. 6-bet rip with the ace 10, folding the ace jack out. Where has Ian found that move from? Oh my word.
How'd you like them apples?
I've waited all day for something and it's just happened. Oh my word. Ian. Do you know what? Do you know what? I'd be sat at the table. If I was sat at the table there and Ian said to me I didn't have aces there, I would have had a lot of money with him that he had aces in that spot. A lot of money. But wow. Fair play to the man.
A 6-bet rip. Well. So we can chat to you, we can talk to you, we can answer any question you want. You just can't see us.
That's a good thing.
You just can't see us. John Lowe, when is the Reading schedule being announced? Reading has been moved. We will get confirmation of Jim, but Reading has been moved from the end of April. It's not at the end of April anymore because I think it was something to do with the Easter weekend. It has been moved. Reading is now going to be in July. We will get the details this week.
Well, we got
What's happening here?
320 straddle on here, Tower.
What?
What? We have a 300,
5, 5, 10.
2040, 80, 160, 320, and Vinny, who was on the 320 straddle on the button. How's Jagger get kings in this spot? It's just Jagger getting kings on a 320 straddle, raises to 700, and Vinny defending with a 7-6, and he has caught a piece here.
Oh, he's got the 6 as well.
So this, with the SPR we're working with here, Jagger's just going to put it in. Wow, he's actually opted to check, and it's worked to perfection. I don't think Vinny would have folded anyway. The plan of Vinny is catching a piece.
The Cowboys turned them straight over. It went 5, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80.
160, 320. You look down, you got the Cowboys, you got action from Vinny on the button, and we're now 80% to get.
White, small blind shall optimize ace 10 falling, so leave 10 on the river and then
Still a Joe though. It's too good, isn't it?
When I come.
Archie or Archie?
I'm all.
Top 7.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you've all refreshed on YouTube, because you won't be listening to this if you haven't. But everybody should have refreshed now when we're back. You don't have to refresh on Twitch and Facebook or anything like that at all. Give us a thumbs up if you can hear us loud and clear from Coventry. And we are back, as you can see there, chip leader. We have a lady chip leader. Tai Huang.
It's not.
Oh, is it not Tai? Oh, that's Tai Tai.
You're thinking of
Tai Tai. Well, I wanted it to be Tai Tai.
Tai.
I wanted it to be Tai Tai. Tai Huang, 430. Jacob Mullen on 400. Stephen Keogh on 380. Chris Johnson, the Macca pack.
Yeah, well up there.
Very nice. Trig on 300. Look at the names in this, man. Look at the names all the way down.
Matt Davenport in the mix. Span 140k. Towers Chunman's there. Michael Kane, another big main. Riggy still in the mix.
There are some names. Chufty, Richard Ashby, going along nicely. Joe Hindry. Wow, Sonny Mystery, Tom Bacon. There are some names in there, let me tell you. Wowzers. We are on 51. We are on 51.
The featured table, guys.
Who have we got?
I'll let you know who we have got if you are just joining us. In 1's going to be Sean Walsh. In 2, Joe Hindry. In 3, Rennie Z. In 4 is Leon Campbell. 6 is James Rand. 7, Sonny Mystery. And in 9 is Archibald Seaton.
Indeedy, indeedy. 51 out of 416. Beats working, getting 16 to 1 Jay's trebles. Oh, you're not wrong. Well done, young man.
Cheers, thank you.
Well done, young man.
Nice little touch. Very nice little touch.
Fabulous. You don't get many 16 to 1 trebles coming in very often.
Said I was on form with the old football bets.
You did indeed. You did indeed. Fabulous. Hey, Pete Whitehouse, watching on YouTube. Hope you're all right, Pete. Any eliminations as we get closer and closer to the money, we will let you know. 51 out of 416.
Yeah, so Sean here with 16 bigs behind, just letting the bottom pair go here. I'm surprised to see that, especially with all the back doors. I'm just preserving his stack, waiting for a better spot.
Last man out before the break was Neo Neophytu. Gone. He is out. Well, hope to see you soon, Pete. Hope to see you again very soon. The £200 was running on well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looks busy.
Yeah.
Looks really busy, the side event.
I'll give you the numbers very soon because I'm just having a Well, we got the Obnobs
Yep.
and we got the Lindors.
Yep.
And Catherine went out. So it's a good job she delivered them because she's not in here anymore. Gone. She's out the door.
So in the £200 buy-in, we have 94 entries so
Excellent.
far. 94. Late reg still open that one, so could see that hit 100.
Sunny mystery with the Cowboys. Joe Hindry. Oh, nice. Nice.
Smashes this one. Not going to get any action at all though here from Joe. Just going to start betting his pocket kings, and just a quick fold from Joe Hindry. Back off of his 888 victory a couple of weeks ago for 60k.
Indeed.
There's the prizes, bottom of the screen. Probably not going to get to the money this session, but if it's not this session, it will definitely be penultimate session of the day. It is usually level 16 or 17 when the money bubble bursts. This is level 15. As you can see at the top of your screen there is 51 players remaining and 38 players getting paid.
Yep.
So actually not too far off that, actually. It could,
No.
be
I
level
said middle of level 17, so I might be right for once. Don't get much right. Like back in Sheffield Wednesday, you know.
Are you barred from the trebles now?
Yep, done. Done. Weirdly enough, I had Middlesbrough in another line. They came in, which I didn't put in the treble. You know, it's just annoying sometimes when you do too many lines. You know what it's like.
Archie raising the ace-5 suited here, and Sean facing this cut-off open. Good from him, taking this spot with his 16 bigs. Just sub. And Archie can't call off with the ace-5 suited. Much better hand to have the aggression and be the one shoving with, rather than the player calling it off. And Archie has to let this one go tower.
So 20 bigs for Sean, 26 bigs for Sonny.
Yeah, it's a great turnout, Pete. Still getting over 400 entries here at Coventry is a really, really good effort from everyone.
416 for the main. Fantastic effort. Good to see so many cash tables running as well. There's been 8 and 9 every single day. It's been excellent. Really good. And then obviously we're back down in late August for Goliath.
And Renee's going to give Liam a walk.
Come on, Archie. Stoke, lad. Come on, Archie.
So Joe, King 6 of hearts.
Rennie unable to do anything under 3k blind. Still got 30 bigs, Rennie, which gets out of the way.
Leon might be thinking potentially about a light free bet here, especially versus Joe Hindry cut off open, but thinks better of it there with the suited king. James run here. king 3 off in the big blind, doesn't choose to defend.
We had 5 out of 6 winners today, brothers.
Yep.
Half time we had 5 out of 6 winning, and at full time we still had 5 out of 6 winning. Jay's treble at 16 to 1 came in. Mine was done by Sheffield Wednesday. The other 2 won. But well done, 1-0. And in Manchester it is just a Jay's treble. I've quit. So yeah, if you're on the 16 to 1, bit of fun while we are here. Jay coming up with the goods.
James here in the small. Can peel this one tail up, 7-8 of hearts. Fine to call this one in the small blind. Archie with the 6s, opening under the gun, and Sonny not defending the 6 deuce off. Flop of 8-6-5 rainbow here. Want to be betting this one, especially with this hand as Archie. The 9 equity to overs. We're obviously going to have plenty of ace-x being the opener under the gun. And, a lot of the time we're just going to get it through as he does.
Kelvin says, what was the treble? And well done. All the Bs.
Yeah, all the Bs. I went for Birmingham, Brentford and Bolton. Paid just over 16 to 1. Yeah.
It was a bit juicy picking Brentford, let me tell you.
I said that. I did say they were due. I said they're due to win a game.
You did. You told me. You said it. All above even money. Well above even money for a 16 to 1 treble. Rene's all in. Really? Yeah, 6s. 30 big shove.
It's a lot, Tower.
That's huge.
28. Yeah, 28 big blind shove here from Rene. This is
Is she double parked?
I don't know. It's going to get. Wow, an Archie calls.
Whoa, what's happening here? A 28 big blind shove and a call with a7. Oh my days.
Is her stack size correct?
Yeah. It was bang on at the dinner break. Everything was bang on at the dinner break. All chip counts were done and they were all spot on.
Oh, this is optimistic from both players, and somehow Archie's called and's in a flip situation here.
28 big rip with 6s. Just trying to nick the blinds. And the ace on the flop. She's in danger.
Yeah, she's going to need help now, Tower. 6
Rennie's-
or some runners.
Rennie's in danger. Needs a 6.
Only a 6.
Oh, she's out the door. Well, that's just madness, man.
Yeah, it's madness.
Oh my days. 28 big rip off.
The thing is, the call though, Tower. That's just as optimistic. But wow, very surprised to see that. We're going to lose Rene Z, and as we lose her, we're going to head over to one of the outer tables. There's Paul Rigg.
Oh, Riggy! Get that out of your mouth, you. Riggy. Chuffed, Richard Ashby for the oldies. One of the biggest players in the early days of online poker. One of the hugest in the world. Richard Ashby. Stephen Keogh, as you look there.
Yeah, he's got 700k, Tower.
He only had 360 at the break.
Oh, okay.
He was sat with Radut,
Yeah, Radu Donut, yeah.
and he managed to 4-bet ship
Ace 9.
Ace
Radu.
9.
I was called by aces. Mad Turk there. Next
Ace
to him.
9.
Jacob Mulhern in 5. There's Sanjay Patel. And
the trigger.
Yeah, our sponsored pro Rick Trigg.
And the trigonometry. So yes, the Alex Z in seat number 1. Simon Taberham. There's Simon in seat number 1.
There's Lawrence from yesterday.
Lawrence. Oh, you're Loza. Cameron Druitt. Cameron stacking about 150, 180. Macapac smiling away as ever. About 250,000.
He did catch a
There
smile.
you go.
there,
Tim
Tower.
Wright as well. There you go. I did say one day he'd smile for the cameras, and there he has just done it. And Matt Davenport as well. So that's 2 of the tables on the outside, but the one with Stephen Keogh was just mental, wasn't it?
Yeah,
4-bet jam,
for 240k.
240k with
Well,
ace
Radu.
9 off.
And Stephen had aces and held, and it's now up to 700k around that mark. We will have a look at some of the other outers. That was table 17 and 19. But we will go to the others very shortly.
We will.
Feature.
Fabulous. Great to see all the tables on the outer. Floor and feature.
That's how much scooping cards in my sleeve for these cards. So I've kept them there. These are cards. This one's
So Queen 8 versus Queen 8.
I'll keep them there.
Joe should be defending this one. He hasn't instant defended. Usually does play pretty quickly, Joe
I think
Hendry.
he's just turned the cards over with his sleeve. I think that's what's just happened. They caught them and somebody saw them.
So basically, as I've collected these cards, I've kept them here. Obviously, this would help us raise those cards. You've got to do this. I have to take them all off. So I have to carry that to all good, yeah? Happy, yeah?
So he has to turn all the whole cards over because they were spied. They were spied there. Everybody's got now the same advantage. He apologises for that. He'll be wearing a short sleeve shirt tomorrow. And away we go.
Singh says on Poker News, Rene had 45k at the dinner break. So that might be the case now. I know Rene, and I don't think she's ever going to shove sixes for 28 bigs. Rene knows that she shouldn't be doing that, and as well the call from Archibald in Sync 9, he called pretty quick with A7. That would make a lot more sense, 15 bigs.
It would. Apologies, Rene.
Yeah, if that is the case, it makes a lot more sense. This pot going the way of James Rand. Just going to continue here on the king high board, some nice backdoors, and gets Joe Hendry to fold. Let's see what's going on table 21.
Now what's on the table? These pans are amazing.
There's Tai Huang, one of the chip leaders at the dinner break, sat next to Michael Caine and David.
There's Mike. David Shamil. Charlie. Oh, Charlie Denton. Lives in Birkdale. One of the nicest golf courses in the entire world.
There's Rodrigo Hernandez.
Mr. Hernandez sat next to Mr. Gary White.
Gary's doing all right, so he's got
Yeah.
like 300k down here. Not a stack for Gary White had to have at this stage of the day. There's Ivor Sampson, and on his left is Oliver Hutchins.
There's Oliver. Was on our feature to start with today. Oliver playing well, 170,000-ish. Very nice indeed. And then straight to the tables, James Parker in 1. Callegro Morelli in seat number 2 with about 150.
Sat next to Lee Frenchie.
Frenchie!
Started the day with a decent stack. Still going along nicely.
Now there's no need to feel down because Chunman's in the building.
Chum man.
George Beddy's not in his seat. George was sat there. Maybe he's balanced the tables. And Gorinda Purewell making up the table.
Yeah, nice little look there. What was
Making
going
up
on the
table.
outers?
Fabulous.
Great for you guys to see.
Excellent.
Back to the action, blind on blind, between Joe Hendry and Leon. Joe raises up the ace 4 and Leon 3 bets the pocket 8s. Quick fold from Joe.
But I just don't see it. So. 3 to go.
Jagger is still in. Lewis. We've got one more out of tables to show you. We'll go to that table at the end of this hand. Then you've seen all the faces that are left in the field. As Joe makes it 6k with the ace 5 on the button. Into the big blind of James Rand. And he's got kings. Versus a Joe Hendry button open. I wouldn't mind seeing a flat once in a while, because there are a lot of hands that Joe's just going to fold to our 3-bet. Once he opens the button, going to be opening very wide, and no action for James there with the kings. Let's go to the final out of table. Final look at the faces left in one there, Paulius Kostikis. This was the table before the break.
Yeah, Wadey in 2.
Yeah, there's
with
Wadey.
chunks. 300,000 Wadey. And Mitch Hynam playing well to his left as well. Mitch Hynam. We're around about the same stack by the looks of that.
Seat 4, GDPR. Seat 5 sat next to Razvan Persicanu.
Razvan. And the guy that's playing well today, Mr. Jacob Stone.
Yeah.
He is playing well.
Won that massive flip versus Span, didn't he?
Yeah. And as if by magic, you ask for... Oh
no, Jagger's been moved. He is still in.
Oh,
but
Jagger has been moved.
He's been moved table.
Yeah.
Probably in between pans, and they're spanned in seat 9. But James Jagger is still in the mix. Only person we didn't actually catch on that pan. So complete from James here with the 10-3, and Sonny here with the ace-10. Just moves all in, and going to be a quick fold from James.
So there's 48 left. 48.
I'm Everton, sadly.
38 get the money. I thought Pete had the caps lock on because that's the only thing he could see.
No, not quite. We would have beaten the Burnley or something against Leicester. Yeah, so we need to just get our points now. I mean, luckily we've got like a lot of games now against some people who just like need to get the points. Not easy when we keep playing like we are.
Lead open, 17-5.
6,000. I think we can do it though.
Seed open 17-5 was the big shout there, and that's Paul Haycock.
So Paul Haycock gone.
Ace-2-5 flop.
And Joe happy to continue on the ace high board here. Price for 6.5, and Leon here does have backdoor clubs, but maybe optimistic to call this spot. May float, see if Joe slows down on the turn, but I think best thing to do is just that, let it go into the muck.
So Paul Aycock, the last man out. Paul Aycock finishing in 48th.
It folds round to Sonny on the button, who's not going to continue. And Joe happy to complete here. Action on Archie with the 10-8. Just chooses to check his option. And flops an up and down on Jack 9-3. So probably want to start firing here with our 10 high. Got decent draw, we're blind on blind. We're just going to get a lot of folds from a large part of Jay's range that's going to complete in the small. He does end up getting it through, just a quick fold.
Who's coming in? Who we got coming in? Who that? Is that Chris Collins?
It open 17-9.
Yeah, that's Chris Collins coming into the fold. Looks like Chris Collins is on his way in.
This is very loose from Joe. Tower opening ace-5 off under the gun. It does flop 2 pair on King, King, 5, 2 diamonds. And just going to start betting this now. Very likely to have the best hand, but there are a lot of bad turns.
So we're 800 all the way through now, which is makes it better for the players. 800 all the way through.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's like the best form of poker, Tower, eight-handed.
Yeah.
Nice bit of leg room as well. A bit of space. Commentators, what do you know about the players? Who do you have your money on to win? Probably like 80% of the field we're familiar with, regulars on the tour. There's a lot of players that support this tour regularly. Still some big notable names in, very good players. Joe Hindley, one of them to look out for on this table. I know Sean in one can play as well. Leon just won the mini earlier on this week. There's plenty of big names left in the field. It would be hard to pick at this stage with 48 remaining.
Yeah. We'll have a look when there's 3 tables maybe, or the latest chip counts at the break, and we'll get somebody going for a really good run. And we'll pick up somebody who's pick a name to watch for the final table. But at the moment, with 48 left, it is a bit tough, especially when we only concentrate on the main table as well, on our feature table. Rennie Share and Paul Aycock, the last 2 out.
Well, we lost one after Paul Haycock tower.
Oh no!
Short stack to start the day, had a spin up.
Wow, that was a spin.
Yeah, coming with 8k today. Sartoris Giorgio has gone, and we've also lost Chris Trick. Which leaves us with 46. 46 players remaining.
4 and 6, 46. Come on, Archie. Stokes rooting for you.
Ace Queen Jack Rainbow board. Top pair for Joe after completing the A7, and just comes out firing. Quick fold from Chris with his gut shot.
Lines 1500, 3000. Eight off the money.
And Joe just 3 bets to 19k. And this is why we opened the Ace Jack off of this 20 big blind stack, just under 20 bigs. Don't want to just be opening ripping it. We have a chance to get away from the hand now. After met with this 3 bet from Jake. As always say, general rule of thumb, the sort of offsuit Broadway combinations when you open EP and get 3 bet should just be hitting the muck, unless it's like Ace Queen, Ace King. Ace Jack off here for Sonny, should just let this one go tower.
Indeed he does.
Good fold.
Nice fold, Sonny. Nice fold. Sonny on 17 big, Sean on 15. We'll be making moves in the next orbit or so. Table.
$38 get paid, Mel. So we are 10 off the money. Well, we're actually 8 off the money because there's 46 remaining. We'll get the ticker updated.
We are 8 off the money. You'll see the bubble burst on whatever table it will be whenever it goes.
I don't mind the 3 bet at all here from Archie. But only thing I will say, Tower, what am I going to say?
What are you going to say?
Free bet raised to 6.5, free bet to 11. It's just way too small.
Far too small.
Yeah, sizing is just really off here for Archie. Don't mind incorporating the king queen into a free bet bluff range, but
Yeah.
sizing here is just really, really small. Like usually a lot of the time as well when you see this, it does look a lot like aces or kings, like you're choosing a size that just wants action. And Leon here,
I'm just calling.
oh, he's
I
cold
thought he
four.
was. Thought
Yeah, I thought, oh, he has. He's cold 4. He's cold 4. The 10-9 of clubs, and Leon definitely doesn't do this if Archie chooses a legitimate sizing with the king queen. And Leon just cold 4s with 10-9 out of the small blind.
Sweet.
After EP open, EP free bet, no fear that man, times it to perfection as well. And the thing is, they've probably been at the table together a lot throughout the day, and if Leon's seen Archibald free bet, say 3x or 3.5x, and then rock up with showdown with a decent hand, and then he's suddenly seen that size, he might have picked up on a little sizing tell there, and if that was the case, really well played from the man in seat 4. Well, Joe, happy Saturday, lads. Tower is looking well. In another note, has anyone seen my glasses?
Oh, yeah. Huh. Good to have you on board, Wild Joe. Jay with AJ.
Certainly fine to defend the 5-3 of spades, facing the open.
All fine. Whoa, 5-3. You've got the flush draw against top pair. Decent kicker.
Yeah, Sonny could just potentially check rip this as well, Tower.
I think he is.
Yeah,
Oh,
there it is.
snap, check, rip.
And it's going to be an easy call for Jay. And
Yeah.
Sonny going to need to find a spade to stay alive.
Oh, he's out the door. Sonny Mystery. Needs a spade. Running straight cards. Oh, he is out. That's no help. We're down to a spade. And a spade only for Sonny Mystery, and it's not, it's another ace. So we lose Sonny Mystery.
Just before that, Tower, we did lose Tom Bacon and
Oh, wow.
James Jagger.
So we're on 40. We're on 43. We are on 43. Sonny Mystery with the spade draw. James Jagger eliminated. And Tom Bacon also eliminated too, which means we're down to 43. Four and 3, 43. So we're now 5 off the money. It's getting a little bit tense for these players. 43. So we're on 43. Sonny Mystery just eliminated. James Jagger has gone out, and Tom Bacon, Chris Trick. Soteris, Paul Aycock, and Renishare Radu Denut this session. We are 5 off the money.
Leon opening King 8 suited, raises to 6.5, and Jay got an easy defend in the big blind with the Ace 8 of clubs. Jack 7 deuce, rainbow board. So expect Leon to have plenty of continues here, fairly dry. We've got an 8 with backdoor spades, so some nice backdoor possibilities. Sorry guys, just muted the mic. Rene came in and just letting us know earlier we saw her shove the sixes, what looked like 28 bigs on the graphic. It was only 11 bigs. It was a slight error of stack size, got input wrong at the dinner break, so chip counts were incorrect. That's all that was down to. But Rene, as we guessed, didn't shove the sixes for that amount. Didn't think that would ever be the case, and that's just been confirmed as Leon 3 bets to 19.5 with the ace queen, and action going to be back on Joe here with the pocket eights. And how active Leon's been, and Leon plays here, can't see Joe ever letting the pocket eights go versus this particular opponent, but he is going to fold. Just gives Leon credit, and just letting it go out of position as well, maybe not wanting to tangle. We are near the money as well. That's obviously a factor to take into account. We're 5 places off the money. Hey there Mick, I will run the payouts across the bottom of the screen for you. And John Kelly says good luck Joe and Leon on this table. You missed the treble, Mick, working all day. You missed the treble. We finally got one up on stream. There's Joe Hindry. Big upgrade from the eights the hand before. 2 red kings. Raises to 6,000. And fold around to Sean in the big blind. Let's it go. Gary McGaffney, thanks to Jay, I'm eating the treble. And how are we doing, Trig? Evening lads, hope you're well. Is Sim Mellin still in? No, Sinner busted last session. She had a real grim one. Real grim one. Got it in on Queen 8-5, all in on the flop versus Queen 6, I think it was. So set versus top pair. It was top pair flush draw. It come 8, turn 8, river on Queen 8-5 to give the Queen 6 a bigger boat. So yeah, got really unlucky, Trig. Good to see you in the chat.
That's a better rule.
He looked close when they did that.
Last card's a better rule. First card's a 2.
Ace 10 for Chris, under the gun. Chooses not to get involved here. I'm surprised this, nearing the bubble as well. And we're not even a full ring here, we're not 8-handed, we're 7-handed. Chris, full better opening. Action going to be on Sean Walsh here in the small blind. Has to let it go, gives Joe the walk. How you doing, Ali? Well done on winning the treble today, Jay. Happy for you. I won a 5-fold myself. Well done. Getting a 5-fold out now, that is difficult. Treble's one thing. Yeah, no, it was. I put a treble out today, and 16 to 1 somehow got very binky and managed to get it up. Towers treble was close as well. That was 2 out of the 3 we done between our 2 trebles. We had 5 of the 6 matches come in. Yeah, we'll see you soon, Trig. So really expect things to slow down now, guys, the next hour or so until that money bubble bursts. We're only 5 spots off the money. Don't think we're going to have an influx of bust outs like we've had so far today, and this is probably where it is going to start to slow. as Joe completes in the small with the queen 3, and Chris just checks his option with the 7-8 and flops best on ace 9-8, 2 spades.
Bet. Fold.
Joe leading here for 1 big blind, and Chris not going anywhere after catching a piece. 6 of diamonds on the turn. There are some decent turn cards for us with this holding as Joe that we can potentially double barrel, but this 6 of diamonds, like the decision to check, and Chris looks like he's happy to fire now.
Bet 7,500. Fold.
Just a quick fold from Joe Hindry. Cheers, Mick. Did feel good. It's nice to have the sweat and it actually hold as well.
Yeah, that's it. I'll go with it. Take it, yeah, take it.
Bit of a stretch, I can see it. A little bit, now you get looking up. I'm tripping on accident.
So you say it's a compliment.
A dark haired butcher.
Raise 1,000.
Joe on the button with the 9-7. Happy to raise here, makes it 6k into the big blind of Leon, who not going to be going anywhere with a suited 1 gapper. Can happily defend this one.
One gets to get up to the left. Actually come in and do a left.
Mini main champion
They told
earlier on this week, looking for the main event title as well. Only 1 player in GUKPT history has ever done the double. Adam Owen, back in 2018, I believe it was. First time we ever saw a mini and a main double. Leon in with a shout still with 43 players remaining. And flops best on the Queen 8-4 rainbow board. Wrap round at 8, Joe not choosing to continue. Quick check behind. And Leon gets a lovely card for his hand, turning straight draw, flush draw to go with his pair. Just going to choose to lead here. Joe has picked up gut shot, but board that is going to really favour Leon here, being the big blind defender. And Joe just gets out the way.
Then you drop back to a little player on the line and just look like you can do it.
And I'll throw the online ticker on as well, guys. You can see what's going on online this weekend. The close of the 1.5 million guaranteed bounty builder series. We got a €100 main event. We got a 1k high roller on Sunday. You can find satellites to get them for a fraction of the buy-in on grosvenorpoker.com. Joe just folding the 10-7 of hearts here on the cutoff. Really surprised to see that. Maybe he's just aware that he's been opening a lot of hands and think that he may get played back at too often, which would have probably been the case from Chris. Probably would have free bet this ace-10 on the button, so maybe a well-timed fold from Joe in the cutoff with a hand that you expect to see him open, and then leaves Chris room to raise to 6.5 on the button with the ace-10. And James ran here with the offsuit king this close to the money, just going to hit the muck. Let's have a look. Mark sent me a little message of what's happening in Jamaica. Let's have a little butchers. Yeah, it looks beautiful. Weather looks unreal out there. Skies are blue. Beach looks lovely. Hope you're having a good time, mate. Thanks for tuning in while you're over there. Joe's got like 35, between 35 and 40 bigs, Joe Hendry at the moment. Yeah, surprised to see him let it go as well, Josh. I'm sure Joe had his reasons, but obviously expect to just see him open that. And Archie here with the aces will be opening under the gun. Need to apologise for old Archie saying the A7 call. Thought we was for 28 bigs, but it was a stack error.
So does that makes his stack now bigger than what it should do?
Maybe, yeah, maybe Tower. It could be the case. We should be out by 17 big blinds. Renee said she shoved for 11, so it should be out by 17 bigs, but 17 bigs at 3k level, yeah, 50, it's probably 51k out. So Chris here, unfortunate for him, finding ace queen, don't mind the 3-bet at all here, but Archie being 3-bet and sat there with aces, loving life. Both options open to us here. He's going to just choose the call. Love this from him. This is really, really nice. Wow, and Archie flatting the aces here is going to pay dividends, because Chris flopping top pair, top kicker. Not really too much we're worried about. Jacks and sevens mainly are the bother, but other than that, not really much else out there. Only one combo of Queen Jack, and that's the Queen Jack of spades, because we hold the Queen of hearts in our hands. This is just a lovely board for us, being the 3-better. And Archie, hopefully Tower continues to play it tricky. Like this a lot from the man in yellow. Really big fan of this. And the 10 of spades on the turn. So both players aren't going to love this card. Ace King does complete, although Archie shouldn't have too much Ace King. That's probably going to veer towards 4-bet a lot more. But however, we are closing in on the money, so Ace King may choose the flat gun versus cut off this stage of the tournament. I guess it can still be in there for both players. But obviously Chris's main worry, as I said, is going to be the jacks, sevens, and that's about it, and the one combo of Queen Jack that Archie can have, and that's the Queen Jack of spades. So Chris happy to fire again, bets 34 into 87, so 40% on the turn. And Archie hopefully just a call here. It is just going to call. That's what we want to see. With the aces, playing this one to perfection. And the 4 of spades on the river. And now Chris, can we ever get value from worse? King, Queen suited in there, 2 combos of that, both spades and clubs. But other than that, not really getting paid by much more, and Archie's going to see the fact that he didn't 4-bet this hand pre has got him the maximum here. Very well played there from the man in seat 9, mixing it up with the aces, which you do need to do some of the times, and he is up to 275k.
Like it. We reckon it's about 40k short, 40k difference zone.
Yeah,
because of these cheap stack of Rennie not being 80.
Yeah. Enough to be happy with.
But still.
that's Mark in
Who's
Jamaica.
that?
Mark in Jamaica.
Well, if you're on Jay's treble, you might have another fortnight out there. Look at that. That's stunning watching the live stream. That's going to be the best view of anybody watching the live stream. That's amazing.
job is pretty close. I think most of the race involved in these.
Yeah. Fold.
Ah, okay.
I always prefer to pull ace queen than aces in the whole world. There's more aces to it. Block queen.
6 minutes on the clock before we hit the halfway point of the day and the blinds go up and we go into level 16. We have just lost one more tower, which is going to put us down to 42.
Who's that?
Rupinder Bedi.
George has gone.
So Rupinder
George Beddy's out.
finishing 5 spots short of the money.
Means we're on 42.
So 4 away. It's gone fairly quick today, isn't it, Tower? It's started the day with 127, I believe. 129, sorry.
Yeah.
Raise 6,000. Fold.
Just playing in flow, Brad, with the aces. Want to induce from some bluff still, and the way he's played it, I think he's played it perfectly fine, old Archie. Not just going to randomly donk the river on this run out where, in a range perspective, our opponent's going to have ace king a lot more than us. Yeah, we may still flat it at some frequency and not 4-bet, but they're always going to 3-bet it in that scenario, or at least close to 100%.
George come out again. Coventry has delivered 416 runners. We're down to 42.
Oi, oi, Jim Marlowe got on the treble. At least someone else did. I thought it was just Gary McGaffney.
Oi, oi.
I think you and Gary are the only two that got on it, Jim. And myself, obviously. Tower didn't even get on it. He didn't have the faith. He didn't fancy Brentford, so he didn't put it on.
I've probably put everybody off that much that they just thought, yeah, whatever. I thought Brentford was just very hopeful. Didn't just come in. Didn't it mean something like 4-0 or something?
3-1 in the end. They went 4-0 up, but it was disallowed, and then Norwich got one back in stoppage time.
Made no difference by then.
Yep.
It was in. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what Chinese is, Jim.
What's it Chinese?
I've never heard that one.
A Chinese.
Raise 7,000. Fold.
I'm guessing 20 maybe a score. Or a
Well,
pony.
that'd be a score.
Yeah,
a
I
pony,
know,
a
maybe.
pony would be 25.
Yeah, I know. He's
What's Chinese? 33s. Come on then, tell us what's a Chinese.
Fold.
J opening King Queen of Hearts. Gets a lovely flop, Queen 9-7.
Check.
Not going to get any action from Chris though.
Bet.
Just going to
7,000.
check fold the King 8.
Fold.
Michael says the lead's going down. Well, I don't know anything about this new manager, and I didn't know anything about the last manager. But he got Leeds playing, didn't he? And obviously got them promoted and stayed up last year. Second year syndrome, that's the problem with all these new clubs coming up. into the Premier League. I hope they don't. I think they're great for the Prem. So I'm going to say no.
Hold. Raise 7,000.
Yeah, 30. Still alright, Jim. Well, Nick the Monkey.
Absolutely.
Never heard that though. Never heard that in my life. Chinese being 30.
Fold, fold.
As Jay raises ace 10. Back to back opens from him, makes it 7k. Leon not one to fold his big blind too lightly, so he's happy to defend the 5-4 off. Perfectly fine to defend this one. He'll connect up and flops best on Jack 9-4 Rainbow.
Check.
Check from Leon. And Jay not choosing to continue.
King of Hearts on the turn.
Probably going to see delay continue here though from Jay. A lot of the time tower on this King of Hearts turn, which can be a card that's very good for us, especially once we check back flop as well. So glad that Jay is going to start firing now. And Leon can't really call here with his 4-5 unless his first is like a one big blind bet. 8k into 18k, so 40% pot. Just going to have to let this one go as Leon, but Leon may have other ideas. I'm just not sure how we can continue here. A 4 or a 5 is the only good river for us. Looks like Leon sniffing it out is happy to call here once. Wonder what the plan is versus a double barrel. Well, we know what it would be now. 5 of clubs on the river. Leon river in 2 pair. And if we're calling on the turn here, Tal, we must think that Jay's light, so have to check here now. But we're not calling to it a 4 or a 5. Well, he is going to start leading here, but if we call turn, we have to check this river, because I guess we're calling turn because we think Jay's going to be light in this spot, and does lead for 25k, and Jay's just going to let the ace 10 go here. It's just interesting, like why we lead here. Like Jay's still going to continue, probably getting value from some King X, King 10, King Queen, Ace King. And then the thing is, I think we should just fold turn, but if we do call turn, why are we leading this river? Because we should only be calling turn if we think that Jay is really light, if we have some sort of read that he's at it.
Alright, we have a new level, 2004.
Even Mehmet in North Cyprus has got involved. Just waiting on Liverpool. Side event today, 122 runners. Fabulous. Well done, one and all. We're 122 runners in the 200 pounder. And we are on 42. No, the bubble hasn't burst. We're on 42. 38 get the money as the blinds have just gone up. Blinds are now 2,000, 4,000. Usually this level when the money goes and the bubble bursts, but we have slowed down somewhat because it's tightening up, as everybody wants the chunk of the prize pool. Scrolling across the bottom is what we're playing for.
Still 90 odd K up top. 93,000. A lot of money to win for a £900 buy-in. Well, we'll show you now, Sean.
We'll show you now.
This is what's going on in June. There you go. Starts at Berry New Road. We've got G400. And then you've got a choice of 25s at Birmingham Hill Street or Reading. Deep stack in Glasgow if you're from Scotland. And then we've also got another G400 the following week in June. This one running here at the CBS Arena where we are now. A couple of 25s that week, as well as the deep stack in Blackpool, which this man could be playing. Plenty coming up.
Yep, and also running into June, the GUKPT Luton. From the 26th of May till the 5th of June. And then he's off. Alright, lad, sitting on a set my soul, gotta set my soul on fire. You gotta. Guess where he's going?
Speaking of some live music, we've got live music coming on about 8 o'clock tonight at the tower, yeah, in Lady G. So there might be some background noise guys from about that time because
might join in.
There's going to be. I'm not sure. Is it a band in there?
No.
It's
a. There might be some singing and dancing, but it's a drag artist.
Okay.
So a bit of light entertainment and a lot of fun. Lady G's will be opening tonight, and there'll be a DJ on singing and dancing and flirting away.
Rose from Joe in the hijack, Leon just flattening the deuces, James not peeling the suited ace in the small. Could definitely peel that one. I just think near the bubble here, 4 spots off. With our stack, we're pretty locked for a min cash if we just fold our way to the right side of the money, maybe not wanting to get too involved. And flop of 8-5-3 at Rainbow. Great flop here for Joe Hindry, overpair to the board. So going to be happily betting this one with his pocket tens.
12,500. Fold.
Pokemel, it's being postponed again because there's a refurb. They're having a refurb. There was going to be another 25, I think it was in a couple of weeks, but they're having a refurb, so there is no. That's been postponed again. I'm sure it'll be on later in the year. And obviously from the early dates that were set out from end of last year, Reading has been changed to later in the year. Is Reading the last GUKPT before Goliath?
Yes.
Ooh. Yes.
Sean's been pretty card dead. Not much he can do but just keep folding. Down to 30k now. Approaching the money.
Raise 8,000.
Leon happy to open the 8-9 off. We are closing in, as I say, on the bubble, so maybe just going to start loosening up a little bit here, Leon.
Right.
Hasn't really got a monster stack to do it with, but he is fearless and just happy to start raising hands like these. 7-handed in the cut-off, not actually too bad, 9-8 off.
King, Queen, 5.
This is just going to be a board that favours us as Leon being the opener versus big blind defend range, so going to have lots of continues.
Raise 8,000.
Ace 7 of Joe raises to 8,000. The hooks for Chris.
Yeah, just call in here, Tower. Versus under the gun, it's disastrous for us if we 3-bet here and get 4-bet ripped on this close to the money bubble. However, James Run here, 25 big blinds opening a call this close to the money. Wouldn't be surprised to just see him move all in here, Tower.
If he rips it, what do the hooks do?
70,000.
Oh yeah, effective rip. 3-bets to 70k, leaving himself a third of his stack behind. And Joe has to get out of the way, and this is horrible for us as Chris here on the bubble. But I'm not folding, Tower. Give a flat here. I'm not folding. I'm just going with it. But
I'm with you.
James might do this with 10s, 9s, and
there's the decision now. So now we're off to the races. Ace King for James. James is at risk. James is at risk.
Yeah, a bit of a setup this close to the money.
Yep.
We're either going to lose one or
Cripple.
Yep. It looks like James
straight in.
He's going to get the double. Got a fade, 2 jacks still, but that is a great flop for us, and just a red jack to fade on the river.
Straight in the wind of the double. Nice, 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 nice.
And now Chris down to that 8 big blind remit. Both Chris and Sean very short on this table, trying to eke their way to 38th place or better. Decent min cash as well, £2,250.
Yep,
double plus more.
So we have slowed down in the room as we thought was going to be the case.
Yeah, we've not lost one for 25 minutes, Tower.
No.
It has slowed. The J raising to 8k with the pocket 3s. And Sean here in the cut-off. Sean sitting very shallow here with the A7 of diamonds. It's whether he wants to take it or whether he wants to wait another orbit, but he's going to take this spot. Ain't going to get called off, Tower. Jay's not folding for this amount. That's the call. Does Jay. And it's Sean flipping for his tournament life.
Sean is at risk.
And then Hercules. I'll come to your question in a moment, mate. We'll just cover this hand and then I'll let you know.
Do we double up? Or do we lose one and get closer to the money for everybody else? Ace 7. We've got ace, ace, queen. That'll do. We just need a fade of 3.
Yep.
Fade in a 3. Fade in a 3, and we do! We fade, so we double up close to the money. A much needed double up for Sean, sat in seat number 1.
Okay, gents, see what you feel it.
Hercules says, loving the coverage. Could you talk through good strategies for playing close to the bubble from low, mid and big stack size perspectives? Thank you. Right, so when you're a short stack, you're going to want to do a lot of folding. You're not really going to want to get involved too much unless you get dealt one of your premiums. You're like jacks, queens, kings, aces, ace, king, ace, queen, and then you're still going to want to get these hands in. You don't want to be folding them. You've still got the chance. Like just picking up blind and ante at this stage is massive for a short stack when you've got like that 10 big blind stack limit. So you do want to play fairly snug and wait for one of those holdings. There's a lot of folding going to go on. Sometimes you sit there on the bubble for an hour and you don't play a hand. It's just a lot of folding going on. The middling stacks want to really try and avoid the bigger stacks. They don't want to start getting involved too much with stack sizes that have them covered because they're pretty locked for a min cash themselves, and maybe like in situations where you're post bubble or away from the bubble, hands that you would usually free bet, you're going to probably start flattening more of those because of that reason. It's just bad for us when we've got like 20-30 big blinds to bust when we're pretty loco for a min cash if we just fold our way into the money. And then the big stack strategy, when you've got the whole table covered, you can start opening a lot wider because of that reasons. It counteracts each other. You know the small stacks are going to be playing tighter, and you know the middling stacks, they're not going to want to tangle with you, so you're going to get more raises through. You're going to get chip up more. Sometimes you'll get played back up by another big stack, but if they realise what you're up to. But that's what you tend to see usually, the big stack opening up their range, playing from a lot of different positions, all different types of hands, and just keep trying to pick up the blinds and ante and chip up that way, and then applying pressure on streets post flop as well, because no one wants to bust and not lock up that min cash when they've played for 2 days. And that's basically it in a nutshell. It can go a lot more complex than that, but just from a basic strategy perspective, that's what you tend to see. Hercules.
Buying for this, Dave, was £1,000 straight. 900 plus 1,000, and here's the prize ticket strolling across the bottom on who played and how many played and what is up for grabs. Short stacks in. Oh, short stack is in.
Yeah, and Joe has to call it off. Chris with just 6 big blinds.
So Joe calls, Chris sees the good news, 70% equity to get a double.
Yeah, just lost that massive flip. Just fading 5s here. To the flop.
That'll just about lock it up. That just about locks it. Oh,
don't
no,
why say
don't
that,
do it.
Tower.
I'm off. I'm off.
If this comes running
No
5s.
way, I'm off.
Oh, God, those are clubs. Back up to 60k now, Chris. A lot more room for manoeuvre.
Uh,
21 out says, what are your thoughts on keeping the short stack in instead of calling off with ace-5 off versus the short stack they're talking about? As Joe, the thing is, Joe's not actually too chipped up there, but Joe's not going to open to 2 big blinds and then fold for another 4 bigs, getting that price. And the thing is as well, we're not on the stone bubble 21 outs. Even if let's say Joe had $500,000, he'd still call there. Like obviously, if he had that sort of stack, he wouldn't want the bubble to burst. But at this stage, when we're still 4 off the money, we're not on the stone bubble there. He's definitely would just always call in the price he's getting any 2 that he opens on the button in that scenario. There obviously are some scenarios and some arguments that when there's like 3-4 big blind stack at your table, to keep them in on the stone bubble, so you can just start applying pressure to everyone else at the table because they know that that stack's got less than an orbit before they're going to have to put their chips in. But at this stage here, there's no need to ever fold their 21 outs, especially with Joe's particular stack in question. Like, look, he's only got 30 plus bigs, not like he's got a monster 100 plus big stack at this stage. And Queen 9 raise to 8k from Joe. And Leon plays well, and he's doing this for the reason we're being on the bubble here. He has Joe covered, and Joe's going to have a hard time tagging him for that reason. Not going to want to get involved too much with Leon when he does have us covered here and can put us in some difficult spots, and Joe's just going to have to fold again. But there's not, compared to some of the outer tables, there's not actually too many chips on this table.
No.
There's like hardly any compared to what the outers have got on them. Like only 2 stacks here above average, like 200 odd K average stack, and only 1 slightly above that, and then the chip leader at the table. I don't even think Archie stack's right. It's 40k out, isn't it, Tower? From the Rene hand, or did we get it? Did Simon rectify that?
Yeah. I went and told Simon what had happened, and he had input. I think he dropped it down about 40. I think it was about 40,000 different, wasn't it? So if he's on about 230 now, then he's changed. No, he's not changed just yet, but he will do. Drops it down to about 40,000. Joe says, how come there's only 38 being paid? It's normally 10%. Yeah, it is. Whether it's just in that bracket that's that they use, that unfortunately just becomes the bracket might have paid a little bit more, so 41, yeah, maybe should have been the right thing, but it's very close to 10%, it's about 9.4. The 38 do get the money, and they more than double their money when they get in it. But it is pretty close to 10%. It would probably have been a pay bracket that they use. $40 minutes left at this level.
Yeah, and Jay happy to call once here after flopping middle pair with some backdoors. Probably a card we're not going to see Joe double barrel on too much, and does check behind, takes a free river. And Jay choosing to lead here. Turning 6 into a bluff perhaps, and Joe can't call with king high anyway.
What tournaments in April and May will we be live streaming? We'll come to that straight after this hand.
Joe, I think this is like, I think this orbit is open 5 out of 6 hands, Tower. Got to be careful. I just think for that reason, I think he might be weighted to a strong hand here. There we go, ace queen of spades. Because Joe will be aware of how much he's been opening here. So I don't think Joe might even fold like some ace 10 off here for that reason. So Leon just calling the jack 9 suited. Jay happy to call with the threes, and Archie not defending the old Doyle. Gets out of the way.
Ten to 3. 10 deuce 3.
Lovely flop here for Jay, flopping middle set. on a really dry board. And Leon could potentially start betting here tower with the Jack 9 of spades, start folding out some of Joe's ace highs, king highs that are ahead of us, as well as like Jay in the small blind, we can plausibly fold out hands that he's going to be calling with pre. And we've got some really nice potential backdoor possibilities when we wrap around this 10 and got backdoor spades. So just hope Jay calls here tower. Really wouldn't like to see anything else here other than just the call.
Done.
And Joe might come in as well now. Tower 2 overs, backdoor Broadway, backdoor wheel, backdoor spades, but thinks better of it. Just a bit too optimistic to float this one three-way perhaps. Got some action turns. That's not one of them. Good thing Joe didn't float.
Oh, absolutely.
Would have been a world of bother. So check from Jay. Once more has the check mark on the turn. Now Leon could potentially double barrel here tower. Like shouldn't be too much ace X in here other than like ace 10 for Jay and some ace 4 suited and ace 5 suited. So it's going to double barrel here and like start targeting 4s through 9s, these type of holdings, as well as like the suited 10-9, the suited Jack 10, Queen 10 suited, King 10 suited. All these holdings are going to be put in a tough spot facing this double barrel here. But if I'm Jay versus this particular opponent who's more than capable of applying the pressure, still just going to happily keep flat in here tower. We're going to have plenty of his range drawing dead in this spot. It's raised and we've lost our customer.
Yeah, we just lost our customer. Lost him.
Yeah, Leon's just never doing anything but folding here. He's just trying to let the table think he's actually got a decision here, that he's not at it.
Eventually he will get out of the way, like I think Jay's just said. He's just making it look like he's got a bigger hand than he actually has in the tank.
What is Leon up to, tower?
I don't really know. I can't see anything else but a fold. You might be thinking otherwise, but I can't see anything else but a fold.
Yep, I agree, tower. There's just nothing going on for us here, and Jay's like part of his range here. He's obviously going to have deuces, threes, and tens in there. Ace 10 as well.
Yep.
So he's got a fair amount he can have. He's got the 9 combos of the sets. He's got the 9 combos of the 2 pair, the ace 10. So not really many bluffs. Can't really come up with too many bluffs here. Like there's not really many hands that are ever going to raise his turn as a bluff. Like 10x of hearts with showdowns, definitely probably not going to start bluffing. So really strange sank there from Leon, but maybe felt like Jay was getting out of line. We can see he wasn't.
What is on in April and in May? Let's have a butchers, shall we? There we go. We'll be at Berry New Road till the end of March, and then we've got GUKPT Edinburgh on the second week of May. Aberdour on the. We're going to work out what day we're going to be doing Aberdour. We are being invited to a magnificent looking golf course called Aberdour, so we've decided, me and the lad.
I might buy a GoPro as well and do some. Let them maybe input some clips from the.
Can we do that?
Yeah, I'm sure you can walk around.
Can BK do that? Do you think you could do that there?
Yeah, I'm sure we could put some clips in. No, we're saying about when we play golf.
If we take a GoPro to golf, can we import the clips from the onto the? Yeah, we can. Oh, we can do out these days, us anything.
It will only be tower shots going in. It won't be mine.
Oh, that's amazing. So yeah, Edinburgh. We don't do 25s, deep stacks or G400s, unfortunately. But we probably will be at the Vic as well after Edinburgh. So we'll just we'll let you know, and then at the end of May until the beginning of June, we have a Luton GUKPT. This lad straight after bracelet hunting.
Yeah. Let's hope the hunt is successful.
Archie 3 bets to 33,000 with the tens. James Coles in C6. 9 high flop. So we a flop set for James, 30 to call. Better 30 from Archie with the overs. Is it too wet a board to be raising? Obviously we can see he should be flying. Well, he does indeed just flat, and probably the most dangerous card for him turns the 8 of spades. So I bet 30,000 and the call on the flop. Archie checks with the with an actual perfect card for him. So I bet a 40 this time. Archie check, calls this time, and a brick, 2 of diamonds. But it's a very wet board for the set of sevens. Very wet board. This could even just go check, check. Archie in seat number 9 looks like he's... I would probably say, I would like to think that this was going check, check, but as we know... He is in the tank with the tens. It's a very wet board for the sevens. This should just be check, check. James looking down. I can't see him. Is he? He is. He is. It's a wet board. But he has decided that he's going to be firing out on this river.
Oh, what's happening?
I thought it. Well, I was just saying. I was just thinking it should have. I was expecting a check, check on the river.
I've literally just
with the board as it is.
Gone on the old T run and come back to this.
Flop set, betting a call. I check call on the turn, and then Archie checks. And I just thought this would have gone check, but James is in thinking mode, and he's putting the line.
Yeah, got a tower. We're never ever checking here as James with a set of sevens. I know the flush is completed, but Archie, just looking at the action, going to free bet and pre. Like if he has a diamond draw here, there's no reason for him to check this river. He's probably gonna lead here a lot of the time. Oh, sorry, actually, I've just seen it didn't go bet. He went bet. He checked turn Archie. Okay. They're still not really, like as the free bet, I'm not going to have too many diamond draws. But with the sevens here, have to go for value against overpairs.
And he has.
But Archie gets out of the way, and a massive one for James.
A massive one for James. So, just lost one after nearly an hour. Razvan Pekaru has just been eliminated, which puts us on 41.
Yep.
41, nearly an hour. Adrian, the seniors is over 50s. The seniors is over 50s.
Who's that? Cesario Boy 05 on Twitch. How are we doing? Does Freewood even play golf anymore? No, I haven't played in like 4 months or something. When's
that
the last
you?
time? Yeah, they used to, when I started playing, they called me Jay Freewood because I wouldn't use an iron. I only used to use a wood. Yeah, so they used to that's what they started calling me on the golf course before I started taking the irons out of my bag and giving them a go. But yeah, we'll be playing more in this summer, just not in the old cold months. I'm blind on blind here. Sean shoving the Jack 9, gets it through. Picks up blinds an ante. Sean Walsh.
So lost one after nearly an hour. Just shows you what this money does to the plate. Anyone know where can I find those tournament schedules? I want to save the dates. I'm not sure, Abanazar, but if we stick them up on the screen, take a screenshot or take a photo of your TV or your laptop or your phone, or do a screenshot malarkey. That'd be the best thing I would say at this time. I'm not sure if it's out like that. We just use it for the live stream because it's on our stream deck and PK just inputs it as a JPEG or whatever it's called.
So now this is where it's interesting, Tower, and this is where strat's going to change. Well, James has actually just flattered the ace queen of spades here, but I think this close to the money, definitely going to be free betting more often than flatting. If it was role reversal, Leon had our stack and we had his stack, then yes, more inclined to flat. But I think when now we've got the chip lead at the table, can start really ramping up the aggression. But just chose to call with the ace queen of spades. That brings Chris along in the big blind with the ace 7 off. And the sixes of Leon, still the best hand here. And Leon was the pre-flop opener, maybe thinking about continuing this one in terms of range, but thinks better of it, just checks. And not much going on here for James. Do have the nut high hand, but prefer at least one spade on this board. He's thinking about firing here, James, and for the reason as well that we talk about, we're on the money bubble, players are going to be overfolding. they're going to start playing a little bit tighter, so might be thinking about potentially double barreling this spot. Going to come in for the bet now first, but with betting here, there are a fair amount of hands in Leon's range that he checks that are going to call once that are going to need to double barrel. Got nice removal as well, just flattening the ace queen. Leon, obviously the opener, can have ace king and king queen here. We've got nice removal from no strong king x with our particular hand. As I say, Leon calling once. And, interested to see whether James is going to double barrel. I'd like to see it.
And Jack of hearts on the turn.
You don't really expect Leon to have too many flushes here, unless it's like king x of hearts. King x of hearts would be a nice little check on the flop, but other than that, probably going to be more inclined to just start continuing as like ace x of hearts hands, as well as hands like queen 10 of hearts. Or if you open like a 7-8 of hearts, that's also going to bet. So shouldn't really have too many flushes here, Leon, other than king x of hearts specifically. So just want to see if James, although we don't really have no equity with our hand except to an offsuit 10 for Broadway, if he is going to double barrel on this spot versus Leon. How are we doing, Fold Machine? First time tuning in while on my Sunday grind. Really nice commentary. Thanks, boys.
Sunday grind? Where are you, Australia?
Yeah, it could be.
Are you in Australia? Is it the Sunday grind already over there?
It could be.
Let us know where you are. Good to have you on board. Live stream from Coventry. Online MTTs. Well, today's a Saturday.
Yeah, he's probably just got the days mixed up.
Today's a Saturday. But I hope to have you on board for the Sunday grind as well tomorrow, when we will be crowning a champion on the live stream at some point. Whenever that may be. But yeah, good to have you on board. Good to have you on board. And we are here till around about midnight tonight, so another 5 hours yet of the live stream, and then tomorrow from 12:30 until we crown a champion, whatever time that will be. What's the password? Said 21 ounce. We don't have a password until tomorrow for the live stream free roll at 6. Evening Rick Dumbarton, evening Tower, evening Jay, watching from Salford in
Rick?
Manchester. Salford Keys is a nice place, nice walk round.
James know it's on him, or is he just in no man's land? Don't think he knows it's on him, Tower. There we go. It's just daydreaming, absolute daydreaming.
I was thinking, I'm sure he don't know he's on him. Big stack to be doing that on the bottom.
Sean here in the cut-off, 14 big blinds, still got a few hands. We're in the big again, four or five hands, so going to wait for a better spot, lets that one go, and that leaves room for Joe Hendry to open off of this 23 big blind stack, raises to 8k, and Chris with the same hand in the small blind, undeterred about the money bubble, just rips it in, knows how wide Joe can potentially open here from the button, and Joe just going to have to let the king jack go now, not calling this one off and leaving ourselves with 10 big blinds, so going to get the same hand to fold.
Now then, logs. Apparently Poker News are looking for World Series reporters. Are we allowed to go over to work the World Series?
I don't know.
I don't actually know. I don't know how it works. I know the dealer situation totally changed about 5 years ago, when to be a dealer in the World Series you had to be an American citizen, and they had to offer it out to every state in America before posting it out to workers abroad.
Oh,
and
really?
that got taken up. And apparently the standard just completely dropped because some people were dealing for the very first time in a 10k.
Yeah. Ace 8 of diamonds for Jay, trying to open this one under the gun, especially with his stack size. And Archie here just moves all in with the pocket tens for 132k, shoving here for what is 33 big blinds. Don't think we'd see this shove if we weren't on the money bubble. Maybe just happy to take it down now. He is locked for a min cash, as long as there's no missteps.
Yeah.
Flat one time, we could have gone 5-way there. Queen 10 suited, King Jack suited.
Ace Queen for Joe, raising it up. A lot of them in clicking as Joe.
Yeah, it's just standard at this stage of the tournament, tower, like 2.2x, 2.1x. It's just what you expect to see. That's the open size that's going to make the most EV, and that's why you see basically everyone do it. It's also a good indication at the table as well, like when people don't open that size and you start seeing 3x and 4x opens, unless you're playing Dominic Nishko, who always opens 3.5x or limps, but when they do start opening that larger size straight away, you can just put the tag on them that they're a recreational player in your head, and that's always good to know who the pros are at the table, who the recreationals are.
Yeah.
So not much here for either player, and Jay not choosing to bluff this one in the ace queen. For Joe, good.
So there's 41 players out of 416. We are 3 off the money.
I'm going to be going on break in about 13 minutes time. It's going to be a 20-minute break, I've been told, guys, so
okay.
Back at 8:10. Raise and take for Leon, raising the King 7, Archie not choosing to defend the 9-7 off. Like this scenario is like what I was just explaining earlier on the bubble. Archie knows Leon's got him covered, 9-7 off, usually always defending that to a min click, but at this stage don't want to get involved, don't want to get cornered and stacked when we can fold our way to £2,250.
How was yours, Gary? Yes, they do. You get looked after.
I was sitting there up in the anecdote on mid dinner break waiting for some food. Gary walks in, massive smile on his face, orders a pint at the bar. He's like, "You paid for this, Jake." Got on the old treble. Go on, Gary. Offered me a beer as well. Very
Good
kind.
lad.
Couldn't accept while I was working, unfortunately.
Well done for trusting Jay. We got 5 out of 6 between us.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it?
What was it? 161
Yeah,
six timer.
160 to 1 6 fold. King Queen of Clubs for Chris, raises to 8k. Leon just attacking the stack size that is going to be at risk on the bubble. And like Chris just got a fold now. Nowhere near deep enough to be able to peel this one. Can peel the King Queen suited in some circumstances when we're deep enough in this situation out of position, but on the bubble here, just letting it go. And this is like just good from Leon, just using a little bit of removal with the king blocker in there and just attacking one of the shorter stacks, knowing that he's got him covered and no one's going to want to bust this close to the money. It should work. If it doesn't work, I'd be shocked, but it should work.
Did we have Newcastle? Yes, we did. We had Newcastle, Portsmouth and Sheffield Wednesday were my three. Unfortunately, Sheffield Wednesday couldn't beat a tin pot town called Lincoln. But never mind.
How are we doing? Isaac, Archie's brother, watching from King Street Townhouse before I go out for dinner. Tuning in, supporting the bro. Doing well. Got a nice stack. Nearly locked up £2,250 and only 40 players between him and near six figures. Still plenty of play left though today.
Yeah, my banker today was Portsmouth. They were 1-0 up. They went down to 10 men and then scored another 3.
Yeah.
That's how much of a team they were today. It's all nice and steady in the card room as we're close to the money. We're on 41, as you can see in the top right hand corner.
Now we can see on the screen.
So Sean's got a shove here, tower, in they go.
In there goes a shorty.
Yeah, lovely little spot for us, 11 bigs on the button. Easy shove for us here as Sean. Joe can't call here surely, can he, with the King Jack? No.
Absolutely. Oh, what's happened?
Wow, Chris has got ace king.
Wowzers.
Unfortunate for Sean.
Short stack versus short stack again. And it looks like Chris has him just covered.
Just pipped. Sean Walsh at risk. Could be our 41st place finisher. So close to the money. Can still survive. 10 needed for Sean.
No help. We need a 10. Running 9 at 9 for a bit of a sweat. And it's not.
Just a 10.
Just down to a 10. And a 10 only, or we're on 40. And it's not, it's an 8, so we're on 40 players.
And bubble. Lose Sean
They're just
Walsh.
making sure, but yet Sean Walsh has just been eliminated. We're on 40. Pokebot says, is Sin Mellin still in? No, Sin isn't. She went out in brutal fashion.
Yeah, highlight reel will probably be on our Facebook page tomorrow, that hand, because it was a sickener.
It was.
So
I know she jumped in the side event as well, so yeah, it was a proper sickener.
wow, Jim Marlowe had a hole in his 5-fold for 10 bags.
Wowzers. Wowzers. Unfortunately, Steve Roots managed to get his first win as West Brom manager when they'd gone lost thrown. Unlucky Jim.
Well, you see in the background there, we're down to 40 players now, guys, not 41, but the clock's on 6 minutes and we've scheduled break in 6 minutes time. That will be the case unless we lose one. No breaks on the bubble.
Yep. The GUKPT main event has never paid out 15%. Not ever. It's normally close to 10. Normally closer to 10. It must have been in that bracket of numbers. So they decided to make it 38. Yeah, 10% would have been 41. But when you are doubling your money, and it's about 2.2x, isn't it?
Yeah, it's today.
Stick it there, yeah. That's the time to stick it there.
Joe raising take on the button, gets that one through.
Yeah, different. Most of the time, a Grosvenor Poker event or an NPL event, try and work on the 10% remit. If it's slightly above or slightly below, there would be a reason for it that the floor would be able to answer. I think even in Goliath, doesn't it? That's around about 10% as well, isn't it?
I think so, Tower, yeah.
Two off the money.
Well, you may have heard the cries there, guys, but there has been a bust out on the outer table, which is going to bring us to the bubble. We're going to go to the outer table after this hand.
Absolutely.
And Leon raising here, blind on blind, and James with the king 4. Leon sub 3x opening size. Can see James potentially peel this one, Tower, with position in the blind on blind situation. Takes the aggressive route instead, and Leon gets out the way. Let's go to the outer table. Let's see who was the casualty.
What's happened there? Oh. Alright.
It's Riggy at risk. Riggy with the pocket 9s, and the Mad Turks got kings, and it was Riggy, the player. You heard the seat open.
And there's the arm. There's the arm for the you can dance. You can dance. You can dance. You don't know any other words.
So we're not going to be going on break, guys.
So, no break. Mad Turk loves it. Can we have to teach in the second line?
You can sing a bit of ABBA, Tower, but look who's just come over to seat 1 on the bubble.
Oh! Chum man! There's no need to feel down. I said, Chun man is in. C1.
Chun man in the building. It's bubble time. 39 players remaining.
39 players. So next hand. We might have to ring for a coffee. We could be here another hour. All in a call. I have just heard on the outer table.
Well, we'll see if we can go there after this hand. Chunman, ace-4 suited. Probably after just hearing all in the call there, Tower. This would usually be a shove at any other time in the tournament, but on the bubble, gets rid of the ace-4 suited for that stack size, and that's going to leave room for Joe Hendry to open here in the hijack.
So, we've just heard pause your deal, which means we're officially going to be on the bubble. There's a minute left. We've got James running the hand again. He gets out of the way. James Parker comes to the table and sits down with pocket 9 straight away.
Yeah, and Joe playing 25 bigs on the bubble after there's just been an all in the call, Tower. Just rip this potentially here as James, but James not taking that route and just happy to flat and take a flop with the pocket 9s.
Queen, Queen 4.
I think it's a fair flop for him as well, flopping 2 pair. Going to prefer to see 2 queens than 1. Continue from Joe Hendry.
And the call, and James Parker. Turns the 5 of diamonds.
Could potentially double barrel this one here as Joe, but it's disaster for us if we fire and we get ripped on by a queen, so I like his decision to check back and just take his equity here and king of spades on the river. This probably going to go check. Doubt James is going to lead unless it's for a very small size, and I'm not sure if Joe's going to fancy bluffing on this one. I guess we do target some 4x, also some 6s through 9s, these type of holdings here. But James can plausibly have a queen the way this hand's played. But could potentially put him in a spot here. Joe Hendry, looks like he is going to fire. Maybe try and target some 4x, and as I said, those pocket pairs.
James Parker in a bit of a spot. Bit of a spot.
For this size, Tower, 3 to 1 on this money. Got plenty left back behind. Might be thinking about just flicking it in here. Obviously Joe will value better king here once he checks, so can definitely have like king 9 suited, king 10, king jack, ace king obviously going to be in there as well. Maybe some trappy queen x on the turn, you never know. Joe might sometimes check that at some frequency.
He's made a call, he's made a great call. That's a fantastic. What's happening? Something's happened on the outer tables.
Yeah, we got an all in. Rodrigo Hernandez at risk with the ace queen, Mitch Hynam with the pocket 4s.
So this was the same hand. So we actually just going on straight after this. So the ace queen
4s holding for Mitch.
Needs help.
So ace or queen or in the money.
Oh, Mr. Rodrigo Hernandez has just bust out. Oh my days. Everybody's looking round.
Yeah, Mitch
Hynam scooping them in. They're on the backs again, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That was as quick as you could ever get, because it was the same hand, and we didn't actually get to say deal one more hand and anything like that. Rodrigo Hernandez out in 39th, which means after the 20-minute break, we're not going to see Chunman.
Oh no, we're not.
Oh no!
You got to see him for a minute, Town. I'm sure you might get to see him on the final come Sunday.
That'd be good.
You'll love that, won't you?
That'd be good. In fact, I shall get on Amazon and look for an outfit from the village people if Chunman makes the final.
There we go. You heard it here first. We'll be back with chip counts as well in 20 minutes' time, guys. Back at 8:10. We will see you then.
See you then.
I'm padlocked off now. I'm tilting now, I'm going for 10.
So £40 straddle. is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9. Raises to 200. Opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6 deuce suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend on the straddle with the king 10. Four-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the king 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. Joe happy to fire now for 300, and Bobby here with the king 10 not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot, and Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The queen of hearts is the river.
Check. Check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all. Changes nothing. So Bobby here, maybe thinking about playing for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack high. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag, 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow!
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving 1 pair for this amount. So we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus, but what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy erase pre with 7s?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop, Tower. Once we go 4-way, we're not checking 7s with our reputation on that flop ever once we go 4-way. So that's out of the question. 3s are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10... Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation, when we go 4-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited, and the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price, as well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy, and I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I'd probably flick it in, and if you got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a 1-pair holding. So it's 2-pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited. But we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there. But
will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like he's probably going to fold because of the size, but. When you he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the jack high. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the king 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door.
It's 10 for Ian. Raises to 1.3 under the gun +1. And Radu here with the ace jack in the hijack. Surprised if he went anywhere this deep with Ian. I'm probably more inclined to just flat this one versus the early position open. But obviously can mix in a 3-bet some of the time. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. 3-bets to 3.2. Julie, if you just give yourself a refresh, should be alright, because picture's crystal clear here for us.
Yeah.
So it's probably just connection at home or wherever you may be. But if you give it a little refresh, hopefully it kicks back in.
Yeah, give yourself a refresh, Jules, and let us know that it's alright. Because it's alright on both our laptops.
Oh,
so it's
my
word.
word.
What's near 4-bet to 7.7?
Wow, Ian.
Oi, oi.
Someone over the age of 50, 4-bet bluffing tower.
Whoa, well, I'm start folding.
It's just
You
like,
would be?
Yeah, I would be.
You'd be start folding.
I'd be folding ace queen here, suited as Radu. It would already have hit the muck. But this is, I guess Ian just thinks Radu's at it too much. And to be honest with you, the ace 10 off tower, it's a really beautiful 4-bet bluff hand. And maybe Ian's been amongst the solvers the last few months. You don't know. He might have been putting some work in off the tables. That could be the case. And he might have put in the low frequency 4-bet here with the ace 10 versus Radu, who's been fairly aggressive, and with the chips as well. But fair play to Ian, mixing it up, not just having the ace king plus in his 4-bet range, and now action back on Radu here. And oh wow,
No
is
way
he gonna 5-bet? Has he picked up on something
about
here?
20k.
Wow, Radu, what senses from him. He has to have picked up on something here, Tower. Read on the situation here from Radu is just so good. What a play. 5-bet bluff tower, we just, no way. Do you know what, if Ian 6-bets here with ace 10 tower, I'm done for, I'm having an early finish. He's not doing it. There's no way Ian 6-bets here. How often do we even say the word 6-bet on stream? Oh, wow. But Radu 5-bet bluffing the ace-jack. This is just a leveling
Not the
war
lot. He's
between
not putting
the
the lot
two
in.
players.
He's doing it
No
again!
way!
He's doing it again! That's amazing!
Oh my God! Ian, 6-bet
Solve that, baby!
10. How'd you like them apples?
Solve that!
Ace 10, 6-bet rips it in for 100 big blinds. Oh my word. Ian is my new hero, Tower. I want this man to win the comp. Oh my word. 6-bet rip with the Ace 10, folding the Ace Jack out. Where has Ian found that move from? Oh my word.
How'd you like them apples?
I've waited all day for something and it's just happened. Oh my word. Ian. Do you know what? Do you know what? I'd be sat at the table. If I was sat at the table there and Ian said to me I didn't have aces there, I would have had a lot of money with him that he had aces in that spot. A lot of money. But wow, wow. Fair play to the man.
A 6-bet rip. Well. So we can chat to you, we can talk to you, we can answer any question you want. You just can't see us.
That's a good thing.
You just can't see us. John Lowe, when is the Reading schedule being announced? Reading has been moved. We will get confirmation of Jim, but Reading has been moved from the end of April. It's not at the end of April anymore because I think it was something to do with the Easter weekend. It has been moved. Reading is now going to be in July. We will get the details this week.
Well, we got a,
What's happening here?
320 straddle on here, Tower.
What?
What? We have a
It's got
300,
5, 5, 10.
2040, 80, 160, 320, and Vinny, who was on the 320 straddle on the button. How's Jagger get kings in this spot? It's just Jagger getting kings on a 320 straddle, raises to 700, and Vinny defending with a 7-6, and he has caught a piece here.
Oh, he's got the 6 as well.
So this, with the SPR we're working with here, Jagger's just going to put it in. Wow, he's actually opted to check, and it's worked to perfection. I don't think Vinny would have folded anyway. The
all
player
in,
that Vinny
and a
is
call.
captain a
The
piece.
Cowboys turned them straight over. It went 5, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80.
160, 320. You look down, you got the Cowboys, you got action from Vinny on the button, and we're now 80% to get a near double up. Does have Vinny covered, just fading 7s and 6s. Nice clean turn for Jagger. And the 9 on the river, and Jagger taking the first big one of the day. 3.9k pot going his way.
Wow.
With the kings. It's only a 12 big blind pop, Tower, if you look at it in terms of the straddle, but in terms of the money in relation to the game that we're playing. Lovely start for him, and Vinny, look, smiling away. You wouldn't think he's just lost 1,500 quid, but he's going to be reloading.
We might get that happening quite a lot this event. 5, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80, 160. Yeah, I'll make it 320. Look, and as Jay says, you look down, you've got kings.
But it's what they do. It's the way they grind. Solid approach, and it's going to make you money in the long run. Maybe not as much as a player that's going to be more aggressive in certain spots. So like what I've seen from Jagger, always pretty impressed from him whenever he's on the feature table. Happy to get involved, happy to run it. It's been a very good watch though. Can't take that away. And Jagger raising it to 60. Ryan folding the ace 5, and Jamie here on the button. Jamie freeband the Queen 9 suited, like it, especially this deep versus Jagger with position. Vinny's in with the cold call, and Jagger calls closing the action with the 6s.
Flop time, 935, Rainbow.
Lovely flop here for Jamie after free betting this particular hand. and gonna see him continue here. Tower just so often here with the queen 9 of spades. There is some argument in a heads up coup to check this one potentially in a 3-bet situation, but multi-way here, happy to try and thin the field down and get to the turn heads up. Vinny's actually going to call here with the king 10. I was about to say I'm surprised to see that, but I'm not, because it's Vinny and he is getting an attractive price. And Jagger here with the 6s in a really interesting spot, because this is a spot where we're not usually going to overcall the 6s tower, but with Vinny involved and Jamie, who's obviously more than capable of making a move, might actually choose to overcall the 6s here in this spot. Like, as in a normal scenario, just be folding here a lot of the time as Jagger, but he's actually opted for the 3rd option. And
Yes. 21, yeah.
Sausage? You big?
No way. Fucking hell, no chance.
I haven't. He hasn't paid, mate, to get me on here. He hasn't.
How many sausages are you against me?
Because of voluntary.
I don't think I can sausage against you, straight, to be honest. It'll be a split pot, mate. I don't know how, but I will. Put a foil on the board, that's what we'll do.
Bubble went really quickly, didn't they?
Yeah.
What happened? 2 people went
Basically, when you knocked out Mig, it was going to be hand for hand.
That was one person done.
Yeah, and then we'll wait for all the hands to finish before we go hand for hand. And then on that
Same
table,
time.
it was...
So the 2 people went without even bubble,
Yeah, so you got the...
Lucky scenario.
Yeah, that's good.
Great
Bubble takes sometimes a long time.
How are you, man? You okay?
Yeah, I'm alright. How are you? You can dance. Yeah?
That was the
Were you there? Were you watching there? He was kind of half spoken back to your mate between doctors, didn't he?
Yeah, I kept trying to like
Yeah. And I was here. And you had a friend was playing as well. Yeah, he was. You live in Ireland? Did you know that I made a fun trip? Did you? 2005.
3.5 years.
Yeah, 2.5. So 2005, I came fifth at the Vulcan won it.
We haven't, bros. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the money. We are in the money. These are the final 38 players. The final 38, and we have You Can Dance. You Can Dance. Somebody teach him the next line, because he doesn't know the next one. You Can Dance. The Mad Turkey's in the building, ladies and gentlemen. But Tai Huang's still chip leader. Stephen Keogh had that absolute gift of 240,000. He's on 573. Macapac on 450. Michina on 440. The Mad Turk on 345. James Rand's impressed me. I think he's played ever so well. Trig's still going along nicely. Joe Indry and Chun Man are both needing a bit of help. Simon Tabram as well. Ivor Sampson on 90. But we are back with it for the next session. We're in the money. 38. 38, we're in the money. Who have we got then from seat 1 all the way around?
so we are 7-handed. We got Rich Ashby in 2,
Jufty!
Steve Cahoe in 3, in 4 is the Mad Turk, 5 Jacob Mulhern, 6 Sanjay Patel, 7 is Trig, and in 8 is Gurinder Purewell.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Another 2 hours of action. How are we doing, Mick? Finally finished work. Sit down now for the night. Watch the live stream. We're in the money. 38 players remain. Rooting for the Mad Turk. So is Mehmet. Mehmet's tuned in. Be good if we can get him singing like he was at the grand final.
Yeah.
You know the hand I said I was going to tell you that when he went all in, I told you. King Queen of Diamond, I told you that. When he bet 50,000 more all in. What do we do? We do it in here. 2.5 here. What's this one?
Let's go. So first hand's folded all the way around to the blinds. Trig here in the small. Happy to complete with the ace-4. Gurinder here checking his option with the king-5. So Trig flopping top pair here, and Gurinder not going anywhere. Blind on blind situation here with his second pair. Oh, king on the turn. A lovely turn card here for Gurinder. And you can see Trig start checking now. And Gurinder going to fire. Trig going to have to call. Have to check in this turn. Have to check call this spot with our ace-4. To the river, which is the Jack of Diamonds. There goes check, check. Gurinder not choosing to go for value with his trips, wary maybe a little bit about a Queen X type holding. And first one of the session going the way of Gurinder Purewell.
Yeah, Mehmet's still watching from Northern Cyprus. Come on the Turk.
Yeah, obviously when you do check your cards,
If we'd have landed 100k with 5 blinds, we would be singing as well. You're not wrong. That was scenes. We're all in the money. £2,250 locked up from now on. And we'll give you eliminations as and when they happen around the room.
well, it looks like everyone's really happy.
Jerry Full with a interesting question here. How many of the remaining players would you estimate study poker, run sims, etc.?
That is not on my show.
Oh, that's a hard one to answer. What, 38 left? Trig put some work in off the table. I wouldn't say many in this field, to be honest. I'll probably go with between 15 and 20% of the field that are left in. Obviously, that's just a complete guess in the dark. It's a hard question to answer.
I was going to say less than 10.
Could be, yeah, even less than what, four or five players maybe. But we don't know. That looks like an expensive hat for Sanjay that he's wearing.
Is it? Blackpool Market 5. What is it? What name is
Yeah,
it?
it looks like Gucci.
Gucci. Well, you'd know.
Whether it's
you buy them balaclava things.
Balaclava.
What they called? What was it?
Balenciaga.
That's what I said.
Balaclava.
That's what I meant. You knew. You got some other ones. You got some new ones on your feet the other day, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, you liked them once?
No.
No? You didn't like them?
No, I thought the colour was awful.
What? Great.
Yeah. Because you wear white socks and your white socks are over the grey things.
Well, you want me to wear grey socks with them?
I don't want you to wear socks so you can see.
No, I like it. You need
Is
to
that
wear
the- is
socks
that the
with
idea?
them. No, you wear socks with them.
Obviously.
They actually sell the socks to go with the shoe as well.
Oh,
right?
do they?
Yeah. So
They've got it all there. Because you got the hat.
They're like probably
$1.99?
Yeah, something like that, £100 or £100 or something.
What?
But
I meant £1.99.
No. But the thing is, they're basically the same as the socks I wear. They're basically
right,
the same, but mine are just tenner from River Island or something.
$1.99 for a pair of socks, not $199.
It's between 100 and £200,
But it never
something
is.
like that.
It's not.
I'm not
It's
that
not.
bad. I'm not buying socks for that, man.
If we get to see Jay's balaclavas this week, we'll show him you. So we're in the money. Well done, one and all.
Remember that picture I showed you in Manchester when I put my shelves up last year? Back to the action. Yeah, there you go. That was around a one.
£95 for one pair of socks.
Tower's face. He just can't fathom it. Stephen raising up here with a 10-3, blind on blind.
600k just to show off Stephen Keogh.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair assumption to make, Jerry. Like, I doubt these players are going to go home and start running some sims with the hands they played today. Maybe trig, that's about it. But yeah, I think fair assumption that majority of this table probably don't.
They might go home and watch The Simpsons. that's as close as half of these I'll get.
Nine out of diamonds for Jacob. Makes it 10k under the gun. And Sanjay with the kings working with 28 big blinds, just sub. So obviously both options available to us here, but more often than not we're just going to see a free bet with the kings. Such a strong hand. Just try starting to get some value now, especially versus under the gun range as well. Jacob can have some strong hands in his range here. After opening from this position, but Sanjay full 4x here. Nice juicy sizing with position. Alright then, Chris. Taxi has arrived. Pop into the Vic for a couple of hours of cash. Keep up the good work, lads. Great stream as always.
Nice one, Chris, and good luck. Bad beat jackpot is back to 100,000 if you're playing no limit.
It's like a London bus at the moment. It didn't come along for how long,
I know,
did it?
yeah.
Now it's just like every other week I see it on there.
Yeah. Did they start here quad aces, quad kings being no?
Yeah,
Was
I
it,
think so. Quad aces, isn't it?
no, quad kings wasn't. Started at quad tens, so that's why quad kings obviously lost.
You were young there.
So the bad beat jackpot at the moment is you're going to need you're going to need some kind of straight flush.
Not that much.
And Ben rooting for Stephen. Says, let's go, Stephen.
Chip leader.
Yep.
Jacob comes in for the ride. Mad Turk and the racing. Here's 10-9. Two pair for the Turk.
Loving this board. Bottom two here for the Mad Turks. Are just going to come out firing after being the initial raise up, and went to bet, and then Jacob looked back at his cards and choose a really large size in here. Pot size 42 into 40, huge. Continued from Mad Turk. King Queen never continuing versus that size, versus a more standard size that Turk would have opted for. Probably going to peel once, but against pot, that is how we need to proceed. Just let it go.
Jay, we know you specialise in cash, but what do you recommend are the best study app and tools for tournaments?
I wouldn't even say an app, to be honest with you, Jerry. There's just so many courses online now. I've heard, I haven't done any of them myself, but just from talking to people, I've heard Upswing is very good. Patrick Leonard's course, I've heard a lot of people say that's very good as well. So I know they're quite pricey, but if you actually put the time in and use them correctly and then apply them at the tables, then they pay for themselves when it comes back round. But you can go on, obviously, YouTube, loads of stuff on there. Like nowadays it's all free. You can get free content, you can get the paid content, but if you don't want to pay for anything, just go on YouTube. There's plenty of people on there that will go through strategy, solver work, stuff like that. I haven't touched a solver for years, to be honest with you. I just don't play enough Hold'em nowadays, and to be honest, all my work's just to do with the old PLO or mixed games. But everything's out there that you need now in 2022. If you want it for free, it's there. If you want to get maybe a little bit better course and pay a bit of money, it's there as well. And if you do pay that money, I can assure you, as long as you start applying it correctly, over the long run it will pay for itself. Queen Jack. for Sanjay in the big, Queen 10 for Trig after opening under the gun, and Stephen didn't choose to 3-bet the Ace King here, incorporating in a low frequency flat, a hand that we're always usually going to be free betting more than flatting. So flatting on this occasion, and it's worked the treat because we've got a lovely flop for our hand, flopping top pair, top kicker.
Pairs on the turn.
And Trig maybe thinking about a double barrel here, so I think we're going to see check more often than bet here from Trig, but maybe thinking about it, but he has checked. Stephen here now can comfortably bet his Ace King. But in terms of range as well, we should plausibly have more 9x here than Trig. Trig's opened under the gun. However, we can start getting some value from some like Ace 10, Ace Jack that Trig will start checking on turn some of the time, as well as Ace Queen going to be in there. Obviously, charge some spade draws, some hands like Jack 10 suited. But facing this bet from Stephen, just a quick fold from Trig with a Queen 10.
Well, it's all gone wrong for Tim Wright.
Tim Wright out the door.
Absolutely, he's just gone for £2,250. First play out in the money. Line's 2.5.
So 6s for Richard, raises to 10k. And the Mad Turk here never folding the Queen Jack of Diamonds, probably just happy to flat here in the cut-off tower. Obviously more inclined to start free betting the offsuit variety. Suited, happy to just call with position on the opener, and Trig's in with the Ace Jack in the big blind. King 3 deuce rainbow board, so complete whiff here for everyone. However, Richard with the betting lead and being the aggressor is going to have stronger hands here on this King high rainbow board, so happy to continue with his 6s. And the Mad Turk not insta folding here, does have some nice backdoors, and this deep wouldn't actually be the worst float candidate here. The Queen Jack of Diamonds, we've got some nice removal to some King X, we've got some really nice backdoors as well as position. But although getting just under 4 to 1 in the call, thinks better of it, and Richard with the best hand taking that one.
£37 players left, locked up £2,250. Stephen with the Jack Queen raising to 10,000 with this big blind at 5.
Yeah, Queen Jack off early position, some players warm up this, but with Stephen's stack size, more than happy to start opening hands like this. And Gorinda defending with the 4-5.
Nice, 6-7 flop, 6-7-2.
A nice little flop here for Gorinda, flopping up and down straight draw. Stephen just with the 2 overcards. 7 high rainbow, fairly dry, just with Queen high, probably leaning more towards C-bet on this board. Obviously may choose to size up as well, simply because there's plenty of hands that the big blind can continue with versus a small size. There's plenty of gut shots out there, like 4-3, 4-5, 8-5, 8-9, 8-10, 10-9. There's just all those combinations, so does opt for the larger size. In love this from Stephen, like he heard. One of the boards that we can opt for a bigger bet size. And Gorinda not going anywhere here though with his 4-5. Up and down we can continue with, may fold some like dummy and gut shots. 4-5 is one of the hands that we want to be continuing with, and calls for 18,000.
Jack of clubs on the turn.
Yes, did have the best hand, but improves to top pair here, Stephen, and wants to be firing another barrel here, Tower. Obviously, not too much we're going to be losing to. This Jack should never ever hit Gorinda unless it's in the form of 2 pair. Jack deuce suited, only one combo of that, and then you got Jack 7 and Jack 6 suited going to be in there. So we just want to start getting some value here from some 7x, some 6x that are going to have a hard time folding here on this particular board. And as well as that, deny equity to hand like Gorinda has, some straight draws, some 8-9, 8-10, 4-5, 8-5. Not letting them take a free one. So firing for 40, and Gorinda now just having to get out of the way. There he is, Jack Hardcastle in the chat.
Go on, Stephen. How are you doing in Vegas, Jack? Did we see a bag last night? This morning?
I'm in trouble.
I think we did.
Yeah, back yeah, I'm gonna
What's
work
that, the
hard
winning
on that
10?
sausage.
I think so.
Chunks?
See you later.
I think so.
Wouldn't expect anything less, would you?
Absolutely not.
Really? That's an understatement, isn't it?
But he didn't call me, and I knew.
Yeah, 270,000 from 40. Well done, Jack.
It's just a sausage.
Great effort yet again.
What an effort.
I'm guessing day 2 starts around about midday.
Yeah, good luck tomorrow, Jack, mate. Obviously, fucking huge comp. That's a great stack to bag up in the 10k. I'm guessing the field was tough as well. What's the field like over there, Jack, for the 10k?
90-minute levels at a 2,500 big blind. Lovely. Just over 100 bigs. Very nice indeed.
Yeah, rooting for Stephen. Guess Jack knows Stephen. So maybe to answer our question that someone answered in the chat earlier, Stephen might be one of those players that you said that puts a lot of work in off the tables. Jacob in the hijack clicks it up to 10, and Richard happy to defend with the 5s. King 8-6, middle set for Jacob on 3 to a flush board.
That's 15,000.
Tower, you probably don't know many of them names, but I can tell you that is some ridiculous table. Caveman was Player of the Year in 2016. Alex Foxon's just been crushing for the last 3 years. Dietrich Fast, obviously, everyone knows who that is. He's just a crusher. And Noah Swartz as well. So, yeah, obviously that's not a good table to be on, but I guess it's what you expect when you're playing a 10k, when you start venturing into those sort of buying levels.
And they all got owned by Jack Hardcastle.
Yeah, it got soft though, he said. Was that after you busted him?
Great effort. Wednesday 2 tomorrow. Or today.
I think it's, I'm guessing it'd be Sunday, wouldn't it? Usual, unless it's a 3-day event.
Yeah, it could be.
And what's the time over there?
Sorry, it's about 10 o'clock. Half 10.
Raise 10,000.
I'll have a little butcher's at it, Jack. I'll let PK know that you're going to send a little hand through. I'll have a little read, like a good old hand history. Back to the action, because Trig in the cut-off, raising here with the pocket 4s, and what?
What's happening?
Gorinda just passed 8s on the button there, Tower. Pacing this cut-off open from Trig. He knows we're in the money, right? We're not on the bubble anymore. Wow, Gorinda just folding 8s. That's a little bit too tight. I guess maybe doesn't want to tangle with Trig. Knows Trig's very good, but still very tight laydown from Gorinda there. And haven't really got too much explanation for that, guys. Just letting the 8s go. King 7-5 rainbow flop, checks through. 10 of hearts on the turn, 8-9. Improving to up and down from their gut shot. Yeah, Stephen actually with the best of it here with his 7-4. 10 of hearts on the turn. Shriek was the opener pre-flop. Obviously not the best board for our pocket fours, so happy to check. And Stephen, river and trips. Going to get some money from it because we got Richard leading here with a 9-8 of diamonds out of the small blind. 20 into 35. Around 60% here. And now Stephen with his 7-4. I expect him to raise tower. Got to think about hands we're going to get called by. Surely, like King X actually is going to probably start betting turn. If Stephen has like King Queen, King Jack, surely they're going to be leading turn quite high frequency. So maybe might just call for that reason. But looks like he is counting out raising chips. Not leaving any value on the table. Guess sometimes there might be some like King Queen of Hearts, King Jack of Hearts that check twice that we can target to get called by on this river of Stephen. It raises it up and Richard gets out the way. Wiz Jack's on the Facebook chat. Wizzo on Twitch. He is playing the win. Is it the win? Win. Yeah, it's the win. Win 10k. Yeah, win 10k.
10 million guarantee. And today it starts at 12, which it's about now, isn't it? 8 hours behind, 12:30 just in. It's a 9-day event. 3 starting flights and then day 2s and day 3s and final day. Good luck, anybody and any Brits that are out there. We'll be keeping his eye on social, that's for sure. It's day 1C today and it's a rest day for Jack. I feel like you've earned it.
Raise 35,000.
Jacob's going to get into a spot of bother because we've got Jacks as a raise and then Rich Ashby has come for a 3-bet to 35,000.
Yeah, a bit of trouble here for Jacob. We are 40 big blinds deep here and we have opened under the gun and Rich still choosing to 3-bet versus our gun open, so maybe more inclined to call here with the Jacks. Obviously can 4-bet as well. 4-bet would definitely be an option versus certain opponents. I'm not too sure. I don't really know much about Rich Tower. You know a lot more.
Yeah, massive crusher in the early days of wow, he's jammed the line and a snap call.
Well, yeah, if he thinks Rich is competent and good and don't necessarily need to be knighted in this spot, then I guess we can just rip for the 40 bigs. Unfortunately for us, a little bit of a cooler. Jacks into queens. And big pot here. 400k, 80 big blind pot. This is a huge one to win for Richard if he can hold.
We need a Jack.
And only a Jack. And it's a 7 of hearts. Stacks are very similar, so we will get clarification. They will be verified. But the triangle was on the Jacks, but I think that Jacob did slightly have Rich covered here, so I think he's going to be left with a few chips. That massive pot to win that for Rich at this stage of the day.
Yep.
Up to 80 big blinds.
Bracelet winning me to Richard Ashby. Back in the day, on the 7 card stud back in 2010. He's come first, second, third and fourth in bracelet events.
Has he really?
Yeah.
What years for that Tower?
2010 he won a bracelet.
Yeah.
14 and 16 he came fourth. 3 times. 2011 I came 4th.
Mixed gameplay, I see.
Massive.
Force and high-low, the two
Yeah.
deep runs.
Deuce to 7 draw came 3rd, and 2nd in the 10k limit Omaha in 2014. When Full Tilt was around, he was one of the biggest rakers in the world. Great guy as well. Absolute gentleman. Such a nice fella.
Pass. Pass.
Do you know if they're streaming that, says Dennis? Probably not in the win. They may be. I don't know if Jack knows if they are doing any streaming. You'll find out on Poker News probably the updates on that.
Pass.
I'll just keep in touch with the feed, and we wish Jack Hardcastle all the best.
All in. And a call. All in.
So they're on all in with a short stack. There's last 16.5k for Jacob when he loses jacks against queens.
We've only got 3 bigs. We've got 5k in there already, plus RNT, and got 10.5. Jacob, I'm not really sure if he looked at his hand, just stuck it in.
Wow.
Well, that will do.
Death by quads.
No, not yet, Tower.
Oh,
Nine of diamonds.
no. King of diamonds. King of diamonds. King of
Imagine.
diamonds. King of diamonds. Oh.
And that will do that.
Oh, you still get outs when somebody flops quads.
Yeah, we've still got runners when someone flops quads.
Oh. Death by quads. Unlucky Jacob. Jacob Mulhern finishing in 35th place. Because on the outer tables, Charlie Denton finished in 36th and Mike Kane finished in 37th, which means we're down to 34.
34. I'll get PK to show me when he's not busy, Jack, and I'll have a little look. I'm guessing it was a fun one.
Carry on 1 big blind this side.
What a waste of quads, says Graham. Yeah, you'd like to win a monster, but unfortunately.
Raise 10,000.
Ace Queen for a trick under the gun. Raises to 10.
Pass. Call. Pass.
And Richard pinning the suited king in the hijack.
And a call.
Hiya Fizz, yes we are in the money. Jacob Mulhern has just gone out in 35th. 38 got the money. We are in the dosh. Run the price ticker across the bottom. But we are in the money. We've just lost Jacob Mulhern. He lost all his stack apart from 3 blinds. With jacks against queens.
Bet 14,000.
And then lost to quads.
Pass.
So we're on 34.
Raise 40,000. And a pass.
Trig choosing to check raise the ace queen after opening under the gun. And just a quick fold from Rich.
Pass. Pass. Raise 10,000.
Raise.
Stephen Keogh raises 10,000 with ace 3. 3 bet from the Mad Turk with Jack 9. And he's crushed with the suits. Have a nice day, Jack. Have a good rest day. Well earned. And I'm sure if you flick it in the next couple of days, we'll say hello again. Have a lovely day.
I'm literally reading the hand now, Jack, to be honest, Shav, if you stay for another 30 seconds.
And how many levels have played today? We played 10 levels. Live stream finishes around about 12:30. And thanks for the kind words. Glad you're enjoying the live stream. We will be here until 12:30 GMT. 9-7 King. Turk flops a 9. So he's going to come out firing. And that will do.
Bet.
Puts in a bet, and Stephen snap folds. Yeah, 2 down the flop would have been nice. So in seat 2, Rich Ashby, 383,000. Bracelet winner. He's come 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th in bracelet events. Such a good player.
Yeah, Jack, if you're still watching, that's a massive rip on the river, man. Like I said, like 2.66. Who was that against, Jack? Who heroed you off with that hand? Was it one of the crushers that you mentioned, or was it just a random at the table? Some hero there in that spot. Especially on that river.
Pass. Raise 10,000.
Oh, D-trick fast, okay. It's a mental call.
Raise 28,000.
Fair play though. Fair play to you. Some stack as well. Good luck if you're not tuned in over either the rest of tonight or tomorrow. Good luck in day 2, mate. Hopefully we see some good news. Wow, I've just looked up after reading that hand here, and what a life for Gorinda.
Raise 68,000.
Makes it 68.
And what's Stephen going to do here with the ace-king? And the thing is, Tower, after seeing Gorinda fold the 8s versus cut-off open, if Stephen's been on the table with Gorinda all day, and Gorinda's been playing very snug and very tight, like, we are hating our life here with ace-king. Yes, obviously we got the removal to aces and kings, and then flipping versus the rest of the hands. Like, don't expect Gorinda to ever do this with ace-queen, just because of what I saw with the pocket 8s a few hands ago. And this is, there we go, and he folds for that reason. What a fold. Literally loses 2 big blinds.
Brilliant
with
fold.
ace king into aces, loses 2 big blinds.
Yep.
This man can play. I've never seen him before. I've recognised the face, but Stephen, very, very good fold from him. What a fold that is. And I guess it's down to Gorinda, and Gorinda's obviously playing super tight, and obviously that's not going to be beneficial when you do wake up with a hand. And Mad Turk obviously deliberating here, but doubt Mad Turk's ever putting another penny in this pot. Cheers, Jack. Have a good one, mate.
All the best, Jack. Have a great day off. What a fold.
Yeah, what a fold, Tower.
What a fold.
What a fold. He has Mad Turk to thank for that as well, though, because Mad Turk are free betting the 10-7 suited, which I guess we can some of the time, very small frequency, but then just letting it go to the 4-bet with the ace-king. Well played, sir. And this is the thing sometimes when you are playing too tight and you play too tight at the tables, the times that you do get your hands, you don't get value. Because players that are good, competent, and have been paying attention to your propensities are going to be able to make the correct laydown and fold near the top of their range, as we see from Stephen there. Very nice fold from the lad.
Aces. Flipping aces. Pass.
Well, I've got
Pass. 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 Pass.
Well, they've just disclosed their hands to each other, and they've all give each other a quick smirk. And they don't know whether to believe each other at this moment in time, but they were the correct hands.
Did Turk even say his hand?
No. He says, you folded ace king, and you had aces.
Jagger went, Lewis. He went a while ago, old Jagger. Before the bubble. Didn't even cash James Jagger. He was out before the money.
Yeah, he can't lie. The girl is not like that. He won't lie. The girl won't lie. He says he got aces, he got aces.
Raise 10,000. Pass.
100%
Pass.
Pass. Not mine to you now.
Yeah. That's an understatement. Connor says this Stephen guy seems solid. Yes.
He did get a how much was it? What was it? A 3K. 80 big blind gift earlier.
He did.
Yeah, he did get an 80 big blind gift earlier. There was a hand when we had like 60 left. It wasn't on the feature table. It was an outer where Stephen opened aces. Sorry. Was it Radu? It was Radu.
Yeah,
Radu opened ace 9, Stephen 3-bet aces, and Radu just ripped in 80 big blinds with the ace 9 off, and Stephen called with the aces, and it was no sweat. Good shape to be in pre-aces versus ace 9 off, but this was for like heaps. It was like $500,000 pot at the 3K level. But since he's got them chips, he's obviously used them very well.
8-9 queen.
Yeah, nice one to mix a check in with for Stephen, the Queen 10. Really nice top pair to start checking. I'm going to check again here, try and induce something from the Mad Turk perhaps, but I think we might see a bet from Mad Turk if he had like 7 or 6 high here, but I think with King High still have a smidge of showdown blind on blind, but still happy to fire here. So Stephen with the double check, going to get maximum again. Every hand he's in, he's playing the way that's going to get him the most chips. Playing very, very well.
And a call. Check.
7 of hearts on the river.
And a check.
Here's check, check. Last aggressor, Mad Turk. Who's to show first?
Just landed back in Dublin, and your man's got all the chips. Indeed, he has. It was the European Deep Stack winner in 2020, Stephen. The last event before the world shut down. I was there. I just bubbled the seniors. That's true. True story. I just bubbled the seniors. Stephen Keogh goes on to win the Deep Stack. The world shuts down.
Pass. 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 Raise 21,000. Pass.
No, we made up anyway. He said sorry, I said okay. No, we're okay now. Plus, we're from the same village probably anyway, so we have to look after each other, haven't we? Well, you might as well be the same colour, isn't it? Both the same colour, we've got to look after each other.
I thought you was from India.
Well, most people call me India, or Pakistani, so that's not me.
Pass. 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 Raise. 12,000. Pass. And a call.
Ace 8-6, 2-spade board. Gut shot here for Trig and Mad Turk. Catching bottom pair with some backdoors. However, we are going to have lots of bets on this one. It being ace high, being the opener.
17,000.
Continues for 17, and against this larger size, just gets out of the way.
Yeah, there'll be a lot over for the Irish Open. Now things starting to open up. Malta's on, Dublin's on, we know Prague's on, Vegas is open. Just about getting back to normal now. £93,460 up top, 65,350 for second. Final table, you lock up a nice 6,450, and we are on 34, and we've locked up 22.50.
Be nice to see Tower over there.
Well, in Dublin, I know Jay's going to be playing the main event, going over for the festival. Pesky's on his way to Malta tomorrow as well. Delicious. Good luck everybody who's going around the world playing a bit of poker, the game that we love.
That's a good question from Jerry. What time frame within a 3-day tournament do you consider to be the most important? Obviously, it is all important, but if you were to rank the day, I don't know. I wouldn't even be able to answer that question. I guess the most important time is when you're all in and at risk. Make sure you don't lose that pot.
Yeah, like Rob says, last two levels of day one. Is that the way you move, or you stay stagnant? You're happy with what chips you've got, and you don't want to put any at risk, or time to gamble.
So I've never interested me because I've never really thought of it like that. Like, what's the most important bit of the day? I'm not ever sitting at a poker tournament and get to a point where I'm like, right, this is the most important bit of the day. I need to make sure I'm switched on. I guess it can be any part of the day for any given individual, how their day's going, and yeah, it's just a question I've never been asked. Pretty stumped. One I couldn't answer, Jerry, for you.
Check.
I guess it's important as well. The part of the day, like through a poker tournament, you're going to get unlucky at some point. It's just, it has to happen sooner or later. And I guess it's when you lose one of them pots and you do get unlucky, it's about getting back in the right mental state and just continue going about your day. I guess that's a very important inflection point on the day, how you react to something like that. Making sure you just continue doing the right things and you don't start spewing off chips, trying to quickly get your chips back. Yeah, it's just a good question. One that has me stumped.
Last level of today is level number 20, which will be around about 11:30.
Check mark here on the turn, turning the Second nut flush. Checks it behind.
Check. Bet 40,000.
Goes for value, but not going to get any versus this holding.
Trig with a bet, doesn't get any.
Best way to look at it, when do you think it would be the worst time to be blackout drunk for? I guess the final table. Do you know what, the other night in the mini, I had to, Tower was just bringing me beers, would not stop bringing me beers. And then I remember I looked at the clock and there was like 20 something players left, and I thought, I better order a coffee. I got a coffee, I got 2 bottles of water, no more beer. And then half hour after that I was out. Should have kept the beers coming.
I know. I don't want to talk about it. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, that was literally it.
Pass. 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 Raise 10,000. Call.
Sorry, button here. End up opening the ace-9, and Richard could definitely free bet this one at some frequency. A very nice hand to do it without the small, but choosing to just flat, and that's going to bring Stephen along here with the king-10. We got an action flop tower. That's what we want.
10, 4, 3, 2 spades, straight flush draw for Rich.
And Stephen with top pair here, and Gorinda choosing to continue, and he's going to get called at the very least in both spots here. Stephen never folding his top pair, and Richard here with a still will draw. Just a huge flop for him. Players for 12k into 35. Just over third.
Raise 55,000.
Makes it 55.
Yeah, now Stephen here can get out the way tower and just makes the quick fold with the best hand, but facing this heat from Richard. Richard will have threes, he will have fours here. Other than that, not too much value. Against a button range, he might start raising some strong 10x, some ace 10, king 10. They will have a fair amount of bluffs as well. Obviously the spades, the main one that he did have on that occasion, but takes it down. Gets 2 better hands to fold, although he did have heaps of equity.
Oi, oi. Mehmet's only gone and won 2,400. 2,450.
Oh, nice hit, Mehmet.
That's Turkish lira. I don't know what it is to the pound these days.
Very nice
But
hit,
anyway,
sir.
it's 2,500 in the back pocket. Nice one, Mehmet. Good stuff. I suppose when you're out there, it's don't make any difference to us, does it? 2,500 Turkish lira. Fantastic. Well done, Mehmet. Liverpool winning 1-0 at the end, I suppose. Making the bet come up. 4-5 again. This time for the Mad Turk in the big blind. As he gets a free flop. Shouldn't be folding, which he doesn't. Snap calls.
King.
Boing. Thanks for coming.
Stephen probably going to check now. Literally probably going for value with ace queen on the turn. And now Mad Turk firing for 25. But it's an interesting spot, this one. You never expect him to bet like 6x here. Like maybe some 7x he can value bet, but would he choose pot size? Probably not tower. So once we take those out of there, 9x with trips may go this size. But 9x, how often is that going to check back flop? The Mad Turk, I don't think he's one to incorporate too many top pair checks. So very condensed range, he's looking for value there, and still Stephen makes the correct decision yet again. Doesn't call it off.
Seed open 19-1. That, unfortunately, was Alex Zeligman. Eliminated, not in 34th, because we lost on in 33, and Paulius Kosticus in 34. Alex has just gone out in 32nd, which means we're down to 31.
What's that? You should wait for it, but see the big line. That's why is it blocking table or is it coming from
Ace king for trig under the gun.
Does it come from blocking table or?
Oh no, forget that.
31 remaining.
Make it 30.
Make it 30.
Teed open 17-1. We'll not be doing the dance anymore.
Oh, Chun man.
Oh, we're not off to the. Oh, Chun man just eliminated, which means we're down to 30. Oh man, unlucky but well played. 30 players left.
How's Brad's score looking on 22? I had a bet with Brad this morning,
Well, you
didn't I?
did, yes, for the score.
Check through to Stephen here with the pocket fives. 2 overcards to his pocket fives, but may choose to start betting here. Tower denies him equity to overcards. Can have the best hand here. Start ranging opponents with our bet the times we are called. Fires for 8k and trig not folding ace king for this price. And obviously still can have the best hand. Stephen can start firing some 10-9 suited, some jack 10, jack 9 suited going to be in there. And trig actually opting to check raise here to 35k with the ace king. And really good timing because Stephen's going to have a real tough time continuing here with the pocket fives versus this check raise from Rick Trigg. Saying that, Stephen hasn't made an incorrect decision yet. Just every time he's folded, he's been behind. Every time he's called, he's been in front. But this time, fives are just a bit too optimistic. And nice play there from Trigg. Gets the better hand to fold.
Anybody else wants here? Vanilla?
So incoming, Mr. Ivor Sampson. He's an absolute boss, says Darren Oliver. Watch this kid's game. I will. Look forward to it. We're on 30. So we'll just balance the tables. We play 10 levels tonight, and Ben, probably about that. We play 10 levels, and however many are left, come back tomorrow.
Yeah, we're just about to go into level 8 of the day. We've got about 5 minutes left before the blinds are going to go up. See bottom right, top right of your screen there is the clock for the main event.
Yeah, Grosvenor Sport tomorrow morning. There'll be links on social media on Grosvenor Poker. Grosvenor Sport will put a book up about 9 AM tomorrow morning with the remaining players. At the moment, it's 30.
So Trigg electing to donk on the 7-3 deuce all heart board after defending the king 6 in the big blind. Jack of hearts on the turn. There goes check check. And ace diamonds on the river. And Trigg may have found the card that's going to get him paid here. Buyers for 30. And now we just need to think about Rich when Trigg opts to this size 30. into 50, 60% pot. Like, he's probably not going to choose this size with the 10 or the Queen of Hearts, so maybe it's just weighted towards the either Bear King or the Bear Ace. Can obviously have the flopped nut flush and the flop second nut flush in there as well, but I think once he starts sizing to this size tower, I doubt he's going to go as thin as like the 10 of Hearts here. So the times that he doesn't have those hands, obviously Ace 3 is going to be the best. He's never going to like start betting Ace Jack here or Ace 7. So that's why Rich hasn't insta-folded on this 4-liner, and it's actually a really tough spot, especially against an opponent like Trig, who is more than capable here of finding a bluff here on the river. He could potentially be donking some 4-5 hands like that, some 7x. Like, gonna have some of these, I guess, in his donk range. I'm not one that likes to construct the range, but I'm guessing Trig would have put the work in off the table. It's a tougher spot than it looks here for Richard, just because.
Nice fold again.
It's a better fold than it looks, that tower. It is a better fold than it looks. Jay, is there any particular reason you prefer cash other than over tournaments? Basically, I'm not the fan of grinding for 2 days and like getting such little reward at the end of it. I like being able to get up and go for a walk whenever I want in a cash game, and like I can take a like 15-20 minute break whenever I want. Lots of different factors. The other thing that's the most favourable factor for me as well is the pool of players that I usually play against on a regular basis. Sample size with them, because I've been playing against the same players for a long time. Sample size is huge, and I've played like tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of hands against certain opponents, and it's like probably not live but online, and then they're in my live game as well. But I guess it's down to that sample size, and I think that's where I excel most at poker, when I have all that information in the bank and try and use it to my advantage. I think that's probably the main factor for me. Just in a tournament, you can get put on a random table, you can be sat with 8 players you've never played with before, and then you've got to start from square one and start figuring out how they play and adjust accordingly, whereas in a cash game, you usually sit down with familiar faces, and I think that's one of the main things as well. But I like my breaks as well, like when I can just get up and I can go for a wander and do what I want when I want. In a cash game, you're not locked in until a certain time, you can finish when you want. A lot of different things.
Never saw Barney Bowman playing in London a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, we did.
And Jack. Sydney. It'd be nice to meet you two as well.
Yeah, I hope that answers your question, Jerry.
We've got this coming up, if you fancy it. Goliath.
What's that?
It's just this event back here in Coventry that's, you know, runs for about 10 days, and the main event gets around about 10,000 runners, you know, just one of them little
I've already ordered the old matchsticks for my eyes.
Yes. Different comps for Goliath we will be streaming. We start streaming on Friday the 26th of August. We will we'll be setting up on the Thursday, getting everything ready. The hall looks amazing, empty, so it's going to look even better when it's all set up. Different streaming events. We've got the ladies event on the Saturday. We've got the high roller coming in on the Monday. We're not taking Wednesday night off. We're just changing comps. No, don't take no time off. Joker's Wild is back.
Yeah, you're taking time off from comms.
Yeah, well, yes.
You'll probably hear him in the background, guys, singing away while I'm doing a bit of comms with...
I have to get Mad Turkey.
I've got a superstar celebrity coming. I'll disclose who that's going to be near the time.
Oh, okay. Already kicked out. Already sorted, nice job. So, no, that's the Goliath. Looking forward to it. From Thursday the 25th, when the GUKPT main event starts, all the way through to Sunday the 4th of September. Stick it in your diaries and make sure you come and see us in the CBS Arena.
Yeah, so basically, I'll come to that question in a second, Jerry. Just actually, this hand's probably going to be over with David. thinking and leading. Oh no, it's Stephen that's bet here with the Queen 8 of clubs, so it's not going to be over. It's the player without the hand that's betting. Just a slight graphic error there from our action tracker.
What did I do? Sorry, everybody. I'm only human.
That is true. Sat there listening to every hand from the dealer all day long ain't easy.
And after flop goes check here, I expect David here to call once tower. Size is right, here's 21k. Well, he does let it go. That's a tight laydown after catching second pair after check on the flop. Yeah, basically, Jerry Fall, like when I'm playing with players that I've played thousands of hands with, I know what hands to continue with in certain spots, or at least I think I do. I have a strategy that I think is going to make me the most money over the long run versus one given individual. However, in a tournament, when I sit down, when I start a day, if I don't know someone, there's a lot of guesswork going on. And like, especially at the start of a day one, like sometimes you can get on the table where you don't know half the table, and there's a lot of guesswork going on in hands, and you've got to play accordingly to what you're just assuming at the start. Whereas like with players that you got sample size with that never change their games and have played the same since day one, it doesn't really become much guesswork because you sort of know what to do in any given spot. And I guess that's what it comes down to, if that helps. Cardsmith, have we got the schedule for Bury New Road yet?
We have somewhere, and PK will let me have it so I can put it onto the stream. We will get the schedule for Bury New Road up in Manchester very soon. It starts in 10 days' time, so we will get it out for you, and I'll get PK to stick it into the stream deck so we can stick it on for you guys.
And a bit of action here. Stephen opening the Queen 10 of hearts, flop top pair. Expect him to be continuing. Richard not going to be going anywhere here with pair and flush draw. And Stephen fires for third, 11k into 33. And this is a sign of a very good player as well, Tower. Like when sizings are on point, like when it's exactly third or exactly half or exactly three-quarter, and it keeps happening like that, and it's just not a mistake. Like it's too much of a coincidence for those to just keep picking the correct size in terms of the percentage of the pot, and that is also a very good sign of a good player. Something to take into account at the table if you ever are up against unknown. Their sizings can give you an indication to the level of player that you're up against. But Stephen not going anywhere here versus the check raise from Richard. 9 of hearts on the turn, pretty bricky. Now Richard checks, slows down with his pair and a diamond draw. Now Stephen here with the Queen 10, interesting spot. Does he think Richard's ever going to get tricky here and now start checking a set or two pair, which he can plausibly have out the big blind? And this 9 of diamonds on the river. This is a horrible card for us here as Stephen with the Queen 10. Like there are still some bluffs here, like Stephen gonna have a hard time calling this off, but there are still a few bluffs, some like ace 4 maybe with a diamond, ace of diamonds, ace 5 with the ace of diamonds on the flop, as well as all 16 combos of 4-5 he's gonna have defending out the big blind. Obviously he's not always gonna raise all 16 of them, he's only gonna raise at a certain frequency, but this is just a disaster room for us here as Stephen with the Queen 10 of hearts. But the thing is that there are bluffs in here. Obviously 4-5, as I mentioned, ace 4, ace 5 going to be in there as well. Is there ever a time he has a random air pull, like maybe jack 10 of clubs or something like that? But that's probably going to continue barreling after picking up equity on the turn. So he's got a whole host of flushes here. I can't see Stephen calling this. He's been pretty on point with his decisions, Tower, and I'd be surprised if he heroed this one off on this particular river. Oh, he does hero it.
He does hero.
Does hero.
65 from Stephen.
Yes, he had his reasons, maybe some history over the course of the day between him and Richard.
Richard Ashby nearly up to nearly $500,000.
NPL.
Not wrong.
There we go.
Johnny slightly. Hello, always blowing kisses at me. Love you.
Hello. Cool.
Manchester is there. There it is. We were just looking right there. Thursday the 17th, the G400, £400 in. Mini main starting on the. That's brilliant. Look at that. Manchester is there.
A nice little schedule.
Yeah. We have the cash game live stream on the Wednesday, as people will be playing the PLO and the mini main day 3 and the main event satellite cash out. Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday will concentrate on the main. So more or less the same kind of festival that Coventry just had. Is Ben Heath the best player right now in the United Kingdom? We don't see much of Ben because he plays all over the world, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
So we don't really see him.
It's, never seen him on a GUKPT ever. Never seen Ben. His close friend Charlie, I've seen a few times at the grand final, but haven't never really seen much of Ben Heath. Never got to watch him play. I've seen him on a few streams back in the day, but obviously an unbelievable player with an unbelievable resume.
Yeah. Going that way, you'd say Stephen Chidwick, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
He's English and we've never seen him.
Yeah.
Never seen him play poker. Stephen Chidwick.
Yeah, Fender just put that in the chat. So as you said that, Chidwick is the GOAT in the UK.
Yep.
My favourite's always been Mr. Trickett though. Can't knock like Sam, where he's a cash game player as well. Plays at the nosebleeds, or at least used to. I think he's settled down now, hasn't he, Sam?
Has he?
He's stopped playing a little bit, I think. Maybe playing some underground games somewhere, but Trickett always be UK GOAT to me. Might be a new one if Hardcastle goes and ships this
Absolutely.
10 million guaranteed comp. Bowie Effect says Ali Malou. Ali Malou will always be a legend, Andy. Always be a legend, Ali. Lovely off the table as well, comes across really well. Great to watch when he's on our live stream.
That's dangerous, mate. One hand.
Oh no, we're not going to get a scene for very long.
He's only here about 20 minutes.
I have a man gone, balancing the tables. Balancing the tables. That's because we've just lost 2 in 2 minutes.
Really?
Archie Seaton has just been eliminated, and straight after that Cameron drew it. He drew a blank. He drew it, which means we're on 28. So we've gone to balance the tables as we're in 28 players out. Money has just slightly gone up. We're on 25.50 now. 2,550. We're 28 players out.
That line of 17's not looking too bad.
The line of 17 is looking good. What was your unders? 20?
22.
22?
Yeah, 22.
Have you spent it already?
I'm basically Tower. I'm going to get around him for people on the next break, I think. Brad's paying for him. He won Leeds, Sydney, Brett, a few years back.
I did, Brett Angel, very good player.
Brett Angel won Leeds a couple of years ago, GUKPT Leeds.
Yep.
Yeah, Trigg as well. Can't forget about the Rick Trigg.
Another GKPT winner. Blackpool. Back in the day. Yeah, you got to love Ali Malou. You've got. He was here this week as well. I saw him playing the side events.
Raising take for David.
I don't think he played the main, but I know he was here for the sides.
Yeah, he was in the mini. Saw him in the mini.
Yeah. Lady G starting to kick off, starting to get the music rocking and a rolling.
I don't think we can hear it coming through on the screen. No?
No?
Completely cancelled out.
G starting to kick off. We can hear it in the background. We'll let you know what they play. We are on 28 out of 416 out of 129 to this morning. So we've lost 100 players this morning, or today, in 9.5 hours. 9 hours of poker, we've lost 100 players.
Okay.
Oh, light snack time.
Quick bite.
No action for Stephen with the ace queen. Raising in the hijack gets it through.
11 bigs for Sanjay, 20 bigs for Gardner.
Let's have a look what we got on coming up over the year tower.
Yes!
Up until the Goliath. There's the schedule of the events. GUKPTs, 25-25s, deep stacks, G400s. Plenty going on around the country, all different buying levels. So if you fancy playing a bit of live poker, this is what's going on in G casinos. These are the Grosvenor events. Grosvenor presents events. Tongue twister. And all the points for these go towards the National League if you cash, if you are chasing that leaderboard.
Yeah. Yeah, and as people rightly said earlier on, they thought Glasgow was earlier. It's because they're having a refurb, and Reading was moved also to later on in July, and that is the last event before Goliath, the Reading GUKPT, because all eyes turn to making that hole look amazing.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, very unlucky with the Towers treble, but Jay's treble came in.
Yeah.
So Towers had to retire.
Second one ever on stream.
We got 5 out of 6 between us. Brentford, Birmingham and Bolton, 16-1.
Imagine a free here tower. That would be as cold as it comes.
It's not tonight.
Well, doesn't change a thing. Ace deuce of the Mad Turk still out in front. Obviously going to have advantage on this board as well. Wouldn't mind seeing a double barrel from him, Tower. Yeah, I like this from Turk. Size up a little bit as well. We're going to have King Queen, King 10, King Jack, Ace King, stronger King X here. And the V can have a whole host of calls once, 4x, 5x that we can start folding out, as well as some gut shots, deuce 3, 6-3, 7-6. Going to have a hard time continuing out of position. Although this size is fairly attractive, we are getting over 3-1 on the call as David here, but don't get to dictate the action on the river. You might just choose to let this one go. So this is level 8 of the day. We've got 3 more levels left for you before players will bag up for day 3. Don't forget tomorrow, if you fancy a punt, there's going to be a day 3 book on Grosvenor Sport. If you want to bet on one of your favourite players or you've got a friend or family in the field, there will be priced up for Sunday.
You will indeed.
You get a little sweat sitting there on the Sunday eating your roast, watching the live stream, and you get a little sweat on. If you get one of your picks running deep.
Yeah, it's not about looking for the value and thinking, well, if I back them all, I'll get a winner. But it's just a little bit of fun while they're watching the live stream, and then playing the live stream free roll as well, which will be on at 6 o'clock. I wonder if the password is going to be anything like last time. Were you trying to? Were it good guessing for trying to guess in the password or something? What was the password last time? G-L, whatever it was. Trig with Jack 7, raising to 12 in the cut-off.
Gorinda's been having a field day. Sorry, not Gorinda. I bet Trig's been having a field day today with Gorinda on his left tower. Like, has to shove this here, Gorinda, for sub 20 bigs. It's a Trig cut-off open, and we got ace 10 of diamonds. Just put it in. Put the lot in, Gorinda. Trig's just going to fold so often. It's going to work out in his favour anyway. He's going to actually get more chips this way because the big blind's come along now, and it looks like he's counting out the bet on the turn. And it's going to work versus these two holdings. Trig got insta-folding here. Tower, is he thinking about making a move here with the Jack-7? Maybe thinking Gorinda has exactly what he has, and it's not going to be able to stand the heat of a raise, but a bit nuts to do that, and there's the fold. Because I guess Gorinda will check back some Queen X on the flop, and just maybe a bit mental to start raising there, and Trig, rightly so, thinks better of it. That gives a follow as well, guys. There's our socials down the bottom.
Yes,
Facebook and Twitter at Grosvenor Poker. For live stream coverage, it's /GUKPT on YouTube and Twitch, and would help us out if you do hit the follow or subscribe button, depending on what platform you're watching on. You will get notified every time that we do go live.
Right, please.
28. 28. $28 out of 416. We're in the money. Everybody's in the Wonga. And we've locked up £2,550. $90 bigs for Stephen Keogh. Trig. No, sorry, Richard Ashby on 470. Trig on 50 bigs. Sanjay down on 11.
Convenient song for a poker tournament.
Yeah. Elton John, I'm Still Standing, playing in the background.
Fold round to Stephen. Happy to complete the Jack-6 here, and Mad Turk going to be raising this one up blind on blind. Just a quick fold from Stephen. A big thanks to everyone that's been tuned in throughout the day. If you have just tuned in, this is day 2 of the main event here in Coventry. This is what we are playing for. £93,000 up top, going to the eventual winner. 28 players left. Expecting probably 16, 17 to come back potentially for day 3 tomorrow. It's been a good event. Very good event, very well attended. So we've got Trig here under the gun, King 7 of hearts. Happy to open this suited king with the chips. And Sanjay, easy defend for him. Suited queen, even off of this stack size, we are just sub 10 bigs, but we can defend, try and catch a piece and happily go with it. This is good enough. This is just going to be, well, I hope it's going to be a check rip here from Sanjay. If Trig continues, there's the continue from Trig, and Sanjay should just be shoving now. He's called off this sub 10 big blinds for this to happen, catch a piece, and then we can check raise over Trig's continue. Well, it looks like he's just going to call, which, okay. I think he's just counting his chips, going to see how much he's got. Well, he is just going to call here, Sanjay. Leave himself 40k per hack, working with 0.8 SPR. But he's going to love that turn card though. Check mark on the hand. And Trig just sets him in, and it's a snap call, and Trig's going to see that he's drawing dead. Look at the face of Trig. Sanjay beat him in the pot. Beat him into the pot. And actually flattened there has worked to perfection from Sanjay. And Trig probably double barrels that spot for that reason, thinking that like if Sanjay's got a 10, 5 or 4, he's just going to shove flop, so we're only really worried about like traps potentially. Like, and then we just fold out a whole host like some ace deuce, ace 3, 6, 7, 6, 8, these type of holdings. A meaningless river because Trig's drawing dead, and Sanjay gets the double up. How are we doing, Jonathan? 10 pints last night, busted the Maybury, Reg Tawney, played cash, woke up with more money in my bank than what I started with. Wife not talking to me, perfect day. I hope you're well. Looking forward to playing golf up there actually. Thanks for sorting that out for me and Tower. We're thoroughly looking forward to it. Someone showed me the course the other day and it does look picturesque. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm not a good golfer, but I do enjoy it, and can't wait to get round. On to the next hand. This session's flown by. We've got about 35 minutes left this session. There's the clock, 36. Before we'll head out on the final 15 or 20 minute break of the day. As a Mad Turk makes it full 3x here. On the button with the Jack 10 of hearts. Like Sanjay may have peeled the Queen Jack to a min click button versus small blind, but the Mad Turk opted in for that large 3x sizing, and no action for him. Raise and take. Joe, what Jonathan, I'm the same, says hopefully get the weather too. Not picked up the stick since October, but should start sometime this month. Got to protect my handicap. Your 4 handicap. I didn't realise you're that good. You have to add 30 onto that to get to mine, or close to. But I haven't played since October either, and I think it's going to be this month, or next week hopefully. Going to get around a golfing.
No, she's not. Just in case I say something stupid.
So pocket 8 for Richard, makes it 13. Thank you.
Tea and a water.
The Mad Turk, Ace Jack of clubs. 3 betting.
36 total.
To 36. and this deep. Rich not folding the pocket eights. That's for sure, Tower. For this just sub 3 exercising. Just expect to see him call here. These two are very, very deep at this stage of the day. 70 plus bigs effective. I'd be surprised if Rich let the eights go here in this heads up situation, but scratch of the chin may indicate that he is going to make a tight lay down here. I'm almost always peeling, especially against the Mad Turk. Like the times we make our set and Mad Turk does have like the top of his range, the aces, the kings with queens, we can win an absolute monster. And glad to see that Rich is counting out some calling chips, or what look like calling chips. Ah, he's going to fold Tower. It's right on the line here. And the thing is, the problem now, all this posturing, it does sort of give away like the strength of our hand here. Like Mad Turk will now know, like we're never going to have any traps now once we do all this posturing. Like aces and kings aren't going to be in there. And just lets the eights go. Surprised to see that.
I can't make the golf, Jonathan. Not if you're playing a 4.
Yeah, that's what I just said. That's what I just said.
4? 4? What's that all about? 4?
Let's have a
You didn't tell us that when you invited us to Aberdeen. 4? Yeah, we need to sort out a date. There's, we'll send you a couple of messages because there's a couple of, not issues, but we might be working the weekend before, but we'll let you know. We'll let you know. We'll sort something out because the pictures are amazing of Aberdeen. Cannot wait. And well done on the 4 handicap. That's amazing. Love it. Love it.
No wonder he's invited us. He just wants to show off. Playing off a 4.
I love to watch people play off such a low handicap. Caddied for one of my mates at the Open qualifiers at the Old Links in St Anne's last year. He was a scratch golfer, and I went round with a guy from Scotland who was trying to qualify. Jamie Morrison, something like that. +4. +4. Fantastic. The way he hit his second shot, wasn't the longest driver. Second shot to the green, phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Oh wow.
Oi, straight into the action because Sanjay looks down at ace king and they're all going in the middle and it's all about timing and it's the wrong one.
This is Stephen's comp tower.
This is it.
When you get aces into ace 9 for chunks and then aces into ace king for chunks, sometimes it's just your day. And Sanjay, 5% equity here, 1 in 20 shot to stay alive here.
Wow. 19
out of 20 times. He's going to be out the door. Needs help and lots of it. Otherwise we are going to be down to 27 players. Queen 9 8, no help there. Running king or running jack 10, and that is dead on the turn. So we do lose Sanjay Patel, who isn't out in 28 because we lost Oliver Hutchins briefly. So Sanjay 27th for £2,550, which means Tower 26. 26 remain.
26. Oliver went out. Sanjay's just gone out. Well, oh, you look down at ace king, unfortunately runs into the old boots.
26 players.
I have to play for my
So we'll lose another one. We're down to 26. Seniors tomorrow at 1 PM, and the final event is the bounty at 4. They are in trouble now. Steve Keogh that's the game. Great player.
That's the hardest thing to play against in this game. A good player that's running well. No,
all right.
Just someone that's good, that runs well.
Yep.
In a certain situation, it's just lethal. And probably if there was a book now, would be up there in the betting to win this one, Stephen.
22,000 total.
They are all in trouble now. Oh, yes. Sanjay out in 27th, which means we're down to 26. Is Jay Irby still in?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. Might even be on the feature table the next time we swap it round. You never know. What time's the break? It'll tell us when the clock swings down to seats 5 to 9, won't it? Well,
Raised to 12.
no, Ollie Kemp's just lost. What have you lost, Ollie? What we bubbled?
Bit of lead raising here on the bottom with the ace-5. Should happily open any ace-x once folded to us. And Stephen happy to defend the 7-5. Isn't a dominated spot. And heads up to the flop.
Ace Jack 8, 2 spades. Nice flop for David.
Yeah, looks like he's just happy to start firing here. This particular ace-5 combo wouldn't mind to incorporate into some checks. But bet and fine too never can be a bad thing, and Stephen, though, with complete air, just has to let it go.
So 26 minutes left until the break.
12 announced.
And we didn't have a bubble.
Yeah.
Play continued all the way through.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
It's a trig, nice one to open. King 10 of clubs raises to 12k, and the Mad Turk happy to defend the Jack 10.
250.
Heads up.
Queen, King 2, 2 hearts.
Yeah, nice bit of action for us. Trig top pair. Mad Turk up and down, so
Yeah.
going to see some money go in this one.
Bet 15.
15,000 from Trig.
Happy to continue here for just south of half, 15 into 33, and the Mad Turk here should just be calling tower. Yes, we are up and down, but on the King Queen board, going to be very good for trigs under the gun opening range, so want to just be calling and taking some turns.
Jack of clubs. Oh, interesting turn.
Yeah, well, picks up a pair to go with his up and down, the Mad Turk, and trig improves to an up and down as well. And versus Mad Turk, I like this, just going for value again here on the turn. He's not folding a flush draw, we can get value from that. Queen X, King X, worst King X that you have in the big blind isn't going to fold either. And Trig just knowing his customer here, against some opponents you might choose to check behind this particular hand, but Trig just going for the second straight away, and the Mad Turk makes a good laydown. Wasn't expecting him to fold that one tower, to be honest with you.
Nice laydown. Still got 70 bigs as a Turk.
And the hand, you don't want to check raise. 10 jack.
Yeah, at the break they always switch out the feature for one of the other
Up
tables.
and down the flop. I was going to raise you if you bet bigger.
You're a big blind Nancy.
Yeah, pair on the turn, but I might be drawing jack. Right,
You were drawing thin. Now, shall we say, Mr. Turkey, we're drawing thin.
Raiders on the floor, but you'd have to call an Indian. Save my chip. Bad play. Shaking ball you are.
Chuffed it with the ace king.
13.
Trig calls with the ace 6 in the big.
Heads up.
3, 10, queen.
Bet. 16. Raise.
Richard
46.
Ashby bets 16,000. Trig makes it 46. And that's a call as well from Richard in the back doors. And the gut shot to the Broadway. And the overs. Well, that is not a bad card when you've just floored with the ace king. Got to be thinking that Trig has put as many chips in to this pot as he's going to put in. Don't mind a check. I think we've got a bet out though from Rich in seat number 2 with the black hat. Is that a Raiders hat? Is it? No, I thought it was a Raiders hat. So an interesting spot for Chavty in seat 2. Turns Broadway, and he does check. And the 7 of spades.
So the Trig check raise flop tower.
They did, and then put the handbrake on.
Interesting check raise from Trig. I haven't really got much to say about it. Surprised that we choose this hand. Obviously, Trig, absolute beast, still have his reasons. Glad to see that he just gives up once called.
Absolutely. He had already given up on the end. So we just heard all in and a call on the outer table, and we can tell you that James Rant has been eliminated in 26th place for £2,550. We're now on 25. Good run, but time ran out.
Luck ran out. May have ran bad. They're all there, all the puns.
Good effort, James, finishing 26th to £2,550.
Yeah, 22's looking great, Brad. Great choice, mate.
It's looking great. It's looking great for Jay. He's already spent it.
Yeah, literally. Free dinner. Ace 2 of clubs for Stephen. Been a very impressive day from him. And Mad Turk here, just Queen 5, just putting in a random free bet here versus cut off open, just makes it 34k to go. Just some random hand. I guess versus cut off, obviously Stephen can open a lot of hands, but definitely better hands we can choose. But you don't get the name the Mad Turk for just free betting the standard range. Queen 5 offers in there. And Stephen here, don't expect him to fold this ever. Tower, cut off versus button. Suited wheel ace. This deep versus the Mad Turk. So thinking about 4 betting potentially. Wow, the guy's reads on point, like reads on point today. Like Stephen's just caught the Mad Turk in the act, and low frequency 4-bet with the suited wheel ace is like really nice from him. Like this is a very good 4-bet bluff candidate. Suited wheel aces are very nice to put in the 4-bet bluff with, and Stephen, well played, very well played. He is playing phenomenal. Tower reads are just on point. That he thought Mad Turk was light there, and he had the best hand to probably 4-bet bluff with, or one of, and just went for it. It's one thing thinking that the Mad Turk's light and thinking we got a nice hand to potentially 4-bet bluff, but then still to come in and do it on stream when you know you've got 400 or 500 people watching you. It takes a lot. Don't want to look silly, and it's playing very well, that man in seat 3. Look out for him tomorrow. That's what I'm going to say. How are we doing a CFO?
A C4 in Prague.
Albert Sapiano's in Prague.
He is indeed. Send me a picture.
Raised to 13.
Good old Albert.
Oh, he bust 125 into a 1k satellite with a C4. Unlucky.
So Richard happy to open the Jack 9 of clubs. Raises to 13. And David in the big blind with 33 bigs. And ace king here. Going to be 3-betting. Thinking about potentially just ripping this here tower versus Gunner. I wouldn't hate it. Wouldn't hate it at all. And there is the all in.
Like it.
And just a quick fold from Richard. Nice pick up for David.
Will the book tomorrow be each way places or just outright betting? It's just outright, isn't it? Just outright betting. Yeah, blame Brexit, a C4. Blame Brexit. Hope you're having a good time though in Prague, one of the nicest cities in the entire world. Not that I've been to the entire world, but it's one of my favourite places I've ever been to. Mitch Kelly flicked it in today for day 2, but bust out.
Let's see if I like John as well. He's naming some of the names in Prague. He goes, Patrick Leonard's here, Stephen Chidwick's here, and then he goes, oh, and John Mooney. GUKPT regular John Mooney, lovely bloke
From
actually.
Manchester. Is he from Manchester?
I don't know where he's from, but
he's from around the Manchester area.
and good evening, Leeson.
Retired from work and wanted to go and play a lot of poker. And that's exactly what he's doing. Loving life. Loving life. Leeson must have been on your treble, because he said he loves a treble win on a Saturday.
There you go.
Nice one, Leeson. If you were in it on it. Tower's treble was unlucky, 2 out of 3. And Jay came up with the goods at 16 to 1. I'm glad I've not gone. As soon as we get a couple of players into seats 6 and 7, you'll know we're down to 24. So we're on 25 at the minute.
20 quid on it. Nice work, Leeson.
Fantastic. Well done. Good effort. It was never in doubt.
Raised to 12.
Ace 9 for David on the button. Raises to 12. And Stephen with the Queen 5 of hearts. Easy one to defend. Suited Queen here. Facing a min click, 4.5 to 1 on a call.
Talking about call, just heard the dealer shout, all in a call on 19.
Yeah.
So we're all in a call on one of the outer tables. We'll give you news if anything does happen of importance.
Yeah, David smashes this flop. Flopping top and bottom.
Oh.
Which is happy to continue.
Bet 15.
15,000 and it's a win. It's not so much the expenses of travelling, because if you travel abroad, you've got to pay the cost of the flight anyway. But imagine the field at the first EPT back after 2.5 years. It's going to be insane.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to go.
Yeah.
Because it's the first time that they've had a comp in Europe. It's going to be insanely full of everybody. And while we're holding the GUKPT 416 runners is no mean feat, everybody expected, once travel was, you were able to travel around and play these competitions, you're going to have a little bit of competition everywhere. But 416 in Coventry is no mean feat, considering that the world's elite will be in Prague.
We've got 12 minutes left on the clock before we head out on the final 15-minute break of the day. I'm assuming it's 15. So we will be back at 10:30. 10:30 is when we're going to return from the break.
Unfortunately, James Rann was the last man out. We mentioned that on the stream, Sydney.
Yeah, and speaking of players out, I'm guessing we're going to have some players coming into these seats very soon, Tower.
Oh, was the all in on table 19 no good?
Yeah, Leon Campbell has just exited the field.
Oh man!
So Leon in 25th leaves us with 24 players.
Good
that is 3 tables of 8.
Winner of the minute.
So I'm guessing there's going to be some balancing going on.
Yeah.
As Leon's just busted.
Winner of the minute, Mr. Leon Campbell, cashes in the main for £2,750. Well done, that man. So, as Jay says, we will be getting players around the table.
Good luck, everyone. You have a new dealer. Thank you.
Just over 10 minutes to go of this session. Players will be coming through very shortly, because we're on 24.
24 divided by 8, Tower.
3.
Spot on.
Get in there.
We'll go. We'll have a little look at the 2 outer tables as well. Maybe after this hand, we'll go out into the field and have a little look what's going on the outers. Stephen raising the Queen 10 off on the button, and Trig got a easy defend with the Queen Jack. Both players flopping Broadway draw. Trig should happily be check calling this as well. We've got the nut high hand here. If Stephen doesn't have a pair, we will have the best of it, and he can have a whole host of hands here opening on the button. But Trick just happy to check call. So we've got some players coming over, as looks like Stephen. There's Tai Huang. Looks like he's had a good session.
Yeah, that's 500,000 in reds.
There's Trig thinking about hero in here with Queen High.
And the Spand.
Yeah, here comes Spand.
2 trays. That's a good day.
That is a good day. So let's see the other 2 tables that are left in the field as Spand takes his seat.
Go on then.
There's Matt Davenport. Been a good day for him.
There's Matt.
Sat next to one of our GDPRs still left in. And there's Macapac. Haven't seen much of him today. And he's chipped up nicely. He's got a lovely stack there. Sat next to Callegro Morial.
Another deep run.
Yeah,
for Callegro.
It's on a bit of form. He won something a couple of months ago, Tara, I believe. There's Gary Whitehead still in the mix.
Deep run again for Mr. Whitehead. Always there and thereabouts.
Yeah, sat next to Lawrence, as you can see, in the white hoodie and the cap. Simon Taberhan, seems like he's had a good session. He's up to probably about 250k. And Ivor, who was on our featured table, out to table 19. And who we got over here? We got Joe Hindry.
Mr. Joe in seat 2. Where is stood up in seat 1?
Yeah, Joe was short. Remember coming back after the session, Tower.
Yeah.
He's one of the shortest stacks in the room.
That's
But
nearly 300,000 now.
yeah, must have had a double and more.
Chris Collins has had a bit of a struggle today, hasn't he? Lee French, about 150.
Yeah, pretty short at this stage for Lee. Sat next to Jacob Stone.
Impressed me a lot as Jacob.
Is that going to be your pick, Tower?
Might well be. Might well be, you know.
Yeah, there's James Parker. And Jay Yerby, he's chipped up nicely. He's probably close to 500,000 there, even more than that.
Like you, yeah. 3,500,000 in reds there.
And we've got Mitch Hynam.
And Mitch.
And that is the final 24 players, guys.
Beautiful.
Obviously, we got the 8 here on the featured as well. We're going on break very shortly, but just so you know, everyone that's left in, you can see all the faces.
Shall we nip into Lady G's in a bit? Shall we go see if it's buzzing and have a bit of a boogie? Shall we? There are some good names left in the final 24.
Interesting. Richard limping 8-6 under the gun.
Got all the moves as old Chuffy.
And Spand over limps to King 3. That brings both blinds in.
Ace 10 King, 2 diamonds. Oh, the best limp on that flop. Not a bad flop for Spand.
Like, this is the thing, like, Richard starts betting this now here, Tower, but like, we're not going to limp ace king. We're not going to limp ace 10. Like queen jack suited, we're not. We're going to open that. All the sets we're going to open. So although he's firing here, like trying to credibly rep the ball in terms of under the gun range, like once we limp, we shouldn't have any of them strong hands, and still happy to fire and try and take it down into 3 players. Span not going anywhere with the king 3 of diamonds, massive flop for him, and Gorinda here with the top pair. Top pair, decent kicker on this board, because like I say, ace queen and ace jack are going to raise pre, so like ace 9's probably the only hand we're worried about that has us outkicked here is Gorinda. Like when we just look at this hand from how, oh, it's just folded, that's just folded. Because it's a limp pot, it does change everything, changes the ranges involved. 6 of clubs on the turn, does pick up a pair now. Oh, Richard. Now I'm going to check over to Span. He's got a nice one to check behind here, potentially tower. Take a free one. We've got a card that we can still bluff catch if Richard leads on the river.
Let's check. And this is on the river, the 9 of hearts. Oh, check. I've got a king. 1 pair is good for Spand. Heading towards the break. $24 players left as we head towards the break.
Small blind, big blind, and big blind, and big blind.
What was the line? 22?
22.
Amazing.
Still winning at the moment, Brad.
Yeah, exactly. You're still in front. You want to ask JC if he wants to cash out. 24 left, top right hand corner. 2 minutes left at this level, as you can see on the clock. And then a 20-minute break.
Trig opening pocket fours. Oh, what a flop.
7, 6, 3, 2 clubs.
What a flop this is for Richard here.
Richard Ashby.
I'm just going to donk after flopping the nuts on the 7-6-3 board. And Trig's not going anywhere here with the pocket fours, that's for sure, tower. Going to be calling at the very least here. Just take some turns in position.
Jack of diamonds on the turn.
Now Richard putting in a
Check.
sneaky little check here, and a jack and hearts on the river. And now Rich mixing it up there, leading the nuts on the flop, and then checking, hoping to induce something from Trig. So going to be one more hand after this, unless Trig is in the tank for more than a minute. But Trig plays pretty quickly, tower, so
yeah,
probably going to get one more hand in. The thing is, like, what Trig's got to understand, and he will understand, the 7's got a pretty clear value bet here now. Like, 7x can comfortably value bet this spot, and I'm sure Trig will understand that. So there is a whole host we lose to here, but then again, there's also a lot of bluffs as well.
He has made the call.
And we blocked the nuts, I guess, as well. We blocked the nuts. How's he got 4 or 5? Got 2 4s in our hand.
I think that will do it, ladies and gentlemen.
We will see you in 15
That
minutes.
will do it. 20.
20?
20.
Oh, is it 20 again?
Is it 20 again?
We'll come back at half past.
We'll come
anyway
back at
and
half past anyway.
All right,
Full chip count on the way. See you for the final session of the day.
See you then, guys.
I'm padlocks off now. I'm tilting now, I'm in for 10.
So £40 straddle is on. And Andy once again getting involved. Jack 9.
Yeah, he's only winning 5.
Raises to 200. opts for the 5x here in the cut-off. And Vinny with the 6 deuce suited. Along he comes for 195 more. Joe's in with the 10-9 of hearts. And Bobby got an easy one to defend on the straddle with the king 10. Four-way action. And action we have, because we've got a gut shot for Andy. We've got top pair for Joe and Bobby. And this one checks through. 5 of clubs on the turn. So Bobby still with the best of it with the king 10. Andy still sitting with his gut shot. And Joe happy to fire now for 300. And Bobby here with the king 10. Not going to be going anywhere. Andy calls with the gut shot. And Vinny's just going to call with a 6 deuce as well.
Go on, Vinny.
River.
The queen of hearts is the river.
Check. Check.
Changes nothing.
Nothing at all. Changes nothing. So Bobby here. Maybe thinking about playing for thin value here, Tower, but I much prefer this from him, checking this one over to Andy, who's just sitting here with Jack high. What on earth have I just seen? Andy just rips 5.4 into 2 bag, 2.6, 2.7x pot shove.
Bobby says, can I have a count, please?
Wow!
Can I have a count? This is serious.
What a hero call this would be. What's Andy got, Tower? What makes sense? What hands are we going to play in this manner? Flop checks through. Turn we call. And the river comes a queen. And like, what hands do we shove for this amount? Like, we're not shoving 1 pair for this amount. So we're repping 2 pair plus shit. What on earth is this? We're literally repping 2 pair plus. But what 2 pair do we have? Andy's been playing a whole host. I guess Queen 7 suited can be in there. You got 2 combos of that. Queen 7 of clubs, Queen 7 of diamonds. But what else are we meant to have here? What are we repping? A set of 5s, but why are we not raising turn? We're going to bet sets on the flop 4-way. We're going to bet our 10x. Queen 10's probably not going to be in there. This don't make much sense, Tower. I can see Bobby calling this. I can really see him heroing this off. What I've seen from Bobby, he seems to be very solid, good thinking player. And if you really think about this one, what is Andy supposed to have here? He's never doing this with 1 pair. He never opts for this size with a 1 pair hand. It's 2 pair plus. And what hands get to the river in this manner with 2 pair? And then flip it on the other side. He's got bluffs. He's got missed clubs. He's got some random, like, maybe some random gut shots, some up and downs, these type of holdings here. Maybe a hand like 5-6 suited he's turning into a bluff, blocking a straight and 2 pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby called this off, even though it's for an insane amount and we need to be correct fairly often as Bobby to make this a good call. But what is Andy supposed to have? What's he representing? This is a crazy, crazy move.
Could Andy erase pre with 7s?
Yeah, but he's going to bet flop, Tower. Once we go 4-way, we're not checking 7s with our reputation on that flop ever once we go 4-way. So that's out of the question. 3s are out of the question. 10x going to bet. Like Queen 10... Queen 10 may be in there, but I think like heads up, yes, we can incorporate some checks with Queen 10, but in a multi-way situation when we go 4-way, we're just going to be continuing Queen 10 there. So even Queen 10's out of the question. Overpairs are going to continue as well, so Queens aren't going to be in there. So what's he got, Tower? Like, I think the only hand that makes sense is Queen 7 suited, and the way he's been playing, he probably would open Queen 7 suited. You've got Queen 7 of diamonds, Queen 7 of clubs in there. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value hands that Andy's ever going to have in this situation, whereas bluffs he can have. Obviously the clubs, the backdoor clubs are definitely in there that would take this particular line, check flop, then call turn once getting that price, as well as obviously we can see some gut shots. But this is a mad but brave move from Andy, and I think we have to call. I know I can see the cards, but I always try to portray to you guys on stream like about ranges and what's making sense and try and take the whole cards out of question. But Bobby seems like a pretty solid player and a thinking player and very competent, and this just doesn't make any sense. And I'd probably flick it in, and if you've got Queen 7 of clubs or Queen 7 of diamonds, nice hand. But other than that, I'm really clutching at straws for value here, Tower, because there's no need. We're never going to go 2 point over this size. We're never going to choose with a 1 pair holding. So it's 2 pair plus we're repping. Only straight out there, 4-6 suited, which is probably going to raise turn after all the action. Build a pot as well, especially with Vinny in there on the turn. We're probably going to raise 6-4 suited. So it's just so thin, and like the hands that we're repping here. And if it gets called, I'd love to see a call from Bobby here. And the way Andy's been playing, we saw him with the 4-3 of diamonds hand, like the way he just spewed off in that 4-bet pot with the 4-3 of diamonds. It's a really gross spot for Bobby, but really in the blender here with this decision. I know I can see the whole cards, but I think we have to call. The way Andy's been playing, the hands that he represents here, and like I can only come up with 2 combos that he plays in this manner, and that's even clutching at straws because he still needs to open the Queen 7 suited, but we've seen him open a lot wider than that so far this cash game, so I guess that's in there. But
will he remember the 4-3 hand and then just work it out and then just eventually call?
I don't know, Tower, because Bobby's been very tight and solid. Like, he's probably going to fold because of the size, but when you... Oh, he's called! He's made the call, and he's going to get the good news. And he's going to show him the Jack High. He doesn't even show him it. And Bobby with the King 10. What a hero. Someone go find that man a cape. Wow. Wow, what a pot. A 12.8k pot is that. 12.8k going the way of Bobby, and that's going to make him the big winner in this game. And I said I wouldn't be surprised if he made the call, and that's going to be it for Andy. The coat is on. He's going to be heading out. Could potentially get another player in. We've only got less than an hour left, but what a pot that was for you guys.
Andy just leaving the door.
It's 10 for Ian. Raises to 1.3 under the gun +1. And Radu here with the ace jack in the hijack. Surprised if he went anywhere this deep with Ian. I'm probably more inclined to just flat this one versus the early position open. But obviously can mix in a 3-bet some of the time. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. 3 bets to 3.2. Julie, if you just give yourself a refresh, should be alright, because picture's crystal clear here for us.
Yeah.
So it's probably just connection at home or wherever you may be. But if you give it a little refresh, hopefully it kicks back in.
Yeah, give yourself a refresh, Jules, and let us know that it's alright. Because it's alright on both our laptops.
Oh
so
my word.
What's happening here? 4-bet to 7.7.
Wow, Ian.
Oi, oi.
Someone over the age of 50, 4-bet bluffing Tower.
Whoa, well, I'm start folding.
It's just
You
like,
would be?
Yeah, I would be.
You'd be
I'd be folding ace queen here, suited as Radu. It would already have hit the muck. But this is, I guess Ian just thinks Radu's at it too much. And to be honest with you, the ace 10 off Tower, it's a really beautiful 4-bet bluff hand. And maybe Ian's been amongst the solvers the last few months. You don't know. He might have been putting some work in off the tables. That could be the case. And he might have put in the low frequency 4-bet here with the ace 10 versus Radu, who's been fairly aggressive, and with the chips as well. But fair play to Ian, mixing it up, not just having the ace king plus in his 4-bet range, and now action back on Radu here. And oh wow,
No way.
Is he gonna 5-bet? Has he picked up on something here?
20k.
Wow, Radu, what senses from him. He has to have picked up on something here, Tower. Read on the situation here from Radu is just so good. What a play. 5-bet bluff Tower, we just, no way. Do you know what, if Ian 6-bets here with ace 10 Tower, I'm done for, I'm having an early finish. He's not doing it. There's no way Ian 6-bets here. How often do we even say the word 6-bet on stream? Oh, wow. But Radu 5-bet bluffing the ace jack. This is just a leveling war between
He's not putting
the
the lot
two
in.
players.
He's doing it again!
No way!
He's doing it again! That's amazing!
Oh my God!
Oh,
Ian, 6-bet sold that, baby. 10. How'd you like them apples?
Sold that.
Ace 10, 6-bet rips it in for 100 big blinds. Oh my word. Ian is my new hero, Tower. I want this man to win the comp. Oh my word. 6-bet rip with the ace 10, folding the ace jack out. Where has Ian found that move from? Oh my word.
How'd you like them apples?
I've waited all day for something and it's just happened. Oh my word. Ian. Do you know what? Do you know what? I'd be sat at the table. If I was sat at the table there and Ian said to me I didn't have aces there, I would have had a lot of money with him that he had aces in that spot. A lot of money. But wow, wow. Fair play to the man.
A 6-bet rip. Well. So we can chat to you, we can talk to you, we can answer any question you want. You just can't see us.
That's a good thing.
You just can't see us. John Lowe, when is the Reading schedule being announced? Reading has been moved. We will get confirmation of Jim, but Reading has been moved from the end of April. It's not at the end of April anymore because I think it was something to do with the Easter weekend. It has been moved. Reading is now going to be in July. We will get the details this week.
Well, we got
What's happening here?
320 straddle on here, Tower.
What?
What? We have a 300
5-5-10
2040 80 160 320 and Vinny, who was on the 320 straddle on the button. How's Jagger get kings in this spot? It's just Jagger getting kings on a 320 straddle, raises to 700, and Vinny defending with a 7-6, and he has caught a piece here.
Oh, he's got the 6 as well.
So this, with the SPR we're working with here, Jagger's just going to put it in. Wow, he's actually opted to check, and it's worked to perfection. I don't think Vinny would have folded anyway. The player that Vinny is catching a piece.
The Cowboys turned them straight over. It went 5-5-10, 20, 40, 80.
160, 320. You look down, you got the Cowboys, you got action from Vinny on the button, and we're now 80% to get a near double up. Does have Vinny covered, just fading 7s and 6s. Nice clean turn for Jagger. And the 9 on the river, and Jagger taking the first big one of the day. 3.9k pot going his way.
Wow.
With the kings. It's only a 12 big blind pop, Tower, if you look at it in terms of the straddle, but in terms of the money in relation to the game that we're playing. Lovely start for him, and Vinny Lewis smiling away. You wouldn't think he's just lost 1,500 quid, but he's going to be reloading.
We might get that happening quite a lot this event. 5-5-10, 20, 40, 80, 160. Yeah, I'll make it 320. Look, and as Jay says, you look down, you've got kings.
But it's what they do, it's the way they grind, solid approach, and it's going to make you money in the long run. Maybe not as much as a player that's going to be more aggressive in certain spots. So like what I've seen from Jagger, always pretty impressed from him whenever he's on the feature table. Happy to get involved, happy to run it. It's been a very good watch though, can't take that away. And Jagger raising to 60, Ryan folding the ace-5, and Jamie here on the button. Jamie freeband the Queen 9 suited, like it, especially this deep versus Jagger with position. Vinny's in.
Here, so that's not happening.
Of course you can.
Okay, yeah.
Use Corvis. And then you've got Caligari, Rossi, 6, Twisted, 18. Alright guys, when you get your cards, just pop them in the circle in front of you. That's where they're going to live whilst you're at this table. The only other thing is that we ask that you don't watch the stream whilst you are here.
No.
Otherwise you get top class caution from Jane. Best of luck everyone, enjoy. Who was your dealer? Just where the buttons get moved here.
No, you raise under the... Yeah, you raise under the gun. Yes, you'll be blind. Sorry. You raise under the gun.
And we are back. Final session of the day. Feature table just taking their seats. There's the chip counts. That is the remaining 24 players. Stephen Cahoe leading the way. Jay Yerby up there as well. Plenty of names. Matt Davenport, who's joining the feature table this session, as well as Chris Johnson. Going to be a fun one. I'll run you through. We got Towers just popped out. He's going to be back in 5 minutes or so. So I'm just going to start the session for us. Yes, Mitch Heinem's still in. Michael, you can see his stack there going along very nicely. 375k. And Mick, I'm not sure. I think it was only a couple of hours after the live stream how long the cash game went on for. But we did hear, I think there was a 20k pot after the stream finished, apparently, that went the way of James Jagger. But we did miss that one, but we did get plenty of action. And seems like the sound's gone up in Lady G, so you're probably going to hear some music playing in the background. Final session. Let's do this. I'll run you through the names at the table. In 1, Evor's back, Ivor Sampson. 2, Simon Taberham. 3 is GDPR. 4, Gary Whitehead. 6, Callegro Morial. 7's Macapat, Chris Johnson. And in 9 is Matt Davenport. 8 is GDPR as well. So 2 GDPRs on this table. We've got Lawrence in 3. I'm sure a few of you will remember from yesterday, that massive hand with Stuart McNally. He's called Louis this time. Going with Louis. King Jack of Diamonds raises to 16 on the button. And Callegro here should just shove here with the 9s versus this button open from Louis. We're working with 22 bigs effective versus a button open here. Just want to shove with the 9s. Be very surprised if we saw anything else. And there's the all-in from Callegro. Knows that this has to be a shove, and Louis just going to have to fold here with the King Jack of Diamonds. And find a better spot. Not going to want to put it in with King High. Better to shove with a hand like this rather than call it off. Hasn't insta-folded. We saw Louis get really sticky yesterday on the feature table. He called. He has called with the King Jack. Wow. He has called it off with the King Jack of Diamonds. And we got an all in the call first hand. And Callegro with the best of it, pocket 9s. But got some fading to do. Well, it's actually a good flop for the 9s because we take away the Jack as an out, but they now have a 9 as an out. Well, that's not a good turn. Sweaty needs a 9, King or Diamond to survive. And it's a big brick on the river. Ace of Hearts. Too many outs for the King Jack of Diamonds. Good effort from Louis. We lose him in 24th, which means we are down to 23 players. Lose one first hand.
Oh, lucky.
Here he is. He's back.
I'm back. Oh, I've just been asleep. Act. Busy in there. Lady G's getting busier now. The pit.
Yeah.
How busy is the
I
pit
know.
when you're trying to walk
I
through?
said to Pika, it's well busy out there tonight. It
is busy.
Yeah, it's Saturday night though.
It is Saturday night. Worcester have been playing. Did they win?
I don't follow rugby, Tower. I wouldn't even.
Did they win or did they get stung? I'm here all week. I'm here. Well, you've got to enjoy yourself. You've got to enjoy yourself for these days. When you get to my time of life, you've got to enjoy yourself. Oh, looking forward to the next cash game. Like it was fun, yes. Amazing. The names have been going on the list. I think there's already 5 names on the list already. We haven't even left Coventry yet. Cheers, everybody. The water's out. Last session of the night. Finished round about 12:30. And Skids has told us that Gloucester won. See, did it get stung?
What did you say, Frankie? What did you say? Oh, yeah.
Ooh, she's getting a bit loud. Getting a bit of light entertainment in the in Lady G's. She's giving it some. I'm not sure if you can hear it in the background. Who's having their aches and pains taken away?
So Clegg out, flopping that flush draw, just going to fire, and that is going to be good.
Right. Oh, light snack for old Jay. There it is, salad sandwich. Maybe not. 8, 3, ace, all diamonds. King of diamonds for Callegro. Chris Macapac Johnson in seat number 7. So last out, and old Lawrence for 2,750. Good to see Gary Whitehead making another deep run. Is Tim Wright still in? No, it all went wrong. Finished in 38th, but he made the money. He made the money. He was first out in it for £2,250. How are we doing, Ben? Mr. Ben Roberts watching on the live stream. Matt Davenport sat there having all his aches and pains taken away by the wonderful Cara. Look at that. I think Cara's studying poker while she's giving Matt a rub.
I think Cara needs arm reducing
Full of muscle, obviously. Obviously. Is Wadey still in? Yes, he is. Yeah. That is the chip counts from the break. 710 for Steve. Jay Yerby, 590. Taiwan 584. Richard Ashby 545. Name your player. Wadey 300. Simon Taberham 290. Joe Indry, form game. Keep saying it. 285. Get into Purewell 145. Trig down to 100. There we go. Jay is flying with 590. You did say on J1 when he had 12,000, watch out, he's a solid player. You're not wrong. We do remember. So there are the chip counts from the break 10 minutes ago. Ten, 10, 9 flop.
Yeah, I don't get down there anymore now. We don't win the street.
So we are on. Let's quickly run through who was eliminated. Tim Wright in 38th, Michael Kay in 37, Charlie Denton 36, Jacob Mullen 35, Paulis Kostikis 34th. Then we had GDPR in 33, Alex Z in 32, Chun Man in 31, Archie Seaton in 30, Cameron Druitt in 29, Oliver Hutchins 28, Sanjay Patel in 27, James Rand 26, Leon Campbell in 25, and Lawrence has just been eliminated in 24th on our table, which means we're on 23. Do you think players play different than they would without the cameras? I think it does make a slight difference to some players. I do think it makes a bit of a difference to some players. I think it tends to slow players down some of the time. Not too much. I don't. When you get onto a TV table, yeah, you'll be aware that your mates are watching and your friends are watching, and how players can dissect a hand if you're playing it. Do you want to play it badly? No. But everybody has their own style. Everybody has their own style. So yeah, I would say it slightly sometimes, but the more seasoned you get, the less chance it make you play it a little bit differently. The time delay on this is 30 minutes. We watch the live stream with a 30-minute delay, so we can talk to you guys in the chat. So we're watching it as live, just like you are. Or else we won't be able to use the chat box, which would be a bit silly.
Don't want to see a spade on the rim.
Some spade would have been good, yeah. Then you don't want to see the spade. Yeah.
Definitely not following any spade.
I folded 9-10 on the hand before. I'm not folding 10-8.
Well, officially, I live in Saudi Arabia. They have a business over there, but American.
It's Queen of Spades.
No, I might as well say King 4.
But I saw the place for it, so that's where we
Mine is the same, isn't it? You can see it now.
based in Saudi.
Do we know when the Manchester leg is and where? If there is one, yeah, it's in Manchester.
I'll have to do this first, the secret.
It's a Berry New Road, and I'll show you the details very shortly. Sevens for Gary Whitehead, raising to 17,000. Right, Devonport, we're just under half a mil. Makes it 48 with ace 6. See if it's to 48,000. I think Gary will see a flop. Under the gun race from Gary. Matt getting a bit tricky with ace 6 on the button.
Yeah, it is. Prop forward, going over for a fucking Swansea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cliche. Yeah, you couldn't get it any better. Just imagine packing down in the front row.
Just make the call.
Either from Swansea.
It's not hard to figure out where he's well.
Queen 5-4. Back doors from Matt. Gary has only one overcard to his pair. Wouldn't be surprised if Gary check calls this. $40,000 is the bet. Call. Turn card, interesting. 2 of spades. Gary Whitehead. Is he going to rep the flush or going to give it a check? Looks like he's coming in for a bet. That's 65. Third pot. And a fold from Matt Davenport. Gary Whitehead taking a pot off Matt. Ashley Williams just booked the hotel for GUKPT and the Goliath. Amazing. Nice one. Hope you got a nice deal. How long are you staying down in Coventry for? Calagro, ace 5 under the gun. Holding.
Raised to 18,000.
Gene with ace queen. Raises to 18,000. Raising it up, raise and take. I like it. booked an optimistic 11 nights and probably only need 5. But like it, if you can change the deal when it gets closer, then all good. Manchester is there.
Back.
And he's back. Just had his bran flakes and his apple and
Just
banana.
Just salad, no chicken, no dressing, just
Leaves. Manchester, right there. 17th of March starts with the G400 Day 18. Friday, Saturday for the G400 Day 2s on the Sunday. Mini main will start on Sunday, run through till Wednesday. The PLO's on the Wednesday. The live cash stream will be on Wednesday night, starting around about 6 until midnight. And then Thursday we concentrate on the main events as we go through more or less the same schedule as Coventry's schedule. So that is for the guys who are wanting to find out where it is, and it's at Berry New Road in Manchester.
question here from 21 outs. Can you surrender your stack at the Goliath if you want to have another crack at another day one?
Yes, I do. Yes, you can. You can't bag up chips and play another day one.
And choose a stack.
But if you think 60,000's not enough, and you want to chance your arm again, then yes, you can. Just tell the staff at the end of the night that you don't want to bag your chips up. I want to try again tomorrow. Then that's your choice.
So Simon here, Queen 9 of Hearts facing this cut-off open from Ivor. Happy to just call. Don't mind free betting this one either versus the cut-off opening range. Definitely can incorporate some lighter free bets in. Queen 9 of Hearts would be a good hand to do it with. But we'll need some flats as well, and the correct Collegro happily calling for 8k more. Well, that's action. We got bottom pair, dummy and gutter. We got top pair, and then we got up and down, back door spades for Collegro. So everyone with at least a little piece here, and once checked to us here as Simon. I'd like to just see him start firing now here with the Queen 9 of Hearts. Try and get some value from some potential spade draws, 7x. There's like 6-8 that Collegro can have, some bare 8s that Collegro can have. Could definitely have some worse 9x in there as well, defending out the big blind. As well, we're probably going to get some calls from like 10x of clubs, like King 10, Queen 10 of clubs, Ace 10 of clubs. Definitely going to be calling once. So plenty we can get called by here. There's Simon, so just coming out firing, 32 into 50, so just north of 60% pot. Collegro here with the King 8, just lets it go. Wow. Collegro expected him to continue and Ivor to fold. If it goes the other way around, I will be shocked, but I can't see Ivor getting involved too much here versus this size. If it was like versus third, probably more inclined to continue, but versus just north of 60%, the 6-5 may just get out of the way. We've got some bad reverse implied odds as well. The times it comes an 8, there's a chance that Simon can have some 10x.
$70 bigs for Calligero, chip leader on the table. Ivor is on 20 bigs, sign scene number 1.
No, it sounds about right, PVT. Glass, and it accounts for dead cards as well, what was in the muck, but although there was a 5 in the other man's hand, he's got 7 outs for his straight, taken away that 5, he's then got 3 outs to a king, so he's got 10 outs there, and then he's also got the little 4% of backdoor spades with the king of spades in his hand as well. It sounds about right, to be honest with you. The system does account for the dead cards in terms of percentages. Not just the straight that's going to be good, we've also got the king and the backdoor spades, a little added 4% for the backdoor spades, and the 3 kings we can hit, a little extra 8-9% there for that. Gene 10-8 raises to 18.
Raise under the gun to 10-8. It's been the norm, this orbit, raising under the gun.
Aaron Simon peeling the 6-5 of hearts. Evor's passed his hand, one hand to the left. Gary's in with a suited ace, and Callegro here in the small with a king jack. Looks like he's happy to come along. We're going to have 5-way action, Tower, level 19 of the tournament. We are.
There we go.
Chris Johnson in with the 7-4 off. Like a middling flop here. We could have fireworks with some of the holdings out there. Well,
Here's 7-8. Here's the flop.
yeah, so a little bit for everyone here, other than Callegro. We've got top pair for Gary, not the best kicker. Gary's not got the best, not got a bad hand to check if checked to him, but it looks like Gene, after opening under the gun, is just continue firing here in terms of range. Going to have the strong ace-x. We got nice removal to some continues as well from our opponents, especially with the 8 of spades in our hand. Only one combo of 7-8 suited, only one combo of ace-8 suited as well. So Gene may be firing here to maybe line up some barrels on later street. Gary not going anywhere with his top pair backdoors, and Simon up and down and backdoor hearts in the mix as well. 3 to the turn.
Three clubs on the turn.
So good card here for Gary, improvement for his hand. Now picking up nut flush draw to go with his ace-6 of clubs. And once we get called in 2 spots after we bet into 4 players here, Gene probably going to slow down here, and that's exactly what he does. Obviously both Simon and Gary can have ace-x in their range, peeling our under the gun opening cut-ups off and button positions respectively. Simon here, 6-5 of hearts. Still got to be wary about Gary behind us. Gary will have some ace-jack, ace-10, and then some suited ace-x, and like Gary's decision to check this one. It's a really nice hand to check on the turn here with the nut clubs as well, and we river the brick. So going to get the check mark as Gary here. And this should just check through here, Tower. I don't think Gary's ever going to try and extract value from worse here. It'd be very optimistic to value bet the ace-6 here as Gary. However, Gene might be thinking about getting fruity here. Removal to 10-9, removal to a lot of the suited 2 pairs, and Gary's just got to check this Tower. It would be too optimistic to go for thin value. What are we getting called by here?
Yep.
Like, there's a jack doesn't get to the river the way this hand's played. There's no jack-x out there, so are we ever getting heroes from like 9s or 10s or some 8x? Probably not. And I think after some deliberation we'll just check it. I just think it's not good enough to be betting, but looks like
Yes, come out for a bet.
Gary disagrees. Maybe thinks he can get called by some 8x. Maybe thinking he incredibly reps some bluffs and get called by an 8 perhaps, but can't see how we were ever going to get worse to call in that spot. And they're the spots, even with top pair, that you can check behind, not go for value. Got to think about hands that we're trying to get called by.
So we're on 24.
I was close to re-raising you, and I think if they had it on the flop, I would have won it. I'll probably call you once. I re-raise you on the flop.
That would be an interesting hand.
I wasn't. Yeah. I was up and down.
24.
Straight up and down.
From 129 today, we're down to 24.
So King 10 for Gary. Can happily open this one in the cutoff. Raises to 16. And old Chris Johnson with the Cowboys in the small. Saw him win a big pot back end of the day yesterday with the Kings. And this time going to play him in a more aggressive manner than he did yesterday. Just happy to free bet this one. Nice large sizing, what we like to see out of the blinds. Nice between 3.5 and 4x. Always good to see. Always want to be sizing up our position. more than you would in position as the free better. And Gary here, king 10 off, just has to get out of the way. Does exactly that.
I'm going to say if I go home at midnight on a Saturday night, can you massage me? I don't know what the answer will be. It won't be, of course, my love. Lie down, let me caress you.
24 players left. 34.
Yeah, don't play poker all day for 12 hours and come home and demand a massage.
Blinds 4,000, 8,000. Ivo comes to the table with 20 bigs. It's out of the way. Full folding round in turn. Small blind, big blind, coup. This is out the end.
Yeah, 8-4 off. Chris will open very wide in the bottom, but like I always say, you can't open any two. We'll need some hands that we need to dish into the muck. And Gene happy to complete the king deuce. Matt checks his option.
King, 6, queen.
Both players catching a piece here, and like this from Gene. As I always say, you need some top pair checks. The ones with the ragged kickers are good ones to do it with. Queen of spades on the turn. Now Gene's probably happy to start firing, but Matt is going to be calling once here with his 6 tower. Can't do anything else here as Matt Davenport, but make the call here. We're blind on blind. Range is going to be as wide as they can be, especially in the complete check coup. Queen on the river. So lovely little run out here for Gene, and now chooses to check, which I'm quite surprised about. Tower, I thought he'd be firing again here, trying to get paid by specifically a 6, but maybe he's trying to induce something from Matt here. Thinks Matt can have like some bear jack or bear 10 of spades that he chooses to bluff with. Look, Matt thinks he's got the best hand here. This isn't a bluff here from Matt. He literally thinks he's got the best hand, and the king is going to win this one.
Yeah. Pot size better than a call. Gene in 8 moves up to moves up to 380,000. Matt down to 262 and 32 bigs.
And as Matt loses that pot, we lose David Shimau.
No way!
Down to 22 players. Needed to update the ticket, guys. Sorry, I just realised that we were on 23. We're now down to 22. David Shimau.
Unlucky.
Out in 23rd.
£2,750.
So 2 and 2, 22. Hope you're watching, Brad. Hope you're sitting in your chair sweating. One more bust out, and unfortunately that's the bet over.
22 out of 416. 22 out of 229 from this morning. We're on 22. We have locked up £2,950.
King Jack for Simon under the gun. Open him. We are 6-handed currently, so perfectly fine in this scenario to open this one as Simon. Makes it 20k. Does opt for 2.5x here, and can't see Gary Whitehead going anywhere here. Tower with a suited King 10. Calls for 20k. How are you doing, JK?
Jake Marston, good evening.
And Matt Davenport, 32 bigs. King Queen gets out of the way. Ivor with the ace deuce of hearts, not going to be going anywhere. Well, we've got 19 bigs here. We are 6-handed. we wanted to get very fruity, could sometimes rip this one with the ace blocker, it being suited wheel ace, going to have good equity versus most hands, even when we are behind. However, just chooses to defend, which is fine as well. Probably going to be veering more along that line, facing the under the gun open, but six-handed does make a difference in these types of spots.
Coming in for a bet.
Yeah, perfectly fine from Simon. Being the opener, we got the aces, we got the kings, we got all the sets, we got some strong queen X, so board that can be favourable for us as well. King Jack's a good one to start barreling on. We got good removal from some king queen and some queen jack, the stronger queen X out there. There's some decent turn cards that give us a straight draw that can be good double barrel candidates. Firing for 28, and Gary here, king 10 of diamonds. Same scenario, also got some very nice backdoors, but not being the aggressor is going to count in these situations. Could just get out of the way here as Gary, preserve our chips, and that's exactly what he does. And Ivor got the easiest decision out of the three.
Absolutely, which he does exactly. 22 players left.
Odin Apocalypse, good evening.
Oi, oi. Good evening. Last few out, Leon Campbell, Lawrence and David Shamil. We're on 22.
King Jack for Matt on the button. After Gene opens in the cut-off, raises to 18k. And Matt,
are they in?
Yeah, they are.
Nope.
No, I thought they were.
He just dropped one of them in.
I thought they were.
Yeah. Don't know that in Vegas, Matt. There's a lot to be in.
Lee French is still in. That's all we know, Jonathan. Don't know what's going on the outer tables, just concentrating on the feature. We do get bust outs filtered through to us, but regarding chip counts, unaware of the players on the outers.
Queen deuce 3 flop. Riffle it in and do it all again, dealer.
Yes, Dan, Joe Hindry is still in the mix.
Some good names in the final 22.
Bet 26,000. Pass.
Bet 26. And that is good. Calagero, chip leader. 5, 3, 6 and now 67 bigs. Pretty cramped to the top. 67, 66, 64. 16 bigs for Ivor in C number 1.
Pass. Raised 17,000.
Sorry, yeah. Just because of the string trap.
Chris raises 17. Gene wakes up with the boots. Uh-oh. This is going to be tough to get away from because this is going to be a car crash.
Yeah, set up central tower. Oh,
no ways now!
Oh, wow, this is a setup, and Gene has flatted here. What a time to flat aces. We're going to have a chip leader. He's going to have nearly 1 million chips. Because this is going to go all in from Matt Davenport. Well, not maybe for this amount of big blinds. But Matt's definitely going to free bet. He's definitely going to free bet. And Chris
is going in.
Yeah, with the 2 stack sizes behind him, it's just going to shove. And then Gene's going to be in. And then Matt, can he get away with it? Can he get away from it with ace-king? What do you think, guys? Will Matt find the fold here with the ace-king? Because it's going to go all in from Chris Johnson.
Absolutely.
It has to go all in here from Chris. Gene will obviously deliberate for a bit, make it look like he's got a decision, and call with the aces. Then what's Matt going to do? Is he going to fold or is he going to call?
Oi, oi, oi. What's he going to do? What is he going to do? And they're in. Oh, all your dreams are made of this. Gene sat there. Oh my days.
Gene's just loving life, Tower. And the 2 hands he's up against, he's not even going to have a sweat here. Diamonds are probably
He's
the only
all
sweat.
in. I'm all in. Oh, look at that. That's like, what are you on about? I'm all in. Yeah, get him in. We've got a 3-way all in.
Word.
Wow. We're drawing thin. Matt Davenport has got 2%
This
equity.
is ill. This is the setup of all setups, Tower. Aces v ace
They're all
king
stood
v
up.
ace
We'll
king.
leave them to it. Aces for Gene in 8. Chris will still be in, regardless. But if Gene holds this, he has 1 million.
It's just a sick one. It's just a setup at this stage of the tournament as well. For this to actually happen, the cards to be distributed like this, it's just unfortunate.
If it comes all diamonds, we lose 2.
Out of tables are around.
I'm not surprised. There's no.
Oh
my days!
I thought the king of clubs was live, but it's not the ace of clubs.
The aces have been covered completely.
Oh, that's it. Dead.
Dead on the
turn. There's the king for rubs as well. One of the 2 remaining kings. I honestly thought the ace. I thought it was ace king with the ace of clubs. Then I was
Matt
like,
Davenport eliminated in 20 seconds.
Look at Gene's stack.
Chris is down to 146, and the first person in the tournament over the mill ball.
Wow.
Here's the man right there. Seat number 8. Gene. Eugene Genie.
I just can't believe it still, Tower. It's just not nice to play a tournament for nearly 2 days and just get set up like this. And same for Chris as well. Chris was flying before he come back after the break, and it's just a setup. And callers are part of poker. You get used to them after a while, but they still hurt when it's like this deep in a comp with nearly 100k up top. It's gonna hurt Matt. But he'll pick himself up and go again in the next comp. It's just ill. It's just cooler for both Chris and Matt. Gene's loving life on the right end of that cooler. He's now massive chip leader in the room, and he's actually got like a 7th of the chips in play, Tower now.
Yeah.
So average stack for like 7 players left, which is a good spot to be in.
Evening, Laura. Evening, Mickey.
How are you doing, Laura?
I hope things are good. They're watching in Somerset, and looking forward to coming up to Edinburgh. We can't wait for Edinburgh. Just a 400-mile drive. Couple of stops then. Couple of coffees.
Is that how long it is from Blackpool?
No, from Somerset.
Oh, from Somerset. Somerset.
We will see you in May in Edinburgh. Look forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Bit of golf, hopefully a bit of nice weather. I still can't believe that hand.
Yeah, Matt just looked, didn't he? He looked right, and he saw the 2 guys all in. He thought, yeah, here we go. I've got my stacking. And we're still stacking and counting the chips in front of Gene. The dealer has done it, sorted it out perfectly, and Gene over 1.1 mil, Calligero 536, Ivor down to 134. I'm guessing we might be getting a player coming in. That was mad.
It was mad. Honestly, thought it was ace king with the ace of clubs. I thought Matt actually had the flush draw, but wouldn't have mattered anyway. It bricked out, and it's just unfortunate to get to this stage of the tournament to exit in that fashion.
21 left. 21 and counting. Well done, Matt. £2,950. Bit of a run one. We're now on 21.
21.
Lines 4-8, 16 minutes left out this level.
Could Matt not have folded, Jay? Well, was what 40 bigs just sub? I don't know. I'm not sure. What's it gone? Open, flat. We 3-bet. Chris 4-bet rips for like 40 plus bigs effective, and then it's a snap all in from Gene. Maybe that's what. Maybe that's the deciding factor. How quick Gene actually moved all in. He didn't even really think about it. Like, even with queens there, you're gonna dwell up for a little bit, surely. Like, if you've got the ladies in that spot, you're gonna dwell. You're not gonna put it in as quick as Gene did there, that's for sure. So maybe the timing of Gene's all in is one factor that can help us get away from it. But then Matt's already got like 10 big blinds invested. He's put in just under 25% of his stack. Like, and then if the cards turn over and like Chris has got like jacks and Gene's got queens, we're just hating our life, and definitely don't expect to be up against aces and ace king. That's for sure. But it's just a nil hand, and sometimes I guess we can find the fold. If there's one thing that's going to make me find the fold, it's going to be the speed that Gene put his chips in. Like, he's going to dwell with queens, he's going to dwell with jacks, kings maybe might even dwell as well, at least for a little bit. But maybe Matt just thought he'd invested a bit too much into the pot, and the times that both the players just have like 10 through queens and they've both got the pair, it's a disaster for us to fold. And it is, well, Chris Johnson more than capable there, and we don't know the dynamic throughout the day if these players have been going at each other in like late position dynamics. But a lot of questions you need to ask in that spot. But can't fault Matt for putting in with ace king. Who folds ace king for 40 bigs? Not many people, but I guess there are some scenarios where you can get away from it, and if there's any, that probably would have been one of them.
Incoming, Mr. Mitch. Mr. Mitch Hynam coming into seat 9 with 21 players left. Oh, 21 left.
Oh yeah.
Where's Brad? Where's Brothers? Where are you?
It's been a good weekend for me. Treble up, one with bet with Kev, one with bet with Brad. I had a dog tip today that come in. Everything's just everything's just been.
Mate, you got to work with me.
That's the best of it. Yeah, that's the best of the lot. Full way to this one as Mitch Hynam joins the table.
Ace 8-3.
Top 2 pair for Simon. Great flop for him, but unfortunately there's not much that can continue against our hand here. Just happy to bet this one 4-way.
Tower, is there any chance you could somehow swing 3 pints of Star up to room 178? Travis did there, they shut the hotel bar at 11. We'll give you my omelette at breakfast if you do. LF 1995. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. If only.
Steve J, do you find the fold there in Matt's seat with ace king? I'll come back to that in a second, because I actually thought this was just going to go bet fold, but Gary's actually floated here with the jack 10. Got some really nice backdoors, but just going to have to fold to this double barrel, so this is just going to go bet fold. But to be honest with Steve, like that fold in the mini, like it's in theory it's awful. It's a terrible fold for me in theory, but I just at the table I just had a really bad gut feel. Like, you should never be folding jacks for 20 bigs, like almost ever, but I just had a really weird feeling, and that feeling's helped me so much over the years. When it don't come to you all the time, but sometimes you're sat there at the table, your subconscious has been taking things in all day, and then it's trying to tell you something, and that was the only reason I folded the jacks there. And obviously, lucky enough, someone had the ladies, but that was all just down to gut feel. It wasn't down to theory or anything like that. But it was just one of them moments where something was just telling me to let them go, and it paid dividends, obviously.
It's Luke the dealer. Luke's done his 11 hours and he's just got to the bar and it's closed in the hotel. Surely somebody's going to deliver something for you on a Saturday night. To be fair, £3 a star is enough for anybody. It's good stuff, that stuff, you know.
16,000. Pass. Pass.
And that's the thing, like, you can break a hand down all you want and analyse it, but when you're actually sat there at the table, it is a completely different story. Like, the actual feel of being sat there and taking everything in around you, the environment, and just things you picked up on throughout the day that you don't realise you picked up on, your subconscious has, and that's just trying to let you know what's going on. I can't fault Matt for calling. I know a few of you saying we can fold there, but I can't fault him for calling.
Ivan on 16 bigs, Chris on 14 bigs, and then the rest are sitting pretty on 50 bigs and above. Have you ever had that old message on social where it says, "Oh, we're sat at Weatherspoon's table 57, please send drinks," and all that? And then you send a side portion of peas or something like that, or because you can do it on the app, can't you?
Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah, I know what you're on about. Yeah,
the old side portion of peas or some anchovies that nobody likes.
Pass. 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 Raise 17,000. Pass.
Allegro raises to 17 in the cut-off.
Pass. Call.
9, 7, 3, 2 diamonds.
Check.
Any clubs on the turn after it's checked.
Yeah, well, Mitch might start leading here now, Tower, on this 8 of clubs turn. It's a good card for us, defending out the big blind. We're going to have a whole host more value than Allegro can have this spot. Allegro can still have nuts here, Jack 10, although we expect that to see bet fairly frequently on this flop. Mitch does choose the lead, and this ace of spades on the river. I think on a lot of cards we can double barrel here as Mitch, but on this river specifically, just check folds.
20,000 and a pass.
Sin Milling was going well in the side event nicely today. They've got some ridiculous numbers. Good turnout again for the side event here in Coventry. There were 149 played.
Wow.
And they're down to 23.
Do you know what? Sin's still in that as well.
Is she still in?
Yeah, I saw her last break. She was still in. Still somewhere in there.
We're down to the final 23 in that.
Fair play to her after taking that beat, jumping straight back into another comp.
Absolutely. And if you want to play cash, there are 9 cash tables. 9 cash tables with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 no limit games that are involved in the National Bad Beat Jackpot at this moment in time. Seven minutes to go until the end of this level, and then 1 more level to go. Finish the live stream just after 12:30 tonight.
1 more level, then Lady G's time.
Yes, let's get Lady G's. Got some dancing.
All in.
So eyeball here, all in the big blind over the open from Simon, shoving for 15 bigs, and 4s have to fold.
126,000.
Should fold. Can't see how Simon's going to put in a third of his stack here with the 4s, basically praying to see a flip.
126.
1, 2, 6. That is all of it. Simon. Is he flicking it in?
He's not tower.
He's not.
Got a race at some point, I suppose.
Big it though, you've been grinding. Go away as early as
Win though, it's always nice, but you don't know for sure you're racing. That's the only reason. Geez, you definitely racing. You should have asked him to tell you the car.
Pass. Pass.
So Chris here at the hijack chooses to open off of 14 bigs with the A7. Could potentially just rip this one in, but Chris decides to open. Maybe thinks he's just going to have such an edge on the big blind. Don't know if that's the case, but I guess once we start opening off these smaller stack sizes, I guess he just thinks he's not going to make any mistakes post. But can definitely rip that one for 14 bigs, says Chris Johnson, up to 16 now.
I thought it was 2 as well.
I had one, but I had like half one every night. It was just sound. Well, yeah, that's your belief.
No, I was told that it was full restaurant till 2.
So you do have an all day menu for like hot sandwiches?
Yeah, 1.1 mil at 4.8. You're not wrong.
I had sandwich the night before.
3-way all-in coup.
Pass. 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 All.
So Queen 10 versus Queen 10. Gary with the suited.
7-10 king.
Check.
This should be much ado about nothing. Not the worst one to incorporate into a check range as Gene. Obviously on this board, King High Rainbow, it's going to be good for us being the opener. Just happy to start betting here. Gary never going anywhere here with his holding. Really nice backdoors as well as middle pair, decent kicker.
Well, the redraw.
Yeah, a little free roll.
Free rolling with the Queen 10 is Gary Whitehead in seat 4.
This is going to get chopped up.
That's 20,000. All. Oh, you have the flush draw as well? On the turn, yeah.
So bet 20. Chop it up. Chop, 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 chop. Chop it up. Online this weekend and all the events online. 1.5 million bounty hunter series. We've got our online free roll tomorrow worth £250. Ticket into the closer. And also day 3 there will be a book on Grosvenor Sport. So a little punt on the players that are left at the moment. At the moment there are 21.
Oh no, if I was that chap there, she'd be like on the phone.
Come on,
Leave someone else to bag up. Get
50
to bed.
bigs, raises to 16.
Pass. Pass. And as you said, at midnight, I ain't going to get any services. Call.
Gary here with the ace jack of clubs. Happy to call here in the small blind. Definitely never fold in this one. Can mix in a free bet some of the time. Clegro now going to come along with 7-5.
Like the 4th time it's happened.
Call.
Don't forget day free betting tomorrow. Wake up early to get the best price. Always see one player backed in, don't we? Always one.
We do indeed. We do indeed. Minute to go until the end of this level, then one more to go. Live stream going to be finishing just after 12:30.
So Clegro with the best of it here. And after it's checked through on the flop, going to feel fairly comfortable. Our 7 will be the best hand some of the time. So just firing for 15 here, and it's just going to go fold from both parties. Pick up for Clegro, who's chipping up nicely, up to over 600k now. Been a good day for him. Last hand of 4-8 level will move us into the final level of the day.
Where are we off to next, Jay?
Let's have a look.
Manchester! 17th of March for the G400. Will you be there then, or are you going a bit later? What's the plan?
Yeah, no, I've booked my hotel actually. I'm getting there on the Friday. I'm booked from the 18th until, yeah. So I will be there from the 18th of March.
Nice one. And then we'll be doing the cash satellite on the Wednesday. Not cash satellite, I do apologise. The cash live stream, the 5-5-10 No Limit Hold'em cash live stream that will be on. And then the main event Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Hope to see you all there.
Connor, we're on a 30-minute delay. We're probably going to finish up about 12:30.
So real time.
Yeah, midnight.
Midnight, real time.
Midnight in the club. They're probably going to finish around there, give or take 5 or 10.
Nigel, do they still have live bands on there Saturday night watching on Facebook? They had a drag queen artist on today doing a bit of quizzing and dancing and singing and lip syncing and all that. Very good actually. Very good. Watched 10 minutes of it. Very good. Not too busy in Lady
Is that what you've been popping up to?
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. Well, the music's pumping out now, so they'll all be dancing away now. Lady G's. But no, it's been good. It was good.
No, not on the entire table.
No, they have little tribute bands on week in, week out. But,
It's crazy. I told him, like, yeah.
oh,
Within 45 minutes, I think. That was last
talking about that. He's back on.
Earlier on, by the way, I don't think that guy talked to me about it.
Like it.
Do you want to go watch another 10 minutes and bring back the teas?
Oh, go on,
Sound
man.
all right?
Bring back the teas. Bring back the teas.
One more cuppa for the day.
Yeah, apparently asked him to make him a hot chocolate, which was still very conscious, and then he come out a while later of the bathroom, and he said to me, "Is that mine?" As if like I worked here and I knew what everything was.
Alright, we'll go ready shoe up after that. I'll put my socks and shoes back on. Give me 5 minutes. I vote in seat number 1. It sounds like the act's back on in Lady G's. It was busy earlier. I don't know how busy it is now. We're all dancing away.
Blind and blind.
Into the last level of the day. As you can see, the bottom clock is hours, 57 minutes and counting. 7-2 ace.
I'll just rip this as Gene. Once Chris Johnson completes here in the small blind, working with 13 bigs, effective. Like fine to just rip it in with a Jack 10. But Gene didn't take the spot, and now looks like Chris is going to take this pot away from him.
On my day 1, we sat with someone who I don't think played Saturday in, so he was playing this game. He managed to get out all 3 of his phones. And everyone was like, why have you got this? Must be a drug dealer. I don't think it was. The joke stood all day. Like, he kept getting needled every time.
Instant.
Yeah.
Here comes the star. Is Luke? Luke, you should have got Simon to get you a drink. He's already gone for the table. He's on one. He's on it.
So 5k, 10k now. Ivor opening off of 17 bigs under the gun with ace jack. Like it. Definitely open off this stack size.
Yeah.
And
Gene gets out of the race, cheap leader, and we're going to see a flop as Mitch defends with deuce 4. Ace 5 queen. If we get a wheelie nice turn card, this could be curtains.
yeah, well, Ivor here tower up with the ace jack. Nut kicker effectively because Mitch is going to set us in with ace king. Just happy to bet this one. Don't need to go too large. It's a fairly dry board here, 20k. And Mitch here getting just under 4 to 1 to call. It's close, tower. It's close because we're not too deep against Ivor. Well, he is happy to call here and see if he can ping off a 3 once, and if not, he'll just.
Oh, you are joking!
No way!
Where's that come from? Who shouted that in?
Run like Mitch, and Ivor is dead, and he.
What a really good turn for Mitch Hynam. Oh man. Phil, you've come to join us at the right time because we're just about to lose one. Because this can't go any other way.
Well, it depends what size Ivor's gone here. 42k. And Mitch. Love this. Just keeping some bluffs in of Ivor here. It's a board that
Jack on the river for Bants. Jack on the river for Bants.
There you go.
Wow,
So,
that's it.
Mitch just sets him in.
Sets him in. He has to call.
He has to.
Yeah. Can't be thinking about the backdoor flush. 2 pair. He makes a call to see there's very, very, very bad news that he was dead on the turn.
So Ivor.
Ouch.
I'm going to say goodbye to Ivor. He finishes in 21st place. That means we are down to 20 players.
20. Well, it's in the elimination, Phil, and we will see you tomorrow for the seniors. Starts at 1 o'clock. So, well, I'm glad I didn't go for the tea run.
Yeah.
You want me to sprint?
No, take your time. It's all right. There's no rush. Take all the atmosphere in at the casino tonight.
I'm gonna see what the drag queen's. I'm gonna see what she's like. I'm gonna have a look. See if we have a dance. If you hear me on the microphone,
I wouldn't be surprised. Do you know what? If I suddenly hear you on the microphone, I would not even be surprised.
if you hear me on the microphone, it's because I'm in Lady G's with a drag queen. All right.
You've just missed him, Morgan. He's just running to get the tees. Obviously, he's not going to be playing the seniors. He'll be sat beside me, covering day 3. Down to a champion. There's 20 players remain in this one. Sam Crawford, obviously on the rail for Mitch, up the Rovers. Bristol lad in the small here with the ace-8. Raises to 30. And Simon here with the jack-8 just gets out of the way, gives it to Mitch. Over 50, Phil, to play the seniors. Need to be over 50. So I've got about an hour to go, guys, and to close up the day. And we're down to the last 3 tables. This is what we're playing for. There's Gene in the cut-off. Easy open, ace-jack. Makes it 22. And Gary with the ladies here. This is interesting. How are we going to proceed here with 40 bigs? Obviously, Gene, as the chip leader, he should be opening a whole host in the cutoff. Gary will probably be aware that he is going to get a lot of folds when he does choose the free bet here. But still, want to try and get some value from our hand now. Nice big size in 75k, 3.5x. Really nice size choice. And back on Gene here with the ace jack off. Like in a full ring game, 9-handed, probably muck this one. Can some of the time versus Gary, but I just think it's too strong to be letting go here in a 6-handed situation. Cut off versus button, unless we have some particular read here that, wow, and he 4 bets. 4 bets. This is not what I was expecting to see. 4 bets to 225. Gary is all in, and he has to call it off now. Has to call, and Gary delayed it. What has just happened? Gary Whitehead. What? Gary Whitehead's going to be chip leader. Gary Whitehead could be new chip leader in the room. Gene's just gifted him it. Unless, don't put an ace there, dealer. Well, put a queen there. Backdoor Broadway, backdoor Will. That is about it. Oh, don't be an offsuit king. That would be ill. And it's the 8 of diamonds, and that is a huge pot for Gary. And Gene has just gifted him 40 big blinds. Thought he was just going to peel the ace jack, but must have had some sort of read that Gary was light or looked uncomfortable. When I'm so surprised to see that, but what a result that is for Gary Whitehead in seat 4. And he's going to be one of the chip leaders in the room now. Gary up to 835k. Let's go, Gary. I don't mind the 4-bet against some opponents, but I don't think Gary's going to be getting out of line too often there. I really don't. At this stage of the tournament, I don't think Gary's going to be 3-betting light too often. I don't mind the 4-bet with ace-jack in some scenarios, but it comes down to opponent choice. Like if that was against Chris Johnson that deep, I wouldn't have minded it at all, but I just think Gary's a lot more on the snug side and maybe less inclined to start 4-betting bluff. 4-bet bluffing Gary, but would have had his reasons as always saying any given situation. But new chip leader at our table, Gary Whitehead, and could be one of the chip leaders in the room as he swigs his water. What a result for him there. I couldn't get my words out. I was shocked at what I was seeing. I was not expecting Gene to make that move. And maybe a bit of a gift for Gary, but like if Gary's got like ace queen there, it might work, or like fold out some 10s, 9s, 8s maybe. Chris Johnson, 13 bigs, closer to 14. In they go. What on earth is going on this table? Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? And Chris Johnson, he's just been so unlucky. Ace king into aces twice, and it can just ruin your tournament. He had $500,000 at the start of this session, and now he's basically out the door. He's not even got 1 foot out the door. He's got his whole body out the door. It's just... Oh, wow! How does this happen? Just fading the case ace now. What is going on our featured table? God, even the dealer's shock threw the river card across the table, and Chris Johnson survives. How does that happen? Aces into ace king. Unfortunate for Callegro to lose that one. That's a big one to win for him if he manages to hold, but unfortunate for Chris for getting ace king into aces twice in an hour, but that time finding the king flop. We've saved the best till last. Yeah, sorry if you're wearing earphones there. I was just not expecting that flop at all. I was already waiting to read Chris's name out and what he'd cash for and how many were left, and it's just unexpected, this game, and that's why we love it. You're not out until you're out, and it's why we all love the game. There's just so many unexpected turns that can happen that can just change everything within a tournament, and how can you not love this game? You just think you've seen it all, and then something else happens. What time for Tower to go and get the tees. He would have loved that. He would have loved them two hands, the Queens versus the Ace Jack and the Aces versus the Ace King. Instead he's on stage and it's helping out with the drag act now probably, and he's missed two great hands, although they were all in pre, both of them. King 4 of diamonds for Gary, raises to 22k. Like even now, like button versus big blind, like this is like a cold flop, like, and even a cold turn, because now they've both got flush draws to go with their two pair. Like, what is happening in this deck? Like, this is just cold. It's like for both players to have pair flush draw. It's and the way it's been run, it's going to be a diamond or a club surely. Okay, maybe not, 8 of hearts, but Gary doesn't decide to value bet here, and this pot could have been so much larger. Chris shows him the Jack 6 of clubs, and it's just setup after setup at the moment. I know the Ace Jack versus the Queens didn't have to get in, but still in a six-handed situation it's still fairly cold. But amongst all that, guys, we have lost one, which means we are down to 19 players. In 20th place, our Grosvenor sponsored pro, Rick Trigg, taking home £2,950, which leaves us with 19 players. Good effort from Trigg, good run. I'm sure he'll be happy with 20th.
It was like you were looking at me last time.
So King Queen of Spades. Look, even this is a setup. We're now five-handed. It's like, what is going on? So it's six-handed still. Sorry, six-handed. I missed Gene there. There's his GDPR. But still, like King Queen into Ace Queen six-handed, it's still pretty cold. You've just missed fireworks in two hands, Tower.
What?
You missed Aces all in pre versus Ace King. Chris Johnson with the Ace King again. King King flop.
Ooh, ouch.
Against Callegro. Chris doubled up. And then Gene gifted Gary Whitehead a double up. 4-bet ripping, 4-betting the Ace Jack, leaving himself like 20% effective behind, having to call it off, and Gary had queens and held. So Gary's now chip leader.
You do realise that means we're not finished before midnight tomorrow night, doesn't it?
Whoa, with Gary.
Gary is chip leader. Yo, no. So let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Poor Gary.
Yeah, you're gonna need chisels to get them chips off Gary Whitehead.
There's 19 left, PK. By the way, we just lost one. I couldn't get into the laptop.
Oh no, Trigg's gone.
Yeah, Trigg's gone. Said that. But it's just been fireworks in there. Like even here, Mitch. King Queen versus Ace Queen. Pretty cold, six-handed, and Mitch out flopping the Ace Queen. I'm going to go for third streak of value here.
I'm not sure if it's a karaoke next door or not.
Yeah, Lawrence, pretty decent guess.
It was very, very good indeed. Evening, Lawrence.
Everything's gone right today. Every bet I've had, everything. The day 2 buy-ins, 15.
Yeah, spot on.
So probably going to have 17 left at the end of the day.
17 was close.
It's just been one of them days for
You
me.
back the unders, you back the overs, you got the treble up.
Yeah, it's just everything's gone right today. It's just been one of them dream
Carlsberg
days.
made Saturdays.
Yeah, yeah, Tower, you're right.
This is the one.
So blind and blind here. Ace 5 4G. Raises to 25k. This is well too small. Tower, always say blind on blind situation when you're in this small. You want to be choosing a larger size, like at least 3x minimum. Because the times that you do opt for these smaller sizes, the big blind is just going to get such a good price to be all in position. However, on this occasion, it's worked the treat because we flopped top pair and Mitch has caught a little piece as well.
Checking a check, ace on the turn.
G not electing to bet turn, now has to bet river. Mitch here. The thing is, need to understand, Gene can probably go as thin as an 8 here, the way this hand's played. Like, if Gene makes the assumption we're going to hear about an ace or a jack before that, we can value bet an 8 here, we can value bet a jack. So we do plausibly lose to lots of hands here as Mitch. However, because it's blind on blind and how wide ranges are, Gene could just have some trash holding. But like, if the thing is, once he goes check check, is he not going to start bluffing this prior? Wow, is Mitch going to raise? At this point itself, like, if Mitch has called, but like if he's open a hand like 10-9 of diamonds or something like that, is he not going to start betting this on the flop on an ace-high board? Like, Mitch is just a bit confused from the check, 2 checks, and then the river bet. But I think you can go as thin as an 8 in that spot, blind on blind.
So we're on 19.
Yeah, if you jam, then that's fine. For the flop, I mean.
See you in 20 minutes.
Caliguero in the hijack with ace deuce. Chris Johnson, who was just doubled up.
Yeah, wants to be opening ace-9, once folded 2 in the cut-off, raises to 20k, and Mitch has to free bet this, happy to free bet. Get this in versus Chris Johnson. Nice large sizing choice. I think Mitch didn't really think about this. He pretty like a snap free bet there, Tower. It weren't really no thought in it, and Chris here obviously knows Mitch can probably be capable here and be light in this situation, but I think he's going to wait for a better spot and just forfeit the 2 big blinds. Exactly what he does.
Yeah, we go down to 2 tables at 16, 2 tables at 8. We get to 8-handed from about. Is it around about 8 tables
80,
out?
yeah,
8 to 9 tables
80.
out. We go to 8-handed on day 2s. So we'll be down to 16, and that'll be 2 tables of 8.
Final table, always 9-handed though.
Yes.
For GUKPT main events.
As you can see there, 37 minutes and counting. Clock pauses normally with around about 10 minutes left, and they'll play a certain number of hands.
They sound like they're having a great time in Lady G's. Everyone in their tower.
Everyone's dancing and singing and jumping around. It's great.
And Phil's looking forward to playing some live poker again tomorrow.
Yes.
Hold. Hold 10,000. Thank you. Call. This is all.
So we're heading to the echelons of a fantastic day 2. We know it's a little bit later than normal as always because we have the longer breaks on the 20-minute breaks, and luckily we didn't have the old bubble, did we? Same hand.
I'm not even going to bother looking back because I know what shit they were.
Nice one, Fletch. Absolutely, not a bad day 2 at all. No bubble nonsense. Catch you tomorrow. Nice one, Fletch. Catch you tomorrow.
We're at chip counts at the end of the day, Rice. We've got about 45 minutes left.
45 minutes and counting. Let's count them down together. Chip counts. We'll have a full chip count. Right. Righteous. We'll have a full chip count from all the players that are still in, with the 19 players at the end of the night. But our players have got a chip count under their name every time their name appears on the telly. The one I need! Oh yes indeed!
We're not that clever. We're not that.
They're dancing and jigging away in Lady G's tonight.
He had quads and he said one pair. One pair in his hand plus the one in the board. And he said one pair. Yeah.
So Gary is chip leader.
Call. Fold. Check.
King, king, 10. King, king, 10.
Check. Check.
Nice clap for Gary. Needs to start betting, try and get a little bit of pot building going on.
He's going to get value.
Yeah, he is indeed. That's 10.
Four hots.
Back. 25. Call. King. 10-4 strong.
Wow. Chris paid it off.
Just paid it off.
Let's have a look. We're going to an out of table, guys. Got some news coming in. We got Lee French, who's all in here for his last 16k. And he's been called in 2 spots here.
Come on, Lee, do it for the locals.
So 1.6 big blinds. Lee is all in for. Ace 9-4. 2 spade board.
Do we know how we ended up with 1 big?
I don't. I've just been told to play the clip tower.
Joe Hindry in the hand. And Chris, who's been short stack nearly all day.
Yeah.
Nearly all day, Chris. Short stack ninja. So we're going to have a side pot.
Oh, bright smile on Lee's face. He might have a little something.
He might do. You think you've got a spade draw or something? Oh, if he has got a spade draw. If he has got a spade draw, that'd be amazing.
It's not going to love life though when there's a player all in
No.
and there's a ladder and 2 players are better. They've gone bet call. Like you expect like, at least one of these players to have an ace here.
Yeah.
So it's gone check check. And another 7 on the river.
Yeah.
So Joe checks.
Those check. Is that a flush?
So we got King 9 for Joe.
Yep.
9-3
9
for
3.
Chris and Lee with Jack 6, just Jack high, not going to be any good. Joe and Chris going to chop this up. Ace playing for both of them, 2 pairs, 9s and 7s, and we lose Lee French.
Unlucky Lee.
So Lee is our 19th place finisher, means we're down to 18 players.
£3,300. Oh, bit of footloose, baby.
Back to the 80s. Yep, Jacob Stone still in, going pretty well as well, Lee. Last time we saw, as Gary, after opening cut-off here, got a lovely board to continue on after flopping flush draw. However, Callegro not going to be going anywhere here with his pocket 3s, as will draw does have position. We are ahead of some hands. Gary's going to open here, some like random, well, he's going to just let it go, Callegro, fair play to him. But we are still ahead of some hands. Gary opens in the cut-off as well and continues this board, but Gene is going to call with his gut shot and backdoor hearts here. And does catch a pair now, but Gary with the check mark, turning the 3rd nut flush. If we're Gary, just want to be building the pot once check to us from Gene, want to be firing another barrel here. Just building this pot. Well, he's checked, played it tricky. Could have paid dividends if it did come a 3 on the river.
So Gary hits the flush on the turn.
Yeah, it's just choosing to check this turn here, maybe for a bit of deception, and then try and get his value on the river. I can't see how Gene's ever going to call.
Ever. we got a Whitehead chip leader. I think he's chip leader in the room as well, isn't he?
You got down there, mate. I don't know when I hit them.
Ace 2-3, 2-heart board, good flop here for Simon. Not going to get any action though from Mitch, incorporating in a little check with top pair. 9 of clubs on the turn, may actually get a little bit of action now. Mitch picking up a little piece and happy to check call. Not going to be calling the second barrel on the river. Snap fold there from Mitch, calls once.
You beat me now. Huh? You beat me now. Said yesterday I've never beat you.
And Lee says might come down for the final table sweat tomorrow
Awesome.
if Jake makes it.
Come and say hello if you do.
Yeah, we're nearly there. We've got about 45 minutes left on the day.
45, yeah.
Maybe 40.
Yeah, it's we reckon it's about 40 minutes. Go, Gary, go, says Sid. Well, he's on $1 million. And you are not getting them chips off him lightly.
Raise 30.
Give me a bottle of water as well.
Sam Webb rooting for Mitch, Lee rooting for Jake, and Mark's
Giving the details about about the deep stack.
Yeah, buy-in for this tournament is 1,900 plus 100. I'll put prize pool across the bottom. That's what we're playing for. So we're nearly at the end of the day. You can see the clock in the background. Should get paused between 10 and 15 minutes, and then we'll draw for 4, 5 or 6.
Raise 25.
Defends the big blind with King 2. And there comes King 2-6. Delightful. How do we get paid? Hopefully Simon C bets. Should just be a call and nothing else. Yeah, Gary has got the chips. He doubled up.
76.
Oh, he's raised it up. Wow. Don't see why there's any reason to raise there.
Yeah, I agree, Tower, especially blind on blind, where Simon can be so wide there. We've just got such a lock on that
Cool,
board.
there he could barrel the turn.
Yeah, Stephen Cahoe, he's going very well. Turk, he's still in the mix. Queen 4-3.
Sam's buzzing for the Goliath, cannot wait. Us too. A lot of people are booking hotels and spending 10 and 11 days in Coventry. So around about half an hour to go tonight. Steadied on down now, hasn't it? Gary Whitehead, chip leader. Who would have thought that? Go on, Gaza. Getting texts off his mates, watching the live stream.
Yeah. Yeah, this was probably actually about 30 minutes after the Queen's Hand Tower, so probably spot on. That's probably what it is.
Sam says the Jokers Wild should be fun. Are we dressing up?
Yeah, we got him a costume. Same one.
What do you mean?
The Joker one.
They can't have the same. We can't have any.
Why not?
I'm just doing it.
No, you got to... It's in the clause. I'm pretty sure I saw it in the clause.
Up down straight door for Gene. Simon. There's the redraw to the Broadway as well, but it gets out of the way. Talking to Goliath. Not if you can hear music in the background, but it's great going in from the Lady G's. It's great. Yes, Wednesday night, 6:30, Jokers Wild. We will be there. We will be doing the same as last year, or the same as last live one. I said last year, you know what I mean. Yes, but we've got plenty of live streaming starting on the Friday. Thursday's set-up day for the team. Friday, the start of live streaming. Saturday's the ladies. We've got the high roller. We've got all sorts going on. Cannot wait. That's Goliath. Get your hotels booked. Make sure you're in Coventry for at least 4 to 5 days and come down and see us. Stephen Keogh. We'll get you a chip count on Stephen Keogh very soon. He was doing very well, wasn't he? He was doing well. I think Stephen Keogh's got about 900,000.
I know I booked some.
The full chip counts at the end of the night will be on the live stream to finish off the night.
Mitch raises to 20k. And Simon calls in the hijack with his 7-8 of clubs. Gene defends. Ace Queen Queen 2 club board. Flush draw for Simon after pinning in the hijack. Mitch gonna continue this one fairly often, but chooses to check on this occasion. And the 7-8 of clubs jumps out in front, picking up 2 pair to go with a flush draw.
So I got a 1.1 mil Mitch on 62 bigs, down on 11 bigs is Chris Johnson hanging in there. He's had a double once. Can he do it again? Do we have to pre-book a seat for Goliath? No, but it's advised. You can buy into Goliath now on the client online, or you can go into any Grosvenor casino and buy yourself a seat. Tell them what day you want to play, and book your seat and get yourself in. You don't have to pre-reg, but it is advised because the closer you get to the tournament, it will get busy. So any Grosvenor casino or buying on the online client, Grosvenor Poker, and book your seat in if that's what you want to do. But don't forget, you can only book into one day. You can't book into all 7 buying days. Peter Pro says, what is Joker's Wild? Joker's Wild, that is a Joker in the deck. So there's 53 cards, not 52. Use it for any hand, but in the background there will be loud music and a disco play. It is a lot of fun. Dancing on the, not dancing on the tables, but dancing round the tables. I don't advise dancing on the tables with all them chips. But dancing round the tables, having a bit of fun. It's the fun element while the main event goes on. Joker's Wild. We have a DJ dressed up like a clown. And we have a good time. Best event of the year. $93 and a bit of change up top. We're down to the final 18.
As you say that, Tower, we lose one.
What?
Gorinda Purewell,
no way,
on the outer table has gone, so we are down to 17 players now. So 17 remain with what looks like 12 minutes on the clock. That will be paused any time around now. A little look. Oh, let's go and have a look how he busted. Jack 6 again.
Jack 6. How many times does Jack 6 actually get as an all in?
No help there. We know the result, and it was dead on the turn.
Mr. Purewell gone. And now out he goes. And let's go straight back to the table because Chris is all in with ace 9. Wow, this is fast and furious after a bit of stalemate in the last half an hour.
Yeah, it could be down to 16, sorry, unless Chris finds an ace.
We need an ace from space. Does he get buried? Yeah. Oh.
So Chris Johnson came to the table, one of the chip leaders, start the session.
Another good effort.
Unfortunate run of cards, some bad card distribution spots where it was a bit of a cold deck, but another good run for Chris.
£3,650. We're on 16 now.
16.
So we should get another couple of players for the last half an hour.
Yeah, it's just going to be 2 tables, Tower.
Yeah.
So 16 remain.
So we're on 16. Wowzers. Just like that. We lost one on one table and then lost one on another table, just like that.
See it open, teacher.
Have we both picked our winners yet? Well, what we'll do is we'll pick one as we get the end of the night chip counts. That's what
I'll do my day through tips as well.
And I'm not backing anything with you today because you've won the world.
Yeah,
today you've done the lot.
That is true.
You've got everything right tonight. And today, Tower Straddle, 2 out of 3. Ain't bad as Meatloaf once said, God bless him. Jay, 16 to 1 treble, thanks for coming. Oh, quite a few of you were on it as well. Mitch will win it. Mitch Einem is playing well. But it's going to take a lot to prize them chips off Gary Whitehead. Could easily see a top 3 for Gary.
Well on, Chris, good run, mate. That ace king hand was obviously what started it all. It's just a sick caller, and that's what we said on stream. There's not much you can do, they happen, but to get it at that stage of the tournament is pretty rough. But I'm sure we'll see you back in Manchester having another go at it.
Indeed.
Well played, mate. Good run yet again.
Straight on board. Chop it up.
Well, Mitch could win this one here, Tower.
Do you think?
Yeah. I think if Gary checks, Mitch is going to bomb it. Well, Gary's actually going to take that option away from him.
Just bet 50. This should be chopped up. They will always call it for 50. Yeah, playing board. Me too. Oh, 7 card straight. Does that win? Around about 20 minutes to go until the end of the night.
Yeah, but they're going to 16, so they're going to fill the tables or all that.
So we're going to wait until we get 16.
They're going to fill the tables. No, we are 16.
So 9 minutes.
So they're just pausing the clock right now just to get the third table split. So we're just pausing the clock for a couple of minutes while we bring the players to the table, because there's only 16 players left after Chris Johnson went out. The Turk's still in.
You can dance.
You can dance. You can dance. You can dance. I says to him walking past, says, Turk, what's the next line? He went, I don't know, but you can dance. I'm like, okay. Chuffed is back. Richard Ashby is back. The Turk is on the table in seat number 3.
And Tai Huang gonna fill it up in 1. So I'm guessing 4 or 5, well maybe 3, 4 or 5, because
Don't even try to make us do moves. You didn't even know what he was doing. What do you mean I didn't know? Who told me what I was doing? No! I know I'm not yet. That was the idea. We need to check that. I've never fought that hand before.
Is Matt Davenport still in? Unfortunately, Matt Davenport finished in 22nd place for £2,950. 21st was Ivor Sampson, 20th was Rick Trigg, Lee French was 19th, Gorinda Purewell was 18th, and 17th was Chris Johnson.
I was just going to say that.
You won because you were a terrible player. No, I mean, you played it that bad that I won it. Yeah, you did. You outplayed me, confused me. Totally confused me. I can't get over that. How far did you go? 6. Not far, did you?
Did we hear how many hands are left, Tower?
Not yet.
I think it's 45.
I didn't hear.
The clock weren't moving, it was stuck on 9 minutes exactly, so
I'll let you know.
I'm guessing we have drawn for the number of hands.
6.
6.
6 hands. 6 hands. Where did Archie finish? Archie finished in 30th. He cashed for £2,400.
You come in and it's not going to cost you a thing.
Can you believe this?
And you're still complaining.
But he's already dancing
He
the
gets
Turk.
6 free hands and he's still complaining.
The mad Turk.
Tough. We just have 1 or 6. I think we have.
Did you see a dealer? You know a dealer all the time. There was a dealer before in the...
This is 2 of 6.
Yep. So however long it takes to play the 6 hands in total, that will be the end of the evening.
Well, you look at the dodgy to me.
Button should finish on High Quang Tower in seat 1.
Okay.
That should be the last button of the day. That's the leg rope
Also, I buy some
in the
drugs.
small blind.
Wasn't you talking to me?
Queen Jack. So it completes. Rich raising it up, so we're never folding here. It's leg rope, half the call. Can't complete Queen Jack and then start folding it. Call at the very least. Big sizing choice, but wow. Folds. Wow. Very surprised to see that. Like Queen Jack here, blind on blind is a strong hand that just completes and lets it go to the raise. If opponents are aware there that we're folding that high up our range, they can just pound on us tower every time it's blind on blind and we complete, just comfortably raise any 2 and only getting continues from probably like the top 25%. I guess he was out of position, it was a 4x sizing, but still Queen Jack there. Surprised.
Can I pick me winner with 16 left?
Yeah, of course you can.
I've already got it.
Who is it?
I don't even know you need to wait. I'm not even doing chip counts. I don't even know if he's still in. Joe Hindley.
Oh, what from 888?
Form game. Always say it.
Yeah, you do, Tower.
Always say it.
Yeah, back-to-back day 3s for Joe then.
Yep, Joe Hindley is my pick. I'll pick another one as well.
Trying to pick 16?
All right.
Unbelievable. Always trying to get an edge somewhere. How are you doing, Winston? Can't wait to play live again. Haven't been in the casino since before lockdown.
Well, when you get here, you'll love it. We are now on back to normal. It has been amazing. It is amazing.
Phil says tie for the win. Mad Turk opening Queen Jack in the hijack. And Gene here never going anywhere with the King 10 of spades.
That's it. You won't see this card.
Balls.
You lost your chance.
7-eye flop, 7-3-2.
Yeah, not much here for either player. Mad Turk going to be favourite to win this one with a C-bet. He does choose to continue here.
52.
Goes for 52. Large size in here from the Mad Turk. 52 into 67. Approaching the 90% remit. And G just cannot continue versus that size. So we've got 4 more hands.
Last 3. I always honor my promise.
Last 3.
Oh, last 3. 3 more hands.
3 more hands.
Even better than 4 Tower.
Thanks, Winston. Your coverage has helped get us through this.
So button's going to be on Mitch, my mistake when we finish.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's you're right. We're getting it all wrong. What time is it?
Long days, long hours. Catches up with you
Full
again.
chip count on its way from the end. Looking like Gary Whitehead's going to be chip leader. And you are going to need some kind of cement mix and pick and put to get him out in his hands. They're going in the muck. He says, I'm not doing anything with them. Allegro. Raising it up. Nobody's caught on to this raising it up a little bit with more than very small sizing in the raising. Bringing in the weak hands.
Yeah, we want value with ace king low tower. We want worse hands to call. Want to start getting action from worse. Like Gene coming in here with a king 9 off, facing the 2.5x sizing in the small. Pretty loose from him, but does flop best.
Flop it nicely. 9-5-4 takes the lead. Checks. Those checks all the way around. Queen of diamonds on the turn. I see a bet here from Gene.
27.
No fires for 27. Collegro here with the ace king might think better of it here tower. Although might call, try and spike an ace or a king, maybe bluff diamonds.
Makes the call. Check mark goes to Gene in C8.
It should be check here tower. I'd be surprised if we saw anything else. King 9 is good. A bit tilting to see that hand for Collegro because king 9 off.
Yeah.
Shouldn't really be peeling. Versus our 2.5x open in the small. Managed to get there, and we're down to the last 2. And as I say that, we are down to 15 players, guys.
Whoa, what we lost?
We have lost Chris Collins on the outer table, which leaves us with 15. With 2 hands left to go.
Well, it was short start nearly all day, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was.
So we're grinding and grinding and grinding, and ended up in 16th. £3,650. Alan Oakley's not playing the seniors tomorrow. Why not? I'll play for you instead. Can't make it to the seniors.
2 more hands.
Raise 22.
Then he makes it 22.
High white with the 8 set.
Right.
33 bigs. Happy to just call and see a flop.
Flop time. Gary's running well. Does it come a 5 for him? No. It comes an 8.
Going to probably lose 1 bet here as well as Gary, because this is a board that should be continuing on high frequency. Ace, Jack 8, Rainbow. Just a board we want to have a lot of bets on, being the opener from early position. But knowing Gary, he probably will shut down after tie calls here, which should be the only option here for tie.
Yeah, just about half pot. 27.
I guess Gary's going to have ace king, ace queen, ace 10 hands we can get action from, but the times that has just some random garbage, we want to keep those.
Oh!
No!
No! This is a double up.
Oh, of course it's a double up tower.
This
well,
is
Gary
a
checks
double up.
it.
It's gone check, check. Who's trying to entice somebody into betting? Half pot, 56. Wow. Does he just lose minimum?
If he does tower, it's crazy. How's he not bet turn here? What a well-timed turn check from Gary.
Oh, you know he's put the lot in.
Sets tight, all in.
And this is going to be a double up.
See, this is interesting because Ty hasn't snap called here because obviously backdoor clubs coming in, like hands like Jack X of clubs, Ace X of clubs, going to be good checks on this turn. Ace King of clubs, Ace Queen of clubs, Ace 10 of clubs can all definitely check back this turn, as well as obviously the Jack X in there, Jack 10 of clubs, Jack 9 of clubs, these type of holdings here. So Ty in a lot tougher spot than it looks here, because you don't expect Gary when we can perhaps have some backdoor flushes ourselves.
No way is he folding this. Not having this. Oh, flick it
That's
in,
the
Ty.
thing. Like,
Flick it in.
Like, does Gary ever have ace jack here with the ace of clubs? That's
No.
probably what he's thinking. Like, does he ever go for value with that hand? Like, fives are obviously in there as well, but you don't expect him to check fives.
No way.
You really don't expect him to check the fives on the turn. And as Ty just told him, he's got a set.
No, I don't think so. Wow. He's folding.
Wow.
Oh my days. He's, oh, well, I'm glad it's the next to the last hand because I'm off home anyway. By the heck.
This is a tough spot, Tyrell,
It is.
because like you don't expect Gary to ever have a bluff here.
Whoa, he's passing.
You don't expect Gary to ever have a bluff, and
Wow.
wow, he does fold to
He
Gary.
folds. He's going to show him a set of fives. He has showed him a set of fives and in half an hour's time. Whoa. Got away with one. Did Gary Whitehead.
Did he, Tower?
He got away with one. Leaves Ty with 235,000 on the last hand. A tougher call than I probably made out.
Yeah,
but
it's not like
I'm tapping the table and walking away. That's what I'm doing.
So we made it, Tower. We made it to the last hand.
Wow. Well, he's just told him he's folded a set of eights. And Gary does not believe him. Not at all does Gary believe him. Last hand. Whew. Right, I've got off the floor. Jay sat there because he knows it was a harder call than I made out, but I'm just tapping the table if he's got the back doors.
Tower don't fold sets.
Not on that board. Not on that board to Gary Whitehead. Not a chance. I think that was player dependent as well, I must admit. I call. I think we were trying to solve it too much there. But it is what it is. Ty's still in. He could have had a lot more chips, but Ty's still in. It's going to be the chip leader overnight is Gary Whitehead.
Aaron Simon, lovely flop last hand of the day.
Last hand of the
top
night.
and bottom here.
Any Mickey Blacks around on the turn?
Well, that would be all, Tower.
Nope. 4 of diamonds.
And now Simon going to start leading here, trying to get value from his 2-pair holding. And Gene still may call once here. Maybe not versus this 2/3 sizing actually. Maybe less inclined to continue versus 2/3 once we go into the half remit, maybe more inclined to call. It looks like he is counting out calling chips. Gene.
He does call.
And we'll see a river.
Last hand will go in the way of Simon.
Yes.
And building his stack up over $500,000. And that should be that. I can't see a flick in from Gene, who's going to be coming back with $500,000 as well.
I can't see a call either. So we do beat some missed clubs, I guess. Maybe some 5-3 suited.
Wow, he has
that's
flicked it in. What the strange last two hands that was.
Well, that's it for the day. We got there. We got there.
We got there right in the end.
Usually finish this late, but we got there.
As you see right there, Gary White, 1.2 mil chip leader. Stevie Joe Indry, 956,000.
You went out on a tea run about half hour ago. I remember now. And then suddenly, Joe Indry, he's my pick. Yeah, I know what you're up to, Tower. Probably saw him with a mountain in front of him.
Cheers to everybody in the chat. Thanks, Dave. Just tuning in right at the end on Facey. Everybody's there. Don't forget Grosvenor Sport tomorrow morning from 8 o'clock. The book will be there on the final 15 players. Who is going to be your pick? What will the prices be? We'll find out in the morning. Go on then, one name.
Well, I've got a name that I'd say as a tip, and I've got a name as someone that I've got two names that I'd like to see win. But Stephen Cahoe, what I saw from him earlier today, I think he'd be a really good pick, but it depends what price he is. I'd love to see either Spand or Mitch win this. Very close with them off the table. Good guys off the tables, and they're who I'd like to see win. But if I had to pick someone, I'd probably say Stephen Tower.
We will see you tomorrow from 12:30. Don't be late. 12 o'clock in the club. 12:30 on the live stream. There are 15 players left, and we cannot wait to crown a champion. But who will it be? Find out tomorrow. Tune in with this lad and myself, and we'll see you tomorrow round the table.
See you then, guys. Good night.
Night all.